with violent precision, so very unforgiving. Just like the tales of prophecies, just like the heartbeat of the seas. We gather. It matters not what's left again. It matters not what guns you bring. We're all turning our voice for raise the God. We gather. darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down.
파이팅!
파이팅!
빌리오 선수 파이팅!
파이팅!
하나생명
파이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We're here with Hama Life Esports up against BNK Firax. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and just like every day this week, it feels like there's always some stakes. There's always something on the line for at least one of the teams in the matchups, and this first match is no different, Wolf.
Yeah, if BNK Firax take out either Hanwha Life today or T1 later on this week, they will advance to playoffs and eliminate Guangdong Freaks. Guangdong Freaks keeping that series against T1 yesterday. Very interesting, very close at times. Big comeback win in the first game, but they're not able to actually cross the finish line. So now their fate is no longer completely in their hands. For Hanwha Life, obviously sitting up at the top of the standings, already secured top 2. So for them, there's less to play for here. They will be going to round 2 no matter what. They also can't pass Gen G because even if they win the remaining matches, they are way too far behind in game score. For Guangdong Freaks, you're hoping for not only BNK Firax to lose, but to lose with the worst possible scoreline. You're 2 games ahead at the moment. Well, the best you can do is get that 8-10. You need BNK to lose both and maintain that game lead.
Yeah, unfortunately for Guangdong, with the loss yesterday to T1, it's kind of out of their hands. Of course, they still have to beat DRX to have a chance, but they also need BNK to lose both of their matches. So kind of taking the destiny away from them, as it is 2 teams racing towards different goals, as Hama Life Esports is preparing for playoffs, whereas BNK is desperate for a victory for the last ticket for playoffs. I feel like, we were talking about this before the match. If I'm Hama Life, I would just, try my best, try to make sure that you're, maintaining the competitive integrity. You're doing your best for the side of Guangdong Freaks to give them a chance, even though you don't have too much to play for, whereas BNK are going to be trying really, really hard to take the win in this one. But it's not going to be easy, as we do have the cores of the team, the mid laner matchup, Zeka versus Closer.
Yeah, this should be a really interesting one. I feel like both of these players have tremendously ballooned in form throughout summer season. In spring season, Zeka was still quite strong. Closer, I feel like, wasn't really on the same page as most of our top mid laners, but really has come into his own this season. And now that they figured out their identity is dive and pick, they're giving him champions that allow for that. As Hannah has been in the LCK for a while now. It's his 4th year. He is an 80 carry, so those numbers go up a little bit faster than other roles, but he's approaching 1,000 kills here. And you can look at some of his iconic champions. I feel like the Zeri picking up a ton of kills for everybody right now. Well, the Aphelios, the Varus, these are picks he's very well known for, as well as the Kalista.
Yeah, just a lot of meta stuff, but in general does like to go for stuff like the Zeri, like the Kaisa. You see, the Aphelios got played a lot by pretty much everybody, and Henna did play it a lot himself. So looking to see if he can pick up 7 kills tonight to reach that wonderful milestone that everybody wants, that first 1,000 kills. And we'll see how it does go.
And if you're the second place team here in Hanwha Life, you've already got that first round skip. We'll welcome them first. I think the goal is to showcase to the fans that you're deserving of that second round spot, to showcase the fans, hey, we're still going to stay on form. We're still going to take this match seriously. We can be a team that could be a non-Gen G T1 team in the finals. And they were so close in spring season to potentially achieving that goal. They have been on the cusp, but haven't actually been able to cross that finish line. And maintaining strong form here at the end of the season is so critical. It doesn't matter if you're second place, if you can't perform like a second place team when playoffs comes around. So a huge opportunity here, as they do have their angry orange new emote as well here, as you can see on these fan signs as well. Love it.
I'd say it's one of the better ones. I do like the orange that has come to life, who is also lifting kind of the spirit of Hama Life Esports. Even, back when it was King and Grizzly and Zeka as their top laner, or top side of the map, and that was really kind of the workout squad. They still have Zeka, and I'm sure he's still working out, and he'll carry that torch, as here's BNK.
Pressure is on for BNK. They are a team that trended upwards here in round 2. We're able to get a pretty big streak going. They were able to also defeat T1 in round 1. So had a lot of momentum going through the middle of the season, figured out their identity, and most people were saying this team should go to playoffs with the trend that they had. They're still very favored. They're still most likely going to be our team to go, but they will either have to defeat Hanwha today or T1 later this week. With T1's rocky performances recently, I feel like that matchup definitely feels easier than today's. But for Hanwha Life Esports, nothing to play for here. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more confident and comfortable going into this one, as there's their emote as well.
It was their emote eating an orange, which I love. As here's the mid lane matchup, we do see a lot of good stats for the side of Closer. On the side of Zeka, not very high damage per gold, but sometimes these stats can be skewed by the champions that get played and the way that your team kind of plays around you. I do feel like Closer is really the centerpiece of this roster, whereas Hanwha Life Esports, you never really know who's going to be the carry on any given day.
See, the KP at 14 is really high here for Closer. That's that Closer Raptor jungle mid duo synergy there that we see as the hard hats are coming out in force here. And I think that really does showcase the play style of this team right now, as a lot of those early kills come through either Closer roaming or Raptor ganking for him and getting him ahead, because they usually play stuff that allows that synergy. I mean, the Ahri Vi, for example, not really that popular right now, but still relevant, still something that this team can pick. Raptor's Vi has been banned almost every game since he started to pick that one up, but he can also play Lee Sin. He's playing Xin Zhao, plays a lot of AD mids, and even though Closer's pretty good at the Corki, I feel like he hasn't really had to rely on it, and he doesn't have to heavily prioritize that in draft, because he does have these other AP pick-based champions he can use in conjunction with Raptor. Peanut, definitely one of our strongest jungle players this season, but has definitely had a few hiccups along the way. So this is a really interesting matchup for me between him and Raptor.
Yeah, it absolutely is, especially with Raptors glow up, as you did touch on. The last couple of matches for BNK, they did go up against DK in that incredible matchup, the Game 2 with the open Nexus and everything. If you didn't watch that, make sure you do go back and watch it at some point. And then they also did take down Kwangdong Freaks in 3 games last week in match 77, which honestly gives them a really nice spot. You know, imagine if Kwangdong Freaks had won that, maybe it would be BNK who would be really behind the 8 ball. They would be forced to win a game and hope desperately that Kwangdong Freaks lose to DRX, but at least BNK were able to set themselves up for success with that win against Kwangdong Freaks. And I do wonder about this jungle matchup mostly, because Peanut, he can eat the less experienced junglers for breakfast very often.
That's very true.
You know, you think about Raptor, he had to go up against Lucid on the side of DK, who, you know, he's pretty good, but he's somewhat new himself, and then he had to go up against Cuz, which I feel like was actually more even than I expected it to be. So maybe he is up to the challenge of Peanut.
I do wonder what this draft is going to look like as well, because right now, you know, Peanut and Hanwha Life will have blue side here. They have side selection. They are the home team, so as you can see, they do choose blue. So they might even just pick up the Vi themselves, and then Peanut might actually try to get some early advantages. That's a matchup you certainly want to focus on. It's difficult to ban all of the champions that BNK are good at. You take the Vi away, there's so much else they can play. Clear's Gnar, the cannon, these picks that he has also risen to quite high heights on in round 2. He's 6-2 on the Gnar after having a pretty abysmal early part of round 1 on the Skarner and a really rough spring season.
You know, we don't often like blue side Rumble bans, but in this case, if Doran doesn't want to play it, you have to ban it, because Clear is just fantastic on the pick. Clear is one of the guys that we really have to hone in on as well. I feel like that might be a lane where BNK actually can win, because Clear is just playing like a god recently, yeah. So they take away his Rumble already.
You can't take away his Gnar and his cannon in this early banning phase. It's just not going to happen. The Rumble ban does hint towards an Aurora pick, I feel like, here for Hanwha Life early in this draft. As we see both trees taken from Peanut. He's done a lot with both of these picks in the early game. Very impactful. See what that final ban is going to be. Could be the Ezreal against Viper, even though it's dropped off a little bit here in the LCK. Will instead be the Renekton taken away here. So the Aurora first pick is just going to come through straight away, and I don't think BNK have any intentions of picking up Ezreal themselves, so that one might go into Viper's hands. The Leona's still up, as they'll grab this cannon early. we're seeing a lot of teams prioritize this early in draft and kind of fall on their face with it. I feel like this is not one of those teams. I feel like Clear has been one of our best cannons actually towards the latter half of the season.
Absolutely. I think this is one of the teams that is allowed to do it. And they get the Corki for closer as well. So, you know, BNK, they've really come to a great understanding of what their team does best and what their players like to play. And they do often err on the side of comfort. And it works for them, as Zyra is going to be the pick here in the jungle.
This Lucian pick has really dropped in priority in response to the Corki. Zeka's played it so many times, but they're actually just going to take this Zeri here. They had the opportunity to go for the Leona and the Ezreal, but blind here with so many AD carries up, like Henna's Kalista, they just don't want to opt into that without more information and more protection. We'll take the Zeri here instead. Viego going to be locked through here for Raptor, so a lot of carry potentially here. This draft feels in a lot of ways very KT. You know, you have the cannon to set up team fights. You have this Corki that can skirmish decently well in the mid game. So they will take away the Ezreal, expecting this could be a Zeri mid. So just making sure that that door is closed.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, unless they wanted to pick it themselves. But, you know, maybe they want to try to pick a different AD carry and then wait for the support counter pick, which is something that a lot of teams have been doing on the red side. And I feel like Duro has been getting better at. I do wonder if they're going to target Duro at all in terms of his recon. That has been a pick that he's gone to many times.
That's a good point. In terms of shutting down AD carries that could push the bottom lane hard here, the Ashe goes away first. I still think the Zeri is going into Viper's hands, especially with the Lucian still up. But they do, with this Zyra pick, feel pretty priced into having an AD mid. We just don't know what that's going to be just yet. The Draven hasn't really been played by anybody outside of Chovy to great success here in the LCK. They'll take away Henna's Varus as well. Another pick that can push the bottom lane. It means his Kalista, though, which he's also very good at, is open if that's going to be the route he wants to take here. It does, you know, mean that you don't have a traditional double AD carry comp. Still can be quite strong here, especially with the setup they have with the Kennen. We'll see what he wants to opt for. With Leona up, this is a very risky MF pick.
Yeah. I mean, MF in general, blind. I say blind because, again, we've talked a lot about this area that can be flex and oftentimes is. It can be strong because Misfortune basically just doesn't lose lane and can win a lot of 1v1 matchups if he's left down there into pretty much any AD carry. Jhin is one of those that I think can deal with the MF a decent way, and Viper has been playing it a lot recently.
I feel like you can just slam Jhin Leona here and feel pretty good about it. And that is exactly what they're going to do. We'll see what the answer is. The Rel Kennen plus Rel MF is very strong, just in general. And if you get a single pick during that bullet time, during the slicing Maelstrom, and the Viego starts to get resets, the composition just flies through swimmingly, because the Jhin is relatively immobile, obviously. Does have a lot of range, though, and pairs extremely well with the Zyra ultimate, as well as Between Worlds from Doran. So the comp is quite strong here for Hanwha Life. And the only question mark I really have is how team fights are going to look if they're not ahead into a very oppressive amount of CC and setup. And then also, how is Zeka's Zeri going to fare? Because we're seeing this pick, it's slowly kind of starting to get into the hands of some of our best mid laners. It was a more niche pick earlier on. We were saying like Chovy play, we're like, this doesn't make sense, but it's Chovy. We saw Bulldog play it, we're like, still not sold. But now it's really quite prevalent here in the LCK meta.
Yeah, I think it's pretty strong. It can deal with the Corki in the mid lane and eventually just kind of go even and farm up, and that's what you always want your Zeri to do. So that allows you to just get another safe scaling pick in the mid lane that is not Corki, right? With Tristana kind of falling off, they found a new answer, and it's Zeri, right? So decent amount of scaling with that. You've got Aurora, you've got even Jhin, you've got a lot of power from the jungle, and it feels like more than enough engage with Aurora and Leona.
Yeah. Zeka's first Zeri pick, so we'll see how he does on it. Definitely a relevant one to have prepared for playoffs, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I think that is going to be a big pick in playoffs, but let's see how this first game goes as we hop onto the Rift right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game one. Hanwha Life Esports versus BNK. Life Esports, as you mentioned, they just want to have a smooth sailing route into playoffs. They want to feel good. They want to play good. They want to get wins, confidence. Whereas for BNK, they need to beat either Life Esports tonight or T1 on Saturday in order to secure their playoff spot and keep their destiny in their own hands.
Yeah, very important for BNK.
BNK.
We've talked a lot about Zeka. He's been called a patch Zerg because he played a ton of really strong picks during Worlds 2022, right? He's known for his Akali, his Sylas, his Yone.
Maybe you should explain what a patch Zerg is.
A patch Zerg is a bit of a meme. I think everybody knows what it is, but I'll explain. It's a bit of a meme for when Zerg got buffed and then a bunch of Zergs started winning tournaments, and people were like, well, are they really good or are they just buffed? And the answer was both, basically, during that time period. Zeka played a lot of great, strong champions to get his way to the World 2022 Championship. Did obviously have the Azir, which he improved a lot during that time. And we've seen a lot of players not be able to play meta picks. Faker notably on the Yone, as most recently, just really struggling on that pick, avoiding it a lot, putting it into Zeus' hands instead. And you see Faker try to pick it up here towards the end before playoffs. I feel like this might be a similar situation where Zeka hasn't played this pick just yet, but has been slowly preparing it, and he feels like this series is the opportunity to test it out against a strong mid laner in Closer, where he's been gifted this opportunity into the Corki as well. Yeah. Which is extremely common in this meta, as everybody knows.
It's kind of funny, too, because a lot of times we've said that Closer is kind of like baby Zeka in terms of they have very similar champ pools with the Akali, Sylas, aggressive stuff like that back in the day. But nowadays, we're just watching them both play 80 carries. So things have changed. And, I wouldn't be surprised if Closer plays Zeri in the future. I'm not sure if he has. I feel like he hasn't. But I don't have those numbers right in front of me.
I don't think so. I actually do have those numbers in front of me. So
I wouldn't be surprised if he picks it up himself and it just, this is just the nature of the meta.
Yeah, he hasn't played it yet this season. So he hasn't played it yet.
Yeah.
So it was not played before this season. And down here in the bottom lane, Viper and Delight having a good time so far as Peanut comes over.
Yeah. This is what Zyra does. 3-minute clear, and I'm in your bot lane. Hello. And Peanut, a very good opportunity to get a very clean dive off. They want to go for Henna as Cleanse and Flash come out. They exhaust, and the stun is not quite going to land. They have the damage finally, but it's First Blood that does go to Rel. As meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zeka trying to trade here against Closer, and one auto will do it. Zeka gets the win, picks up the solo kill in mid.
Wow, big miscalculation there from Closer, and Zeka ends up getting an additional kill here on the Zeri early. And it looks like he's pretty comfortable on the pick. A huge win here in the bottom lane. Even though First Blood goes to Duro, it's still the enemy AD carry down, farm denied, money denied, as well as an additional plate going over to Viper. So huge win in the bottom lane, big win in the mid lane. Obviously, if they get the kill in mid onto Closer, feels much better, but unfortunately it's not going to happen as it's a good cleanse here from Henna, good flash. Delight is going to take all the aggro. Viper gets that final shot, though. He will be the one to take out Henna. So kill goes to AD carry versus going to support. AD carry is down, and the plate goes over as, a bit of a...
I don't even blame Closer for this. Zeka took Gatling gun and a turret shot. So you're thinking, okay, this is my opportunity. I'm going to kill him. And then you just barely don't. That's got to be a tilter for Closer.
Yeah, really frustrating there. And in terms of the buy, a tier and a refillable versus Vamp Scepter. So feeling pretty good about how the rest of this lane is going to go if you're Zeka now as well. We'll just stack this wave into the turret. And Closer will just kind of have to sit back and farm without any assistance from Raptor. Zeri's, obviously much slipperier when she has a wall.
Yeah.
But still can dash away and pretty tough to lock down with a Viego.
Yeah, definitely can. I feel like that's part of the reason why we see a lot of this Zeri, especially in the Corki, just, he Gatling guns you, you're not feeling it, you can just dash away. Or if Gatling gun and Phosphorus Bomb are down, you can dash in, you can look to take aggressive trades. So it feels like you have more control over the 1v1 matchup. And as we said before, you're an AD carry that's also scaling. So that feels good too because you can match it in the mid lane.
And he also will have an all-in opportunity with his ultimate, because his ultimate actually is very relevant in a 1v1, whereas Closer's is not.
That's the ult to come down. Clear in a bit of trouble here. Some poke coming down. The electrocute also going to land, and Clear is trying to back under his own turret, just getting Aurora'd. Meanwhile, Peanut's here.
Hannah is so far behind in farm. He cannot die here. Zeka's roaming.
Yeah, this is a 4v2, and there's no cleanse, no flash for Hannah. Delight goes in. It's just the easiest gank of all time. Delight is over-committing to this. Just saying, okay, I'm not going to get out, but I don't really care because we're going to take the win anyway. Peanut very low, but it's a double kill to Zeka Zeri in the bottom lane.
It's certified, Valdez. Here we are. And yeah, he'll take a small CS deficit in mid, but look at Doran TPing in to actually catch a significant amount of this wave here. It's not even that much lost on the map. Look where the wave is topside. He's going to come up here now. He will interact with Raptor. Does have level 6, so has to be very cautious about how he wants to fight this one out. Does, of course, not have his ultimate from the play topside. We'll stop this back.
Yeah, Raptor immediately respecting it, just running away. Knows that there could absolutely be Delight going up there, as we know there is. And he'll get away, but still going to stop the back. Doran being very annoying with his map movements, but once again, I expected this. This is what Peanut does. He's just, okay, I'm in your bot lane again. What are you going to do about it?
And getting that early first blood, or not first blood, getting that early solo kill for Zeka just allows him so much power, allows him this ability to roam here. He uses his ult to actually finish off this kill, not using it for an all-in mid. And then, yes, you get the kill onto Leona, but just some extra aggro tanked here as the wave crashes through. Zeka will eat an extra turret shot, but they get plate gold, as well as a second kill onto Hannah, who is now almost 20 CS behind on this MF, who's already going to struggle into Leona. Like, so many teams are just blinding this Misfortune into Leona when she's available and getting punished for it. And this is just in the lane. I mean, it's really about the team fights later on that I'm more concerned about, because you're immobile during bullet time.
And at the end of the day, you know, MF is fast, but if you're getting dove, there's really not much recourse either. You know, you're not as real. You don't have that kind of arcane shift to just get away better from ganks. Viper's just going to flash. He says, okay, I can expend this. It's annoying, but I'm just going to not take the damage so I can continue putting on the pressure, which is more important to him right now. He wants to get the plates, and he's already gotten 3.
Yeah.
Or 2, rather.
He will likely
Close
get
to
3,
yeah,
in just a moment, because Hannah, he was channeling it back after that play. He's like, yeah, I got his flash. However, I have no ult now, and I don't know where Peanut is, and I'm just trying to farm.
Yeah. And, you know, it's annoying when you're just trying to farm and you're getting shot in the face. Generally not a good feeling. And this time, Peanut, you know, he was on the bottom side of the map. He wasn't diving, though, so it's just more pressure. And he's just going to pick up an early Ocean Drake, which is quite good as well, just to continue with, you know, the extra sustain for all of the lanes so that they can feel very good about putting on even more pressure and continuing to put on, or just get more early leads in this game. You can see they're getting more plates in bot. The bottom lane of BNK is just not even there. They had to back. And it's going to be 4 plates so far. I mean, we're only 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so Viper is massively ahead. You know, we saw the graph earlier of who has money, and Duro's the only role that has a lead, and that's because Delight died twice in turret dives, and Duro got first blood. And so that's the one place where you have money, and it doesn't really matter, unfortunately, in this game state. As it's not about necessarily the fact that it's 1,200 gold to lead here at 9 minutes. That's significant, but it's where the gold is on Viper, on Zeka especially, sitting at the top of the gold standings here, so to speak, at 4,000 right now, 400 ahead of Viper. These are the carries that are going to get it done when they're set up by Doran later on when he goes between worlds.
Yeah. Also, you know, just Peanut showcasing the power of Zyra as well. You know, it's not quite as popular as it was when it first began to get popular on the Rift. I think she got a slight nerf somewhere along the way, but
yeah, some of her clear.
She can still power farm, and she can still be in your bottom lane at 3 minutes 10, and there's really not much that Raptor could do about it, right? He was trying to keep up. He's playing the Viego. He hasn't really been a factor in this game just because he's not nearly as impactful as Peanut has been, and he got some grubs, and that's it. I mean, look at the jungle lane proximity. He's just kind of sitting in his own jungle. He hasn't been able to do anything else.
Look at the Peanut proximity, 18% bottom lane. Nowhere else. Doesn't need to be anywhere else because Zeka's getting a solo kill. Doran is kind of controlling that top side matchup. And I say kind of. I mean, he's only up a few CS, but he's really constantly had clear under pressure this entire lane, as they will be able to get some additional grubs here. So that's significant later on if they can get some time alone in the side. But that is right now not looking like it's going to be happening anytime soon, but could be huge for Closer if he's given some additional time, or if they end up getting a Baron later on. There's ulted.
Yep, and you're going to be stuck in that for a while. He goes forward as he has his whole team nearby. The exhaust comes down from Delight as they were just trying to take a 2v1, and they're like, oh, you're all here on the grubs. It is 6 grubs that do go to BNK, so they have that at least, but it feels like that's kind of all they have.
It just doesn't necessarily feel like that's going to be too useful, as minions are getting deleted in the bottom lane, as Zeka is pushing an inner at 11:20. As all of BNK go up to the top side, Zeka's like, okay, well, I don't need to teleport in. And remember, in that last play too, Clear goes in, the rest of his team is showing up, but he doesn't know what's on the other side. He doesn't know Delight's there. He flashes, so now he doesn't have flash either, nor his ultimate for a little bit of time here, so Hanwha Life could look to punish him potentially. But I mean, they are very happy with the lead they have right now. See Doran just going to clear this one out with Delight. No play potential here, fortunately for the Viego. And I mean, we had a lot of action. It's slowed down a little bit here, but when you look at the game state, you're like, ooh, will Hanwha ever lose an objective fight? Will they ever lose a dragon? And with Ocean into Cloud, we could have Infernal Soul, have Hextech Soul, Mountain Soul.
Could have Chemtech Soul.
We could have Chemtech Soul, we could have Mountain Soul, but we could have Infernal and we could have Hextech.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like at least 3 out of the 4 souls are going to be very impactful, and the fact that Hanwha Life Esports are going to be getting probably the first 2, unless for some crazy reason they go for like, it wouldn't be crazy actually if Hanwha Life Esports go for a big push on top to try to get even more gold, and then they just give up the 1 Drake, but I think the safer play is maybe just, stick with your lead, get another Drake, try to roll big on the soul.
The gold you can get from those plates topside is definitely significant, but they already got the gold. Now they want the map pressure of having 2 dragons the lead and forcing BNK to come to those team fights where they already have the advantage. As, if you were able to grab this dragon really quickly, you could maybe try to make something happen topside, but Zeka's just chilling up here. He's got this wall to operate on. He's Zeri. Peanut comes up here. He is completely safe. Still 30 seconds before that dragon spawns, and Zeka, of course, does have TP.
Yeah, he did go for the Bork first. We are seeing a bit more of this. Just a lot more presence on the Zeri. You're just going to be very, very annoying. Kind of reminds me of, MFs that get ahead and they go BT, and it's like, well, you just good luck dealing with me.
Yeah.
So
there's not a whole lot that anyone could do to punish him right now, because unfortunately Viego is a champion that needs a little bit of setup to actually punish someone like a Zeri. She's just so mobile. He has a stun, but it's, basically melee. He has to get it right up into your face, so that gives the Zeri so much time to actually react and escape. So he can't do much. The cannon certainly could in a team fight, but that's going to rely on a lot of prio. There's not going to be a whole lot of teleport flank wards for Clear to operate on in this game if this lead does continue, as they do now start up the dragon. No contest here for BNK, which I think is wise. So they got an additional plate in mid during all of this as well. And now they're just going to say, we're getting dragon and Herald. Sorry, BNK.
Yeah. And, the Mountain Soul, we talked about how it's maybe not quite as good as Infernal or Hextech, but if you think about the way that BNK want to play this, where they really just want to go wombo combo team fight, you get the Kennen over the Rel. If just extra shields come in, a little bit of extra resistances, Hanwha Life Esports are already ahead on levels and gold, so they have the items to utilize these Mountain Drakes and the Mountain Soul. It's actually going to be a big deal, I think, if Hanwha Life Esports just get it for free and then BNK try to take fights afterwards, because they're just not going to have the raw damage to chop through that.
Yeah, those stats are always going to be relevant, basically, in every comp. Some comps better than others, but still, okay, they do have the cannon flank.
Well, they're going to catch Leona, and here comes the cannon flank. Viper in a really rough spot, but now he's just going to die, but the rest of his team is just going to kill everybody else. He's like, okay, I did my damage, and yes, I'm Jin, I can't quite get away, but who cares? We got the Rift Herald, and we're going to win the fight. They're looking for more. They try to get Clear. Clear is going to actually hand a kill over to Closer, but now Closer in a bit of trouble. Zeka flashing in. He wants another one. He's not going to have it, but it's still a big one fight by Hanwha Life Esports.
Delight plays this game have just been so selfless. He just is, he doesn't care whether he's alive or not. He just wants to help his team snowball the game. He gets punished in this follow-up trying to catch Closer, but gets his flash, so his death is arguably worth it, and Unfortunately, the cannon flank wasn't really well timed with Duro's engaged, so watch how this one shakes out. Duro's kind of cut off, so wants to go in a little bit early here, but the cannon isn't there. Then watch Peanut just shut Clear down completely. He's rooted and ulted, and Clear cannot get the slicing Maelstrom into the team fight. Could have looked a lot different if he was ulting 4 people there, but he essentially got nothing with it. Then Delight goes in here for a very strong potential play. We'll get the root onto Clear, takes him out, sacrifices himself, Closer is forced to flash. So I said he just got the flash, but he actually was also able to set up the kill onto the cannon. So 2 big wins for his sacrifice. And this one feels almost done and dusted, Valdez.
It does feel very overwhelming, this lead that Home Life Esports have, especially when you look at the way the comps play out. I mean, we just saw a great example of BNK and what they want to do with their comp, but it basically just kind of fell flat on its face. Viper with a extremely fast reaction time on his flash to get away from Duro's engage. If Viper goes down immediately and just has no effect, maybe you've got something brewing for BNK rather, but that was not the case as we saw it. It wasn't the cleanest team fight from BNK either, so.
And that might be like the one teleport flank they get this game. You know, the fact that they had that ward set up there was why they decided to contest that Herald, but still ends up falling on its face, and they might not get another opportunity like that.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Rift Herald did go over to Home Life Esports as well, so they're just getting a crash in mid. It gets smited down, but you can see that tier 1 is getting very low.
Dangerously low. And I mean, Doran's just farming. He went Leandri's first. Peanut has the Leandri's, obviously has had it for a while here on this Zyra. And everything's just going smoothly. The Runen second for Zeka means that you have some additional team fight power. And more than the Jhin, you're going to be kind of the traditional AD carry in this fight, or in these fights. Viper has his RFC now completed as well. It's just, there's no real good news for BNK at the moment.
Yeah.
The production's like also Raptors 2 levels behind. I'm like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's what I was about to touch on again, because I think it is really a big deal as Cleanse immediately comes out here. Henna, man, he's just trying to get away from all of these shots. He is going to avoid the 4th one, but man, he hasn't had a fun time because, you know, if you're allowing Peanut to pick up Zyra and just run the bot lane and essentially win the early game for you, the enemy jungler is just going to look so useless that it's really unfortunate for Raptor. You know, we talked big about him and he's been great recently, but you go into Peanut and it's just a different experience.
And if you had a prio bottom lane, like if you actually had a winning bottom lane here as BNK, then Peanut wouldn't be able to have that same impact in the early levels, and then Raptor would be able to kind of challenge him when he hits level 6. But yeah, Zyra can have such a fast clear, plus the early impact even without ultimate in a lane that has prio. You know, Zeka getting the solo kill mid was also a problem, but not like the straw that broke the camel's back. But you add all of these advantages together, plus Peanut's early advantages, and it just becomes so easy to see that this draft for Hanwha Life is so clean, especially the fact that the Zeri was a flex pick too, which kept BNK a little bit guessing as to how the lane was going to play out until they had their counter pick. But by that point, you know, you're just going Rel because you got the MF.
Yeah. You think back to the draft, we had Maokai, Sejuani banned away, Ivern as well, Vi. A lot of engaged junglers taken away, so they felt like they needed hard engage, and that Rel just kind of falls flat in its face so far. As this is going to be a fight for the Mountain Drake, but as we mentioned before, you know, BNK don't really have a good angle, but they're also forced kind of to fight over these Drakes, so trying to make their best angle on this one.
Love the check for clear. They know he doesn't have a teleport flank. They're just trying to figure out where he is. He wasn't showing. Now they find him, push him away. That's the one way they can lose this team fight is that wombo combo you were talking about, and they're just going to shut it down. And now this dragon is essentially for free as Raptor's trying to come in here, but just so little BNK could do. And they know where the cannon is. They push that mid-wave through. Clear has to clear it. No pun intended. And Hanwha Life are like, cool, your rat's away. We're taking down the dragon. Raptor's rooted.
He's getting stunned up. I mean, he doesn't get to play the game. He's just 100-0'd right in front of everybody. And down he will go. Even the Aurora ult just for good measure. And Henna once again left alone. Nothing he can do. It's a 3rd kill for Home Life Esports. This is one of the cleanest games I've seen Hanwha play. And they are just being ruthless here in their victory. It will be a 3rd Drake to them.
Yeah. Soul Point, huge team fight win. And they didn't even need the team fight win. They didn't even need that to happen, but they catch a very overextended Raptor who's just hoping to buy 5 minutes of time by stealing the dragon as Closer's in trouble.
Yeah, he does have flash. He is going to dodge the root and then flash after. And yeah, just gets pushed out. I feel like HLE Esports as well, the Baron just spawned. They could probably just run over there and put some pressure on that and force BNK to come to them there as well.
And if it's a Jhin comp, it's tough, but it's a Jhin Zeri comp with Zyra, actually. So
yeah,
they get to cheat that. Viper's like, I think we can maybe do this. Let's back him by, because he just got a ton of gold off of that team fight win. Raptor gets caught by the Deadly Flourish. He's instantly stunned, rooted. Knockup comes through on the Duro. It's just an executioner. Not to mention Doran's ultimate, which feels like almost like an afterthought.
Yeah.
But they didn't even need the Flourish to win the fight. Like, everything goes incredibly well. You said it's a super clean game from Hanwha. It's absolutely true. And, you know, there were questions going into this series with BNK's current form and how little Hanwha has to play for, so to speak. But they come in with a fantastic draft. And they're playing like their playoff life is on the line when it isn't. They're already secured second place.
Yeah, I mean, you said it at the beginning of the day, which I think was very poignant, is that HLE Esports, they really want to make sure, as this is kind of funny, Peanut, you know, he knows he's being watched. He's going to give us a little emote. He'll get that Gromp down eventually. But, you know, HLE Esports, they want to make sure that they're playing in playoff form, right? So this is kind of what they are showcasing as the style they want to play in playoffs, which is very clean. Limit the mistakes as much as you can, because when it comes down to the highest level, it might just come down to which team makes fewer mistakes. And HLE Esports, I feel like they've made 0 this game. Like, I can't even really point to, like, one play, really, that was a big issue in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, even the dive that they did earlier, yes, they gave first blood, but it was still super clean. It was worth it.
Yeah.
You know, at first glance, you might go, ooh, Delight, is this right? No, it absolutely is right. It is worth it. Sacrifices himself twice, sacrifices himself a third time around that Herald fight to get the additional kill and a flash. And I know Ox is like raising his eyebrows thinking about maybe it's a Delight POG angle. I think there's definitely an angle for Peanut in this one, but it's just straight up a team diff. I mean, this team is looking like a second place LCK team, and sometimes when we get to the second round robin, Hanwha Life has tripped up a little bit. We've seen a few Shyvana games, right? And it makes people wonder, okay, is Hanwha actually going to be the team to maybe get to the finals to deny us a T1 Genji? Because that's always the discussion, right? Everyone's already saying T1's ramping up, it's happening. But, you know, looking at their form right now, at their very best, just seems impossible to crack this squad.
Yeah, really the only matchup they had that was a little bit eyebrow-raising was the one where they lost to KT, but even Genji lost to KT, is now they're going to go in, they're forced to, and Zeka is just tanking the MF vault, he doesn't care. And he will live for now, although the entire team is chasing him. And now he's going to sail the wall, he gets away, and the rest of his team makes his way over, and they're just going to absolutely demolish the rest of BNK. Clear is still chasing Zeka, still looking for the angle, but the fight's already over. And Zeka got away scot-free after tanking an entire MF ult.
Yeah, Doran was like, don't worry, I got him locked up. They can't get to you. Clear had flash and ult, but was like, I don't know if I kill Zeka actually anymore. Yeah. He has that big shield coming through, and that's Baron. Unfortunately, BNK just so limited in their options. I don't even blame Duro for the attempt, because if you see an opportunity to lock down a Zeri like that, you go for it. And that's maybe your one way back into the game. It's a huge bounty that would have picked up 1,000 gold to grab. Would have been huge. But, yeah.
Yeah, so he got rooted and then he runs at Viper for some reason. And he does it twice, 3 times. And that's where I think he realizes, okay, I'm kind of screwed. Just goes in, he's got MF nearby. As you mentioned, maybe thinks, you know, that I can't run away, so I might as well just do this.
Yeah, I didn't quite see that he was actually dueling with Viper before that. The play looks a little bit less like, I actually can blame him a little bit, in fact, for this one.
Yeah.
But I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. But in this case, the MF ultimate is just, it feels like just sprinkling salt onto Zeka. And he doesn't have any wounds, so he doesn't really care about it.
He's actually got extra armor on.
Yeah.
You know, there's no wounds. He's got 3 or 4 layers. He's just kind of in a great spot.
He's getting preserved, Valdez, for the late game that I don't know if we're really going to get to him. We're 25 minutes in. Maybe this is the late game when the Zeri is already on 3 items. We've just kind of jumped through the mid game, and now we're here.
Yeah. Keep in mind, you certified the Zeri moments like 9 minutes into the game, and he was 3-0. So, you know, besides Peanut's carry from the jungle, besides Delight setting up a lot of plays, it was also Zeka all over the map and getting a solo kill as well. Doran's going to throw an ult down and, well, not hit anyone, but he zones them away from Mountain Soul, so that's still valuable.
Yeah. And just going to tank this turret because they don't care.
탑이 파괴되었습니다.
And Baron buff just going to allow them to stack this wave here in mid. They're looking for the first inhibitor turret. Peanut has a wave coming bottom as well.
You see that the Jhin with Mountain Soul and plated steel caps is 116 armor.
Okay,
The
so
Jhin.
yeah, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, I was going to mention the plated steel caps earlier. It was maybe a premonition. He was like, oh,
Yeah.
all this armor. If the Kennen can't TP flank, maybe he can take the long way around. He's pulling a pull bay.
Yeah,
But he's
still
rethrowing
flanking
now.
to this day. Pull bay, that is. And I guess Clear in this game, who has come back. He has stopped flanking. And Zeka's just going to ult them and say, well, you can't really get away, so I'm just going to shoot you. And yeah, I mean, there's not really much else to say, guys. This game has been kind of a done deal for a while, and it looks like HLE Esports are finally putting an end to it after they get the Baron. As well, Duro, he was there, I swear. I think he was. As finally Claire gets in, Peanut will actually die to the last turret shot, as the B&K stance is actually not half bad, but now they're going to get ulted by Doran, and everybody's just getting shot down by the Jhin, as Viper will clean it up, and that will be an extremely clean first game victory going the way of HLE Esports.
Very, very strong performance from a team that, you know, I don't feel like anyone doubted that they were going to have a good performance today, but the draft really gave them so many tools, and then they executed on said tools in the early game so well that the rest of the game felt like it was always going to be a wash. I do think we need to revisit the draft, though, as B&K, the Viego pick into the Zyra, leaving a lot to be desired. You're not really going to have opportunities to duel with the Zyra. I think maybe that was the idea. The bottom lane going so poorly meant that you were just kind of always going to be behind the 8-ball. The Kennen into Aurora, not a matchup that's going to give the Kennen the same agency Clear's had in a lot of the games he's played, where he's really popped off and had great success. So maybe find a little bit more mid-jungle synergy with Closer and Raptor, because that's been kind of their bread and butter. I do think that with a better draft, B&K will have a much better opportunity when we move to Game 2 on blue side.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That one just kind of felt like B&K, they had an idea in their mind of what they wanted to do, and they had it fleshed out, and then they're like, oh yeah, we're playing against another team that we kind of gave them a lot of stuff, and HLE Esports were absolutely able to do incredible stuff with what they were given. As, yeah, that's game number one. Very straightforward into the hands of the Angry Orange, also the buff Orange in this case, as Zeka certainly did some nice carrying in that one. But we're done here, guys, for game one. We'll be back for game two.
풀표형 라면 볼게. 계속 쓰자 이거 라인. 나 허리키가 보고 싶은데.
나 2, 3초 볼게 살짝. 살짝 보면서 봐봐.
미드 라인.
나궁 20초.
나
호가인데 언제든지 오면 돼.
자이라 속박은 자이라 속박은.
있어. 언제든지 오면 돼.
까비.
까비.
비에고 미쳐.
비에고 왼쪽.
괜찮아. 타워 쳐면 어차피 막을 거야.
내가 아래 밀어낼게.
타워 칠게. 내일 먼저.
내 먼저. 괜찮고.
캐를 살짝 걸었어.
죽냐? 야 이게
공 3초. 천천히 건데. 천천히 건데. 야 코르키 리포 노플이야 안에. 비에고랑.
다른 탈감만 안 주면 돼.
나이스.
나이스.
TT as Doctor chases TT away, and Care is on the flank right now. There's no tower to get onto, and they're slowly being picked apart. It's the Drake for FPX, and perhaps a little bit more. Feather flash away from his life, finds the knock-up as well, and the Lamb's arrest keeps FPX afloat. 1xN falls. FPX, oh, large and in charge.
O time da Cade. Sobrou pra Delta. Sobrou pra Delta por ali, mas ele tem ultimate. Fica duro de... Entrada do Frost, sensacional, FNB. Pegando! Meu Deus! Red vai uma luta sensacional! Ace pra Red!
没想到被针对了，控制利用立场一剑躲掉了绷带的牵引，直接走到正面的位置，被4个人给开交的闪现拉开距离，后面军本仔进场，队友是没有跟上，不过来了一个雅迪搭上了凯威的双重开战，又是一个 one ball combo， 军本仔是控制了，这是军面控制了4个人，但还是被 C 给控制住，走在草里面的 Fighter 是被闪现进去的军本仔给绑住，被击杀右边位置，选择站出来跟着挖口来做收割收掉的 Fim，
吉米尔站出来了。
Alpro goes in with the solar foul. Yoyo trying to get away, but he's already burned the black shield, and he's caught up in the cease and desist. And now G2 have got them in their claws. They found them in the pincer movement. Super and Merwin have a lot of damage between them, though. Merwin already level 18, like able to dodge away from the phosphorus bomb, but it's just an auto from Merwin, enough to take him low. The battle dance not quite able to connect, and Merwin and Super are doing everything they can to keep MDK in this game.
디플러스 기아 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다. 아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아온 이게 팬들을 극한의 하락과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
강팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
우선이야 이번 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자!
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I am Budget Dagon, here to be your host, and I am joined by two wonderful gentlemen, Chronicler and Orcs, to bring us through this relatively straightforward game. To be perfectly honest, not a whole lot to take away from this.
Zero surprises. You look at the draft, you're like, this is probably what's going to... And then that happened. Except that you look at the draft and you're like, man, if BNK could get a team fight, that'd be rad. They didn't get a team fight.
It wasn't rad.
It was not rad. So what they unfortunately ended up with, and I really want to go in on the Viego specifically, Viego to me feels so dependent on actually getting a couple of good early skirmishes, and his bot lane was taken out of the lane level 3, so he couldn't really play towards that lane. And then mid was Corki, and top lane was a losing matchup. So like, you need a LeBlanc, you need an Ari, you need something that really pops off and sets up a big 2v2. Because in this scenario, I know that the Sejuani was gone, but the Viego just didn't feel like it was it for me.
I also feel like they gave her the Aurora, and like, what do they get in return? You know, they pick up the Kennen, ended up not doing too well in the laning matchup, and the Aurora is higher impact in team fights, even though Claire's been fantastic on the Kennen. They get the Corki, the Zeri's match with it, Zek ends up winning lane, and then the bot lane, you know, the fact that Leona comes through, and the Jhin is a good answer in the lane to the MF, but then Leona always makes it so difficult for MF to ult. It just felt like Honor Life Esports kind of got the big power pick on the patch, and didn't really get a strong response from BNK FearX.
Yeah, and BNK had the red side as well. They were able to ban away the Aurora if they would like to, and instead it was a Renekton ban, and they picked the Kennen, which is a good matchup into the Renekton anyway. So that was a bit curious at the same time, but honestly, top side of the map didn't actually matter at all. Let's dive into our first highlight, and this was the bottom side getting mega crushed.
Yeah, they really ended up on red side with what felt like 2.5 losing lanes, but then obviously mid lane also lost the 1v1. So that was just kind of the end of it. Because again, even after the nerfs, what makes Zyra so oppressive is the amount of plays that you can set up just because you have such an insane clear speed. Peanut did it twice. This time you have Zeka on the roam as well. And then from this point on, bot lane could just never contest.
Yeah, and especially with the Leona, it's so easy to set up these dives. Both times the Light sacrifices himself, doesn't care. You kill the enemy to carry, they lose on the wave, they lose on the experience, plates are taken as well. The Jhin also in these situations, when you have 3 or 4 people diving, the 4th shot really good for just finishing off targets and get that last hit. So you can't really blame the bot lane of BNK FearX. They were put in a pretty impossible situation.
Yeah, and from that point on, they weren't able to find any of those skirmishes that you were looking for, Chronicler, and it didn't quite work out. And the sad thing about this is that our second highlight and final highlight is at 15 minutes. This is where the game ended.
Because they had to go for this. Like, I think the call here is correct. It's just that the setup isn't great. Clara gets mostly invalidated. The ultimate from Hannah doesn't really get that much done because most people flash out of it, and then also he just gets 2-tapped. And this was their one shot. They were like 2k gold behind. You can maybe make that up if you get a really good angle. And they just didn't. And then the game was done.
Yeah, so much had to be invested. So many ults, so many members just to take out the Jhin. And then in return, you lose 3 almost immediately. You know, the Aurora ult comes through, and it's clearly not a good trade. Like, the game plan was there, but things like the route from Peanut stopping the Kennen, getting in, really just hampered that initial engage. And I feel like, you know, things like the Vi ban that came through, these are picks that really we've seen BNK FearX rely on, like the reliable lockdown, the reliable engage. This comp didn't feel as akin to what we've seen them have success on.
Yeah, I feel like Closer on Corki as well feels a bit muted. This guy's really good at playmaking. Let's get him a playmaker. But first, let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. Will it be the Nut God? No, it won't. It will be Zeka. The Boom Boom vote does come through 707. I assume, will we Zeka enthusiasts for this one, or are we going to be a bit quizzical towards the media section?
I'm not surprised, but, you know, I don't think he had a bad game. But like this, I feel like was honestly more of a misplay from Closer in this situation, not using the flash, disrespecting the Bear's Fire. And he did come down to assist with these dives. You know, this is the second dive. The first one Peanut came down to, and Peanut was also here in the second one.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know, I voted for Peanut. You know, I don't think he had a bad game at all, but yeah, I feel like really the game was kind of defined more so by Peanut in my opinion.
Yeah, and I was thinking if there was a Boom Boom vote, Viper would be my pick, because I think his Jhin was actually super impactful with the deadly flourishes, his positioning in fights, and how he played a lot of it out. I don't think that in a game like this there's ever a bad vote on Hanwha, because like you can even argue, but this shouldn't.
Oh my god! The Ncast went from like always
so
voting 80 carries. This is the most giga-based vote I have ever seen. Jonas Strong's just like, I reckon Viper had a good game. Throws that one into the mix.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine too.
And Media took control.
Yeah, Media did very much take control on this one, but that is okay. It is now time for us to see whether BNK can turn it around. And I think I'm going to be looking towards the mid lane for a bit of a switch up, maybe in the jungle as well, but also blue side for BNK. this is where the adjustments can come in and maybe some success can be found, right?
I'm wondering if they're going to go straight up like B1 Zyra. Like if that what we're actually going to end up towards. Because I don't feel like their bans outside of their next gen were bad. I think the Ivern, the Maokai, very valid. I imagine that we'll still see at least the Vi ban on the side of Humble Life as well. And Raptor being able to play the game, I think is the biggest thing. Lane matchups are also big because obviously jungling with losing lanes is not great.
Honestly, I feel like when you're on blue side, you can probably just ban it, but I feel like leaning more into strong mid-jungle combos really is what's favored them. Like the Vi Ahri's been a big standout. Something along those lines where you know you're going to have a lot of power in the mid 2v2, crush the 2v2, spread that pressure elsewhere, and then come to team fights and just throw it all at the opponents. I think that's what they should look to do.
Ban anything to do with plants and then just team fight as much as you can. I absolutely love it. Maybe that'll be the strategy, but to find out, it's time for us to throw it back to Valdez and Wolf to take us into game 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. It was a pretty straightforward game, but I feel like we hit all of the points, you know, from the draft, from how the game played out, from the Media KEKW. I think it all kind of went the way we expected, right, Wolf?
Yeah, I think so. You know, Zeka did have the solo kill. He had a lot of damage. It was a good roam. I don't hate the votes, but I do feel like it was a peanut angle. That's why I also voted for him. But either way, as we move into this one, I think probably focusing on getting Raptor a pick that has agency and maybe some synergy with Closer is going to be the way to go. I don't think he necessarily wants to play Zyra, as he has played it 5 times this season, but it hasn't really been a standout pick for him. We'll see what they have planned. Remember, even winning a single game actually gives them an extra leg up over Kwangdong Freaks. If they go 0-2, it puts them both on the... It really puts them on a rough spot, because Kwangdong Freaks are at -1, it puts them at -5. And so, you know, things get a little bit scary going into that final T1 series. If you lose that one, Kwangdong Freaks probably going to beat DRX. You're in a lot of trouble, but even if they don't, depending on the scoreline, you could be in a lot of troubles. Once again, Rumble will be banned, this time on red side for Hanwha Life. The Ashe ban does go through right away for B&K. See if they want to pick something different here. They're going to ban the Aurora. So, taking that one away early, showcasing they do not have any interest in playing that.
Yeah, which is, I think, a little strange. I feel like Clear should be able to play this pick. It's not that difficult. It's also very strong. It's been B1'd by a lot of teams, but just showcases that B&K aren't ready to pick it up in B1 and they want something else, and they don't want to give it to Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it's potentially a worrying sign for if they do make playoffs, what that's going to look like, but still early days, as I think it's a good pick for how their playstyle usually goes as well. As they will finally ban this Maokai. That was what I was more concerned about more than anything else, is if they left that open to Peanut. Could have been a Raptor pickup, but again, he's been strong on these AD picks. It feels like the Vi ban we do expect here in this final slot. Since they already did the heavy lifting and banned the Aurora, it seems like a pretty free option here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, but they're considering something else, the Sejuani, and we're locking Vi, I assume, right? Not Clear's weakest of the 3 main top lanes. He plays the Renekton over the Kennen and the Gnar. We're not just blinding that when Vi's open, are we? We are.
Yeah, apparently we are, which is pretty worrying. I do wonder what the plan will be. You know, do they want to force Raptor onto something like an Italy and really try to play around Clear a little bit more? He has been very good in some Renekton games, but some of those Renekton games were also against, like, Bro. So I'm not a huge fan. I think I'm with Wolf on this one. The Corki is going to come through for Zeka. I am very curious about what Peanut is going to play. The Vi is open. He could play Zyra again. He could play Ivern if he wanted to do that.
I mean, if you don't take the Vi here, they get Renekton and Vi. So I do think that it's a pretty safe lock-in. Instead, they will take the Gnar here. Okay, swapping last minute to the Cassante. Some giggles here. Well, that does mean Vi still goes to Raptor, and perhaps they were expecting this, as Zeka, outside of the Ahri, doesn't play that many champs that have a ton of synergy with the Vi. He already locked in the Corki here, but I mean, just blinding the Renekton instead, maybe there was an idea there. They won't go punished, and Vi Renekton's still quite strong. They can look for a synergistic pick with Closer. However, they're just going to lock Lilia.
Yeah. I mean, Lilia does have some setup. It's not quite as aggressive as something like a Nidalee, but it is an EP jungler. If Closer does want to play Yone here into the Corki, which it looks like he will, kind of does work together.
Yeah, this is not a bad draft from B&K. It's just strange to us considering how they've played and had so much success with Raptors Vi, as well as the fact that this is such a simple composition if you lock the Vi. It's still pretty good here. Peanut. Just going to play Ivern, no doubt.
The Shyvana. Zeka trolling a little bit. The Ivern, I think, makes the most sense.
I think if you consider the Corki's already locked in, double 80 carry can be quite strong with Ivern, with the Cassante in the front line to kind of zone out B&K's composition. It's hard to play Lilia when you don't have vision to all those brushes. And it also opens up the Ziggs angle, where Ziggs is quite strong with the Ivern. If they do end up picking an 80 that scales really well, you could just try to Ziggs it. As they'll take away the Varus here, once again from Henna. We saw Guma play this. You know, it was all right, but otherwise it's been a very fringe pick even after some of the buffs coming through.
Yeah. I think it's more so just, you know, we saw it. It was played by T1. Henna also plays it. Let's ban it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that you necessarily have to. They're going to ban away Leona.
Now, if you want to play Misfortune, you should probably, take this one step. They do this one thing. Yeah. Leona mains hate it. And take that away. So it's a wise choice. They banned the Ezreal, which I think is smart here. Very strong with Ivern. Taking the Zarya away is just one step further, saying we're going to take away these scaling picks. Now, they could go for an 80 carry pick here, or they could go support something safe and then see if Viper wants to play Ziggs into what they're up against. Or just go Smolder, straight up, scaling.
Yeah.
They took the other scaling picks. He's like, this is all that's left. It's not, but it is very fun, and it is very hard to punish with Ivern brushes.
Yeah, you have a lot of protection, with the shields, the brushes. You've got Cassante in the front line, and they're going to save the counter pick for support.
I feel like you have two choices, Kalista or Senna. You go Senna, Ornn, try to match some of that scaling. You have the ornaments too. You have really strong engage. Or you just go Kalista, you try to win the lane. This one I feel like is a pretty big middle ground between the two, but doesn't really lean into crushing the Smolder, nor does it lean towards scaling. So it does suit the B&K pick style. Single target blow up here is pretty strong. You can also have the sleep on top of all of that, so maybe the follow-up dive could be there. But this comp leaves me a little bit wanting because it's just not all in either way. The Poppy will come through here as a bit of a response to the Alistar. Actually, pretty cool pick. We've seen Delight play it before in the support role. I actually think it's way stronger than teams give credit for.
Yeah, it's very strong, especially if you have a bottom lane that you can pick Poppy into. Like if they pick up Kalista Renata or something, you're not playing Poppy. And in this case, you see it's Alistar, you see the whole comp. This is why, picking R5 support nowadays is so strong, and sometimes it can give you some really fantastic niche pickups like the Poppy in the support lane just to pretty much handle the entire enemy team outside of the Lilia, I suppose.
Yeah, and outside of the Lilia, this draft here for B&K looks like a DRX draft to me, But the good old Rascal Renekton B1, you're putting Teddy on his Kai'Sa, and you're hoping for the best. It doesn't have the best synergy. And I feel like I honestly would almost prefer their Game 1 draft to this one. But it is League of Legends after all. It is going to come down to execution. It is going to come down to what's Peanuts Forest.
Peanuts Forest, there was Ivern and Maokai featured on that side.
I do feel like Hanwha Life have all the right tools as well. Cheers in something in there. I don't know what that looks like, tea of some kind. Maybe Boricha with ice. I don't know. It's hot outside, so you got to get your cold drinks.
Well, this is going to be a pretty interesting one. Viper gets a chance to be the hard carry in this game. He played Jhin in the last one, did a pretty good job on that regardless. And we're ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 2.
것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
Here we go, game number 2 between BNK Fearax, who really needs a win in a series just to lock in their playoff spot, versus Home Life Esports, who are pretty dead set on not allowing that to happen tonight.
Yeah. The Yone has been pretty strong, obviously getting a little bit buffed in the early game. The ult cooldown we've discussed, like, it's a little bit worse, but doesn't necessarily seem like that's been as impactful. And it is an opportunity in this comp for Closer to pop off. We've seen it before. We've seen it from Bulldog. We've seen it from most mid laners, honestly, here in the LCK, as everyone's kind of had their one great Yone game. Fate also had a few good games at Yone, so there's an angle for this comp to snowball before the Smolder gets online, especially around some early objective fights. It's going to be Infernal Dragon first, which I think for B&K, you probably feel pretty good about the fact that there's not going to be an Infernal Soul potentially for this scaling Smolder. Smolder, or rather Closer, will charge his Q on the Raptors. That misses it.
Yeah. Generally, something you want to do. The issue for the Yone into the Corki is that you're not having a good time in this lane, especially early on. Once you hit level 6 and you have some, kill pressure, especially when your jungler's there, I feel like you have a little bit more room, but early on you're just kind of melee into Corki, and if you miss Qs, you go in and you just take even more harass. So you've got a rough lane, and as Delight is going to go in here, by the way, Viper has played 3 games.
Perfect
Smolder,
KDA.
And yeah, he has not died a single time. That's a little bit concerning if you are a BNK fan.
Yeah, slightly, I would say, as he is also known to be one of, if not the best and most consistent late-game AD carry players. As Smolder's kind of been a mid-pick recently here in the LCK, just because we have so many oppressive lanes and so many punishing lanes, where you don't feel comfortable playing this when you have picks like the Caitlyn, the Kalista, that can get huge leads, or a Senna that can sometimes match it, have a stronger early part of the late game, before the Smolder really finishes all those stacks. But in this game, with the Poppy, he's very comfortable in lane into the early Alistar. He is just going to be stacking as much as he wants with his Achus. And unfortunately, Closer is a losing lane early on this Yone pick, so start off a little bit rough. You also don't have Prio, anywhere but this top lane to try to make something happen with this early Lilia pick.
So, with Delight sitting on Zeka here, Duro doesn't have an in. We do have Raptor, who could have come in at the same time, try to take a 3v2, but the issue is that Closer doesn't really exist right now. So, Delight has just said, I'm going to leave Viper and bot. He'll be fine. He's got Peanut nearby. I'm just going to sit in the mid lane.
There's not much Raptor can do to really stave this off. And Closer he's got a pot, he's got a Doran shield, just trying to sustain up and catch waves, as even Peanut will put a brush down. Peanut really does have a friend of the forest vibe, you know what I mean? You know the tree that like Pocahontas talks to? I feel like Peanut's like the League of Legends version of that. Like, what troubles you, child?
Yeah.
Raptor, see me after the game. I've got some tips for you.
He definitely has a lot of things to teach to enemy junglers, I would say.
He's got a lot of wisdom, as he is going to show it right here as well.
Yeah. He is Ivern, so he's just going to auto and maybe land a root, especially with the Raptor showing up. Not much he can do. Peanut did go in and steal the blue buff away from Raptor, so kind of unfortunate that he has to play into Peanut's Ivern, right? We saw Ashe, Aurora, and Maokai banned, but generally a lot of teams will target ban Peanut in the LCK. They took away his Maokai. They didn't take away the rest of the forest, so did you even really do anything with those bans?
Yeah, I mean, he played the Zyro, which is very forest-like. As mentioned, his Closer is going to be okay with this charge, but less okay with the...
Yeah. I feel like... Well, he stopped Closer from backing, so that's a win. And now Peanut's coming over. Closer is going to get ignited, and he will be okay. So much focus in the mid lane in this early game for both teams.
Zeka just TP's back with a Cull and a Tear. He's like, I'm happy with my lead. I'm probably not going to kill him, but I will keep him down.
Oh, wow. Going in here is clear. Looking for the kill, level 6. and he expends his flash to do that. So, I mean, yeah, he put on the pressure, but teleport is here for Doran. So I think he can just back and then come back to lane and be okay with this, especially with the cannon wave timing. Doran is totally fine.
Yeah, he will lose, I guess, one melee minion off of this exchange. So the trade deal of the century. Clear is like, wait, I lost my flash for this? Will also teleport back to lane. And Doran hits level 6. I guess maybe Clear was very nervous about him hitting 6 during that wave crashing, but really commit very heavily there and didn't have the damage to take him out. So big miscalculation there.
Yeah.
So, you know, Hanwha Life's lead is much smaller than it was in the last game. That's a good start, I suppose.
So far, it's still early in game number 2. I do like how Delight is playing a lot around Peanut. Wow, the 3-man knockup, but the miss on the ult forces the flash from Delight, but yes, Hex Flash, so he unlocks that. Henna, or rather Raptor, is going to go in on that one and do a bit of damage, but a lot of skirmishing here before these grubs.
I mean, this comp is so good in the early skirmishes. Imagine if Raptor had ult for that play as well. Could have been a very easy cleanup. It's still going to be grubs going the way of BNK, so a small victory here could have been bigger. Perhaps if Closer's ultimate does connect there. They get a flash out of Delight. They get these grubs. Technically, you know, in air quotes, win the fight. So small boon for them as bottom side here. Viper's not really ready to fight, but Peanut is. He's going to come over here and try to steal this red buff away, kind of smite this for the steal.
Yeah, and Peanut, oh, wow, Henna's going to go in on that, and Peanut now in a really awkward spot. He's got Delight nearby as Henna did flash in for that one. Peanut pushed away from the fight, though, and that means that Fearx, BNK here, they might be able to pick up this dragon with all the pressure they put on, but they're not going to get a kill.
Yeah, no kill, but still pretty big wins. Again, small, aggressive plays, getting them some slight edges going to these objectives. They were able to get the grubs. They could get both objectives early. That would be amazing for them. One early Infernal Dragon will help this composition's sticking power, as Duro's going to zone them away. They don't end up starting the dragon up. Raptor has level 6 now. Peanut was forced to flash and is now just clearing topside. So eventually you would imagine BNK will commit.
Yeah. It's the one thing with, well, we're going to have to hold that thought as Peanut comes over with Daisy. Remember, Clear does not have his flash, and there's really nowhere for him to go. He's so far down the lane. The knockup is going to miss from the Cassante, and Daisy's just a little bit too far out. Meanwhile, we got a fight down on the bottom side. Raptor is going to hit the minions with that one, so is still going to send this leap in onto Delight, and here comes a bunch of damage into him, but he's Poppy, and Mom is going to help out in the trade as well for Viper. Duro will taxi onto the minion, but so many low health bars here on the side of BNK, they will have to back away from this one.
Yeah, and they still don't get the dragon. You know, could have just committed to that instead. They see Peanut topside, and they're like, we're pulling the trigger down here. Viper and Delight are way too far up, but the Poppy is just so tanky. Viper gets a bunch of stacks off of the exchange as well, and Closer's in trouble.
Oh man, the big one gonna come in. The flash auto from Zeka is clean, and he picks up not a solo kill this time, but it's another mid win for him.
Huge win for him. He's got a stacked wave here. Could have potentially gone for the plate off of that wave, but will decide to just take the free back instead. I think a huge win either way, as this is where we all started off with Henna getting this Void Seeker here. Decides to commit onto Peanut. And then Peanut flashes. He follow flashes, but the brush is enough to keep him alive. Then Delight gets the push away. And that is the survive here of Peanut. So flashes traded. Feels better, obviously, if you're able to punish this Ivern later for BNK. As a lot of stuff happens bottom side after that, they don't get the kill onto Viper. Then Closer hits the big one, and the Gatling gun is just enough range here for Zeka to take him out.
Yeah. Quick on the trigger was Zeka there. You saw that Closer was ready to flash, but he was just a millisecond behind. So Zeka gets the flash in first, which means that the auto comes out, and he is dead, even though he did flash as well. Closer, that is. So unfortunate for him. And, you know, it's not the same method that Hanwha Life Esports used to get the lead in Game 1, but they still have a lead 10 minutes into the game. And it's a pretty significant one at about 1,500 gold.
Yeah, last game it was the Zeri that was a little bit ahead of where she should have been. This time, Smolder doesn't have any kills, but he's feeling good about the game state.
Oh, that's a nice knock back on a Zeka, but There's just no follow-up. So knockup from Daisy, and now Duro. He's not level 6. He's actually pretty squishy, and he doesn't have his flash. He's just free food for the side of Humble Life Esports, and they will take that happily.
Yeah. Fishing trip gone wrong for the cow here. Tries to get that pick onto Zeka. No follow-up. Tough to catch a Corki, unfortunately. Down he goes, and that should actually be Hanwha Life taking the dragon here. Despite so much time spent for Peanut on the top side of the map, despite being forced to flash by Hannah moments ago, they still are never able to grab control of this dragon. Viper is getting plate gold in the bottom lane, and he is just stacking. He is just vibing. He has 86 stacks here at 11 minutes. Pretty good pace. And that's the problem they're going to have to deal with later on in this game. He might even grab another plate here. I think he will. Hannah just can do nothing as Duro is still not level 6 and is completely zoned away. They can get some grubs here in return, but it's just a big smolder problem that I don't know if it's going to be solved soon.
Knock away from the Alistair. Now Hannah is alone, and a bunch of damage is going to be put into him. He is going to eventually go down. He does use his barrier, but doesn't even bother to flash. As, again, it's just another kill onto the Poppy this time around. And it's more wins for Humble Life Esports.
2 kills on the Corki. Another win in the bottom lane. It is just not looking playable here. And I hate to say it, like at 11 minutes, 12 minutes into this game, it's already this doomed. But your win cons are so narrow as Duro Hex flashing in here. Zeka is Corki though, hard to lock him down. Daisy is going to get the Glacial Augment here as well. And without ultimate, Duro is just locked down, killed by Zeka. It's the second kill going over. Closer can offer no reprieve, and then Delight just Keeper's Verdicts. And that means Hannah is all owned.
We got an all out in the top lane, but Doran immediately is going to see Hannah here. Dodges the missile, and now Knockup's going to come down onto Hannah. Kind of in an awkward spot himself with Delight there, but not going to continue following on that. So, bit of a skirmish there. We already saw what happened down in the bottom lane. Just more wins for Viper, who's just getting free farm and is 30 CS ahead of his opponent. Duro, though, is in the top lane, going to flash in and, well, just kind of run around a little bit, as now Delight's in a lot of trouble, or rather, Delight is totally fine, as the ult comes in, and finally, the closer will be able to take him down, but it's 2 kills to the side of Peanut. Make it 3, a triple kill for Ivern underneath the top turret. Meanwhile, Viper's just solo farming.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He doesn't care. He just wants stacks. He's like, look, a kill's not going to get... I'm not Vagar. I don't need kills. I need to kill the minions. If a champion could come down here, maybe I could get more value with my choose, but otherwise just pressing Q and last hitting and taking plate gold to be more relevant later. As Zeka is also trying to grab an additional plate here. Won't be able to, even with the cannon minion, as they do see the rotation coming up of Hannah. The Alistair's nearby. Zeka's just going to play respectfully, clear this ward. So Viper gets a Triforce, has the tier nearly stacked. As we watch this play again, I mean, Duro just gets extremely exposed here by going in for the engage. Still, by the way, level 5, does not have level 6, so not taking enough to make the play. Nina's just stealing kills left and right. Flashes for the root as well after this, and is unfortunately unable to get it, but gets Henna's flash, so still worth.
스몰더 그냥 행동으로 하죠.
Let's just get Smolder big, I believe what he said. I don't know what...
Yes, happy League of Legends for Smolder.
Ah, Hengbok, he said.
Yes.
Okay.
And it is. I mean, Viper is just PvEing. Like, there was a Kai'Sa there, I think. But the issue is, you see the Smolder face up, and then you're like, okay, we're going to pick Kai'Sa Alistair for our comp. And that just leaves Viper with a free lane to farm. And it doesn't really put any... like, Kai'Sa Alistair is one of the weakest lanes that you can go for. We used to see this a decent amount, but it just doesn't pressure the lane at all. And it just means that Viper gets to have happy League of Legends and not have to worry about really doing much at all except farming.
Well, especially when you consider Peanuts at 100% KP and has also just been kind of relieving some of the pressure down there. Not that there was really any to begin with, but yeah, dividing them. I mean, Delight's had a fantastic game. Maybe the Herald going over to Hanwha Life. This one is pretty much locked up. I mean, I feel like if you're BNK, you don't want to, but you're probably starting to think about the T1 series, because this one just does not look like it's going to be it. 30 CS behind is not an acceptable scoreline for this draft, and you and I both looked at each other. We saw the Kai'Sa lock. We were like, well, is this going to be the one that punishes? And the answer was no.
Like you said, you know, either you match the scaling or you put on more pressure, and they kind of did neither, right? Like, They're not going to scale as well with Kai'Sa. They're not going to put on pressure with this, and it just kind of sits there and doesn't do as well. Meanwhile, Zeka is barely going to live against the turret.
He was considering a fast back, but decided he would go for a recall instead.
Yeah.
As he does get the turret, in all seriousness.
Maybe the fast back would have been better. Now he's like kind of sitting around with low HP. He wants to back, but he never got to. I mean, I guess he'll do some damage instead as the root comes down onto Closer underneath the turret in the Ivern brushes. So yeah. I mean, we saw the Yone as well. Like, playing the Yone into this comp is also just kind of hell. Especially with the Poppy R5. It's like, yeah, good luck, buddy. And especially because Delight was in mid lane at level 2. That's not fair.
Yeah. Thornmail feels like a very high value buy as well for Torn, not only in this matchup, but into the Yone. I mean, it's not going to feel great into Void Seekers or Lilia, but does he really worry? Is he really worried about those right now? I don't think so. He's just going to sit in the side. He was going to try to freeze him a little bit, but I mean, if nobody comes down here, Doran's just like, well, I'll wait. You go off.
You do you, Renekton. I don't care. At the end of the day, like, he doesn't really lose much except some melee minions. He doesn't need to be the carry. Like, he just needs to not die and just be present in the team fights.
He just is able to be down here and say, oh, so if no one, you know, eventually Clear will have to kill those minions. I'll lose some, but like my whole team is on Dragon. If anyone comes down here, we just collapse on them, and you know, I'm just chilling. Renekton can't kill me anymore. Can't hurt my feelings.
Yeah. Renekton was kind of hurting his feelings. Not really doing more than that to Doran. Like, he was ahead on CS. Feel a little bit bad for Clear because he has been very much the carry of this team in a lot of the games, but he just, into Life Esports, he never got a single opportunity to do so, really. It's just been shut down from minute one. Even given like a first pick Renekton, okay, here you go, we're going to play around you, we've got Lilia, we're going to try to get you ahead, you're going to be the carry, and just nothing happens.
Nothing.
It just feels so bad for him.
He flashed early to try to make that play on the Doran when he had the level 6 advantage, and then that one failed, and then they almost killed him. He was just kind of on the back foot. Yeah, yeah, Peanut's items are cheaper. This is misleading.
Yeah, it's the Ivern Power Spike.
Yes.
It's Redemption and Moonstone. And
can go for the
skill people for like 500.
He should get the Dawn Core this game, I feel like, with how this is going.
Yeah, I'm going to get a sleep here on the Delight, but remember that this is, yeah, he's got an Ivern nearby. The heal does come in, and Delight is finally maybe going to go down, but only after the trade onto Closer, and Henna's just alone in a 1v2 against, well, actually a 1v3 as Daisy is also helping out. Doran finally gets his time to shine, and this is just going to be a clean ace to the side of HLE Esports, as easy as you'd like, unless Clear somehow, very nice dodge there actually, might be able to get away, and that he will. And yeah, even Daisy's getting in on the action. Will she die? Clear desperate, and will finally take her down.
Viper's got to be getting close on his stacks, by the way. I mean, just watching him stack up over and over and over again in these skirmishes as well. Watch how this all shakes out. Look at where Peanut and Viper are right now. They're just hanging out. They're on a date. They're going to show up and be like, oh, everything's kind of on fire over there, but I don't know if we really care about it. Yeah, Henna ults Viper and then dies because Peanut flashes the wall and takes him out. And Doran is just too tanky over here in this skirmish on the left side of the fight. Zeka shows up, and now you're outnumbered because Henna just didn't show up to the really important fight.
Yeah.
So there was no damage there. It's just a disaster.
Yeah. In theory, like on paper, you look at the Lilia, you're like, hey, you know, Lilia into a couple of tanks, maybe it's going to be some good value. In reality, though, from behind, it just dies to Cassante. Like, that's just kind of what we're watching. Is like Raptor's trying to play the game, he's trying to do damage, and he just dies to the top laner.
Or like in the case of the Kai'Sa, like, I picked the Kai'Sa, I can kill the Smolder. I can't kill the Smolder, it's doomed. Yeah. Let me click on that. They're always keeping the stacks a secret.
Yeah.
I always really want to know the timing.
We're a no spoiler region over here.
We don't
when
show,
it happens.
Yeah, we don't show the gold leads in the middle of the UI or anything like that, like LEC. We just they keep it a mystery, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know, but like we don't have to show it, right?
Yeah, we play on like the normal behind one patch, right? Or not like on live, like LCS. Just No spoilers here in this region.
No. And no Barons for BNK in this region either, apparently. Not in this series, as we're just grouped way faster. Peanut is just putting brushes up, and let's see. Give it your best shot, BNK.
How are you going to engage onto this?
You can't.
I mean, they need to get somebody in those brushes. They need to get some amount of vision, and they just don't have any. As the Baron is getting pretty low, they are thinking about a turn. Look at the damage that Viper's doing on the right side. Everybody on the side of BNK has to back away, and they just had the Baron leash the entire time. They take it down before 21 minutes into the game.
Everybody's sitting here on blue buff and saying, come at me. And that's just that. I mean, they can't see anything. They can't do anything. This is what an Ivern from ahead looks like. I mean, in an ideal world, those 3 kills would have been on other champions, and then they'd be even further ahead, but he's going to use the gold to get that 2-item spike, and they're going to take out this inner. Clear's in trouble.
Yeah, Clear's been doing a good job of not dying, but he's just going to collapse. All of that stress is Peanut just tanked 3 turret shots without realizing. Maybe just for fun, you know, this Peanut.
Keep those minions alive, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's some validity to that, actually. You know, get in, tank it up, keep that wave alive. And they didn't quite do it this time, though, so kind of funny. Still going to hit the turret, and they still have enough damage. And Viper still hasn't died, so he's holding on to that Smolder perfect KDA in the LCK. And that's just a ridiculous number. Not a very high kill participation in this game, but he had some happy gaming. He just sat in the bottom lane, farmed it out. He's got 225.
If this game goes 5 more minutes, his KP is going to skyrocket, though, because he's got the scaling, he's got the stacks, he's going to be burning people down, he's going to be executing them. He is at 227. He's hit the marker at around 22 minutes. So, he's also going Haunting Guys, so he's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Leandri's. And
this is the build that I was asking for last season with Smolder. I'm like, they gotta make that a thing.
Yeah.
We very rarely saw it, but it feels very good in this comp.
We just saw Shojins all the time, and you and I are just the biggest Shojins haters. Yes. I don't know why, but it always just ends up that way. He's just not going to be touchable, I think, in this game. Ocean Drake does go for free over to Hanwha Life Esports. It is over 10,000 gold, the lead for Hanwha. And, I don't know, just feels like BNK kind of got countered. Like, they try to face into Hanwha Life Esports, and Hanwha Life are just a better version of BNK, I feel like, in many different ways.
Yeah, for sure. Doran going in.
Uh-oh. All right, clear. It's going to be okay, and Doran is extremely tanky, and he's got shields as well. As Bomb going to help out a little bit with that. Actually, a lot of it, as in goes Viper, and he's looking for a bit more. He's got a gigantic shields with the barrier and the Ivern, and you're just not even going to chip away at his health bar at this point.
I mean, they could just basically end. I mean, they have this wave here, Cannon Minion working on these Nexus turrets, Doran just keeping everyone at bay.
Yeah, they don't want to end because they want to have some fun and maybe get a Penta for Viper. It's not going to happen as the first kill goes to Zeka. Probably the rest of them will go to Viper, though. No, a double kill for Zeka, actually, as he really wants to deny the Smolder from getting any more kills in this one. It is a battle between mid and AD carry to see who is the best of the AD carries. And this time around, I guess it's Zeka, but it doesn't really matter. The game is over. 24 minutes, and Hanwha Life Esports ends BNK. They put them out of their misery, and that is one of the cleanest 2-0s we've had all season.
This will push BNK down to -5 game score. So if they don't win against T1, and Kwangdong beat DRX, they will not be going to playoffs. So a lot of additional pressure on this squad after what was a fantastic series here from Hanwha Life and from Peanut in particular. 100% kill participation in that wild and wacky game. I don't know how he doesn't get it this time, but we'll see what media has to say about it. As Doran also just kind of sitting in the top lane and buying the Thorn Mail. Now he's dealing with Renekton. He talked to Boris, who's a therapist but also a salesman. He's like, look, I know you got a lot of issues. The Thorn Mail might solve some of your problems. Take a look at this item.
Yeah.
Zeka also just having quietly a very stable but solid series himself.
Yeah, you know, he played Zeri, and then he played Corki, and just kind of got a bajillion kills. And Henna, I don't believe he was able to hit 1,000 kills. I'm not 100% sure on that, but there just weren't very many kills in general for BNK, so...
Yeah, he would have needed to get 7, I believe,
yeah.
So I don't think he did.
Maybe in the next series against T1 on Saturday. But for now, he will be denied, as the Angry Orange didn't really feel even that angry today. Just kind of felt like, okay, I'm gonna show up to work and do my job. Angry Orange kept it inside today.
Yeah, Angry Orange kind of gave you the look.
Yeah.
That your dad gave you when he was on the phone, you know, and he was like, "Don't bother me right now."
Yep.
Don't try to interrupt my momentum before playoffs. I know you're trying to do the whole playoffs thing, but maybe bother T1 about that one.
Go talk to mom about it.
Yeah, for
I
real.
can't deal with it right now.
And don't talk to the mom in the bottom lane in this one. As you mentioned, the auto there from Zeka. I do feel like right before this series, I mean, I don't feel like this actually happened. We were having a discussion, the global team, before we went into this series, have been like, you know what, I feel like Ryu's drafts have really improved. Like, they've really been quite solid here at the end of the season. It was one of the things we really criticized him for in spring and in round 1. But these 2 drafts just didn't feel like the kind of drafting that we've come to love from BNK here at the end of the season. And part of it is because Peanut is just such a good jungler, and it's so hard for a player like Raptor, who's not technically, but essentially a rookie, to actually counteract his pressure, and they didn't give themselves opportunities in many lanes to really have power. And you didn't play a BNK draft, and you're not going to playoffs off of this series.
Yeah. That's the biggest thing I was highlighting and that I was scared about for BNK is how are you going to deal with Peanut? Is Raptor going to be able to handle this guy? And the answer was a resounding no. It was a very obvious one. And just chatting a bit at the end, talking about who they're going to take down first, take the Alistair down, and...
Yeah, unfortunately, Duro spent most of this game at level 5 and didn't get much done either.
Don't group up. Look for the kill.
Doran is just like not saying anything and just picking players apart one by one by being extremely low on health. He just doesn't care if he dies. But he's also not afraid of dying because he knows he won't.
Yeah. He's got Ivern and he's Cassante.
Put those wards down. Keep him out of the fountain. It's a statement here. BNK are like, all right, let's keep our KDAs at least, you know? Stay out. Yeah, this one, in damage numbers, don't lie.
Yeah.
They're telling us the truth this time.
You can see the angle for the Lilia. It's like, hey, she did some damage. That matters, right? Well, no. Not in this game. I said it before, it just feels like BNK are kind of just countered by a similar but better team in Home Life Esports.
It does feel like BNK are going to have to go back to the drawing board before that series against T1, before they close out regular season. They need that win to go to playoffs. Today they had an opportunity, didn't feel like they really utilized it.
Yeah. Well, guys, we are done here for the first series. It was very straightforward. Let's see what the space has to say about game number 2.
We have plenty to say, Valdez. Don't you worry about that. We're back once again. And another time, Home Life Esports have just kind of won the game. They did so extraordinarily early. And man, it's a pretty decent setup going into their matchup at the end of the week up against Genji.
Yeah, this series could have been an email, as I've said before. It's a sad email, though, because this was... we're going to
say condolences at the end, or
I don't know. It's like, I'm very sorry I have to email you this, because this was a really big deal, right? This was an opportunity.
Yeah.
And I think that all of us expected Home Life to win. But at the very least... The expectation was that BNK, given how good their form has looked recently, could at least show something. And I think that it is true, as what the casters were saying, that specifically a team like Hanwha that's so control-oriented just takes away any form of chaos. And BNK just never got to play the game.
Yeah, and we really see BNK start to thrive in team fights, but both of these games were lost before we really got to like the full team fights in the mid to late game. So felt like a lot came down in the early game. We saw the Smolder picked up. And I think this kind of just shows the confidence that Home Life Esports have. They picked a very defensive composition, a lot of peel, the shielding for the Ivern, 280 carries, and a Smolder's going to be super strong in the late game. And it's clearly because BNK like playing these dive compositions, and they just never really found the way to pull it off.
Yeah, Verdun good in the 40. Dan himself also a big Smolder enjoyer. Unfortunately, Viper did not go Stackosaurus. Didn't find the augment, so he was just kind of sitting there. But it didn't matter, right? Like, the Smolder was the most fun part about this, but particularly when you look at what Hanwha Draft as a whole does, trying to play at least pseudo dive into that is just that's a nightmare. Like that's just not gonna end well. And as we saw, it didn't.
Yeah, and things are a bit unplayable when Peanut is on a tree. And he found a tree in the draft. One of them got banned away. The other one was let through because an Ashe needed to be banned. Having a look at our first highlight here, things really started to go wrong early once again.
Yeah, Peanut has come so far because I remember the first time he locked Ivern, he just walked into melee range and died a whole bunch. And now he doesn't anymore.
And I feel like Ivern in these early skirmishes can make it so difficult, not just because of the power of Daisy, but also focusing down a target, taking them out, getting that advantage in terms of numbers. So hard to do with the shielding. We saw Closer really struggle in the mid lane matchup this game. And Delight set up this play beautifully. Knock away the Alistar. Got the stun onto the Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa did have ult here, but the only way you're going to ult is kind of away from the tower, which isn't ideal. So it just felt like the edge was always there for Home Life Esports in these skirmishes.
Yeah, and I did feel like at least B&K managed to draft something for themselves that looked a little bit more B&K. You know, I felt like they were trying to go for the dive. I think as soon as the Kai'Sa came in, we were like, oh dear, Henna's Kai'Sa, it's not really something he's found too much success on. They were trying their very best not to pick it in previous series, and we're like, Kai'Sa would have been good here, and he picked Xayah instead. I kind of think maybe just stick to the Xayah.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to look like.
The early game was actually relatively close. There were a couple of moments where just an extra auto or two could have been a difference maker, but Life just always got out with their lives, and then they fell too far behind in the laning phase.
Yeah, and that snowball sort of all culminated in our next highlight here, as we can see this dive on the top side of the map. And yeah, this one's 12 minutes this time, guys. The game ended pretty quick.
Yeah, and I feel like in a situation like this, when you're in a deficit, you do not need to try and make something happen, but the response is so immediate from Home Life Esports, and there's no exit plan. This was all or nothing. We're going to make the play work.
Yeah, there was no exit plan, and unfortunately, as Ox was saying, like, Hanwha Life had such a clean response that if your Hail Mary doesn't work, then now they were down. They were like 4 or 5k gold after that play. So there's just no opportunity, especially not again into a composition that makes it so hard to ever regain control. Poppy, Cassante, Ivern, it's not the best.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that did go wrong, but a lot of things that went extraordinarily right for Home Life Esports that just managed to close it out after that play towards the top side of the map. Smolder got a few stacks, and Zeka did a whole lot of boom damage. We'll have a look at who picks up the POG here. It's going to be Delight. Oh man, there is Justice. I thought maybe that big damage number for Zeka might actually push him over the line, but instead everyone holds true to the actual carry in this game.
And I think, you know, the game felt like it was over in Home Life Esports' favor so early on because the skirmishes that end up coming ahead, you know, Delight saving Peanut in this situation, setting up this dive beautifully. And after these plays, there's one more I'm sure is going to get shown as well. You know, yes, numbers get picked up, damage numbers go really high in the rest of the game, but Delight was really the one making the plays.
What's also, as you see in any of these screenshots, I think Peanut had another great game. You already highlighted the fact that his Ivern has looked a lot better, and I think this makes perfect sense. I think the Peanut vote also great. The one top vote is you know, interesting, but doesn't
I mean,
really,
it's fine. I mean, it's left media. They're often a little bit off the wall.
Fine.
Not one single Smolder vote and not one single Corky vote. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm so proud of everyone that was doing the voting today. Vancast, gorgeous, picking up the vote for Peanut. I actually think that's fine. He had a great series. Unfortunate that we're not going to see him in the POG interview because he's great to hear from, right, for getting that info about Hanwha Life, but happy to have Delight over there as well.
Yeah, so for Hanwha Life, it kind of just reaffirms what we knew is that they are clearly the number 2 team in the LCK right now. For B&K, though, even though this was a very deflating performance, I think that they still are, in terms of current level, ahead of where Kwangdong is. And the sad reality is that they might not make it. They might end up being the one team that, just because of strength of schedule, doesn't actually get to playoffs.
That's the thing, that I think they have a decent shot. You know, if it was like Gen G being their final series, I'm like, look, it's probably just doomed. But T1 have been in shaky form. I think at their best, B&K FearX can beat them. This was always going to be the harder series. They just need to not get demotivated. And for the side of Home Life Esports, that final series against Gen G, I think expectations is still in favor of Gen G, but I'm hoping we get to see them really challenge them and spice things up for playoffs.
And the thing that I actually like, if you think about it, if T1 loses to B&K, that could actually just be our first round of playoffs for either of those teams as well, right? So if B&K can't actually beat T1, then it doesn't actually matter that much anyway because they'd lose to them in the first round of playoffs regardless. So if they're able to actually take down T1 though, then that could be kind of ridiculous because there is no loser bracket in the first round. And T1 could find themselves out if BNK manages to get themselves together. And what we were talking about was the fact that they weren't allowed to play early skirmishes. T1 does like to often play with some early skirmishes and mix things up in the early game.
Yeah, and again, to me, the fact that the playoffs race is still this close is a really cool thing. It's something that we've had in many a past LCK split not be the case whatsoever. But it does feel like with BNK having out this series, I'm worried. I really want to see this team. I think that they are super fun, but there is also a lot of tape and a lot of personal heartbreak when it comes to them just not making it at the last hurdle.
Yeah, I also think that they've got a lot of extremely young players. BNK has a bright future ahead of them. I think Duro and Clear really starting to come into their own. I think Closer is turning into a leader for this squad. Raptor, a phenomenal addition. And Hen has had some ups and downs, but did actually start off as one of the stronger players on this team. So I think that BNK, come 2025, could really be a team to get behind. Chronicler,
good optimism.
Yeah?
Definitely won't break my heart again, Atlas.
Definitely not. Just try to go in one more time. Orcs, what do you reckon? Do you reckon there's a hope for BNK up against T1, or do you reckon it's kind of doomed?
I still think there is. I think T1, their form's kind of been all over the place. I feel like sometimes they go through these periods where they're trying to solve what they want to draft. And I think if BNK FearX come in, they know their identity. If they lean into that, they will have a team against them who will opt into those skirmishes. And I think they have a chance to outperform them. They don't have the Genji Honor Life who just go, no, hands off. We'll only take a fight if we know we're 100% winning it. They'll get skill checked by T1, and in that form, they might win it.
We'll see whether they can do it. But now it is time for us to throw the reins over to Jisun and take you through the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by Zeka and Delight on the side of Hana Life Esports after they secured a 2-0 dominant victory up against BNK FearX. Congratulations on the win. And with today's victory, Hana Life has achieved a 4-match winning streak. Your momentum heading into the playoffs is looking strong. How do you feel? Yeah, this is the very last week right before the playoffs, so it means a lot that we managed to get a clean 2-0. Same, happy to get a clean 2-0 win. Zeka, this is the first time you have picked Zeri in the regular season. You had a lot of other AD made in the option, but why did you choose Zeri? So Zeri has become a very popular pick in other regions as well, and I thought it's very, very good. And there was an incredible play from you in the first game. Let's talk about it while we take a look at the replay together. Do you remember this action? Yeah. So you were actually getting dove by Rel and MF, but you got a kill and ran away from it. So I was pretty well scaled already, so I saw the angle to actually finish that Rel, and then rest of the teammates were telling me that Kennen also TP'd in the flank angle, so I was trying to find a way out, and I got lucky, so I got a way to escape, but also got a kill. I think I gotta share the credit with the teammate who made a great shot calling over there. And then in game 2, BNK FearX brought out their signature dive comp, while Hana Life responded with a smaller Poppy support combination. What was the strategy behind this comp? We had Iron, Corki, mid-jungle, and then Smolder. So as long as we get through the early game, mid and late game is in our hands. Also, game 2, Hana Life was very quick to kind of secure a very big lead. early on. So let's take a look at this replay where you perfectly countered the turret dive attempt.
일단 처음에는 로밍으로 레넥톤 쪽을
So I was just trying to make a roam towards the top side to kind of see an angle onto the enemy Renekton, and then I kind of realized the opponents are also going for a turret dive, so we managed to kind of turn it around. And then there was a voice comm on air where you mentioned Smolder is having a happy League of Legends moment. What did you mean by that? He was just farming, you know. He was just taking CS while everyone else was just fighting and fighting, you know. What a happy boy. So did he really seem happy sitting next to you? I mean, I don't really know, but he just having his own time by himself, so I was jealous. So yeah, we were fighting with our lives on the top side, but they were saying something I could not even hear it, but I guess he was farming CS, so maybe, I guess he was happy, you know, as a smolder.
8월 28일에 또 출시가 되는 LCK 팀들의 감정 표현이
Now, the LCK team's global emotes set to release on the August 28th was revealed. We have angry orange over there.
일단 딱 봤을 때
Are you happy how it turned out?
아령 들고 있는 게 딱 저희 팀 색깔이
I think it really suits the color of Hana Life, you know, doing the workout, lifting.
그런가요?
Any impression maybe?
오, 그런 것 같아요. 그래서 마음에 드시나요?
Do you like it though?
마음에 드는 것
Yeah, I really like
딜라이트
it.
선수는요?
전 처음에 봤을 때는
At first, I was like, what is this?
보면 볼수록 좀 귀엽고 괜찮은
But it kind of grew in me, so yeah, I kind of like it now.
아니 전 앞에 봐가지고
I mean, Zeka already did the impression, so I might just skip on that.
아주 귀엽게 잘 나온 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 제카 선수가 현장에 와주신
And Zeka, today you were giving away a little gift for all the fans who came to Low Park. Anything you want to say to the fans? I prepared a little gift for my fans because I have been receiving, you know, an incredible amount of love and support for the fans that I don't think I even deserve that much. So this time around, I really wanted to repay all the support from my fans by preparing a little bit of a, you know, snack for them to enjoy while watching the match here live. Now this Sunday, you will face Gen G as the final match of the regular season. What are your thoughts and resolution for this match? So we're gonna rewatch the VODs and, you know, see what kind of mistakes that we made today and trying to make sure that come back with a stronger performance. Yeah, the Sunday match will be first place versus second place. It's gonna be a hype match. It's a very important match for us. I mean, we already have all the standings secured for first and second place, but still, it's gonna be a very important match for us to kind of check up our performance before the playoffs. Same. Also, this is a matchup against me and my former teammates, so I really want to take them down, and I'm coming to get you guys. And this will be the end of the POD interview from Delight Zeka, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisung, for the translation. Great to hear from both Zeka and Delight after their victory over BNK. As you can see here right now, BNK still trying to hold on to that playoff position. You can see at the moment they are one match ahead, but Kwangdong Freaks, they have DRX, and BNK, they have T1.
And you can see from the game score difference, BNK FearX so far behind. If it's even in series, they ain't making it. So they really need to beat T1 if they're going to secure that spot. I think praying for Kwangdong Freaks to lose to DRX is not the best route.
Might be a bridge too far.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. Although, I gotta say, Kwangdong under pressure have also not coped very well. So one of these two teams is gonna find a way to make it somehow. The most likely, though, I think is still Kwangdong, but I hope BNK can get that upset. Especially now that T1, you know, they've already qualified. Could be the angle.
Yep, looks like whoever is going in, though, is likely to be facing off against D+. And that is going to be a difficult one. A round one telecom war could be a very interesting scenario. Not everything has been completely locked in just yet, though, so we'll just have to find out how it is all going to go.
If DK win, they are locked in third. So if they can beat the Bros,
Very true. That's coming up right now. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether DK can lock down that third place or whether the bros have another blue shell up their sleeves. We'll see you there.
디플러스기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다. 아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아온 이게 팬들을 극한의 하락과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
일단 팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
고성이야 이번 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면은 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자.
I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never bleed, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower.
안녕하세요. 제이스 성우 남도형입니다. 23년 월드 챔피언 T1 팀의 우승 스킨이 드디어 출시됐습니다. 우승 스킨 속 11가지의 재미있는 사실 함께 보시죠. 1. 사방신. 한국에서 치러진 월즈에서 타 지역 리그에 맞서 극적으로 LCK를 지켜낸 순간이 있었죠. 그때 극적인 스토리를 LCK를 수호하는 사방신으로서 표현했다고 합니다.
저는 제이스 좋아합니다.
2. 제우스는 제이스가 좋아. 제우스 선수의 1픽은 늘 제이스였다고 합니다. 다양한 옵션이 있었지만 선수의 매우 강력한 요청에 의해 스킨의 주인공은 제이스가 되었습니다. 제우스의 힘을 느껴봐라. 3. 제우스의 늦잠. 제우스 선수는 마지막 스킨 미팅에 늦잠을 자서 참석하지 못하는 해프닝이 있었습니다. 하지만 이후에 따로 추가 미팅을 통해 전달했다고. 4. 정말 내가 쓰려고 만드는 스킨.
깔끔한 심플? 심플 앤 깔끔.
제우스 선수는 스킨의 화려함보다는 실용성을 추구했습니다. 디벨롭하는 과정 속에서 너무 복잡하거나 화려한 이펙트들을 줄여달라고 요청했다고 하네요. 나는 더 나은 스킨을 위해 싸운다. 5. 이 세계에서 월즈를 우승한 내 리신이 다른 세계선의 S급 리신을 만남. 오너 선수는 귀환 모션에서 뱅기 선수의 리신과 마주치고 홀로그램으로 부서지는 초안이 있었는데 서로 힘겨루기를 하는 모습으로 최종 결정되었다고 합니다. 6. 오너와 백호랑이.
오너 선수님은 팬님 없나요?
호랑이단으로.
오너 선수는 리신 스킨의 사방신 중 백호의 상징을 넣고자 했습니다. 궁극기의 호랑이 이펙트, 가슴의 호랑이 발톱 자국 모두 오너 선수의 의견이었다고 합니다. 오너 선수의 호랑이 사랑은 유명하죠. 7. 심플리스 더 베스트, 페이커. 평소 AI 같은 이미지인 페이커 선수이지만 의외로 스킨 피드백에선 오리아나의 기계적인 면과 화려한 부분을 덜어달라고 했다고 합니다. 8. 불타오르네. 페이커 선수는 우승 직후 첫 스킨 미팅 때 우리에게 익숙한 진한 빨간색보다 좀 더 빛나는 불의 색으로 표현해달라고 했습니다. 9. 우리 귀여운 둥이. 구마유시 선수는 징크스의 귀한 모션에 반려견 둥이의 등장을 강력히 희망했습니다. 둥이를 담기까지 많은 피드백이 있었고 결국 이렇게 귀엽게 완성되었네요. 둥이는 스플래시 아트에도 깨알같이 들어가 있습니다. 10. 뉴진스 나와!
둥이 나와!
캐리아 선수는 바드의 모션에 뉴진스의 춤을 넣길 희망했습니다만 여러 차례 미팅 후 바드의 얼굴과 정령들에게 토끼를 가득 담는 것으로 캐리아 선수의 팬심을 담았습니다. 11. 2022년의 아쉬움 그리고 극복. 바드의 귀환 모션에는 특별한 스토리가 있습니다. 눈물을 흘리던 당시 캐리아 선수를 1년 뒤에 캐리아 선수가 다독이는 것 같아 저도 덩달아 찡하네요. 자, 지금까지 알고 보면 더 재미있는 11가지 사실들을 살펴보았습니다. T1의 스토리가 가득 담겨있는 스킨, 많은 기대 부탁드립니다.
Welcome, Poggers, to the Pog State Playoffs debate. That almost kind of rhymed. I have Wolf, the B&K representative. I have Chronicler, the grumpy Kwandong boy. And we have Brendan Valdez, who is now feeling way more upset about having drawn KT.
My vibes are great. I was not happy in the video.
Yeah, you weren't happy in the video. And now, because, like, of course, the video was taken a few days ago. That was when KT were freshly off their win over Humble Life Esports. Things feeling all right. Not to add some vibes here, because, of course, these are three teams that right now, Kwandong Freaks are one win behind both KT and B&K. That is going to cost Chronicler a little bit when it comes to his debating skills. But we have a format for this. And so we are going to be starting with the best first, with the worst first, with the middle first. Depends what day it is. It's time for KT. It's beautiful. Valdez, I'm going to give you...
Right?
Yep, I'm going to give you 2 minutes.
Okay.
And you're going to give me your argument as to why KT...
Could I have a pen? Need to make notes.
What?
Yeah, it's very important.
No, it's fine. You don't need to write any notes.
You are not allowed to? Okay. Pens in hand. We're ready to go. And our lefties are... What?
Why is everybody a lefty? You
It
guys
is
are
really
weird.
strange, yeah, that
They
we're
lose
all
points.
left-handers. Yeah, but
Already.
there we go. I will press the button, and then you will begin your argument, and try not to pay
Nay.
too much attention to them writing things down in their notebooks, like if they were psychologists and you were telling a story, and then they're like, oh,
How does it
write
make me
things down.
feel
Yeah.
that KT lost to Bro?
Well, save
Well, let's,
that for within the 2 minutes. So I'm going to
All
press
right.
one of these buttons. Is it? Can I just press the green one here?
Probably.
3, 2, 1.
All right, Your Honor and members of the jury, I am going to tell you why KT Rolster is absolutely 100% making it into playoffs. That's because they are the most known quantity of the LCK. They're always in the middle. They are always going to be right where you expect them, which is losing to Bro, but also the only team that has beaten Genji this year, and the team that has 4 world titles under their belt. They have guys like BDD and Pyoshik who take it personally when they have to play against really good players on the enemy squads, right? Think about their game against T1 when nobody expected them to win. They were able to overtake them and eventually start kind of the downfall of T1. And KT, you know, they did drop the game to Bro, but I feel like I do need to address it. They always play against their opponents kind of at the level of their opponents. So today, a lot of our teams have been having some happy gaming. T1's done it, DK's done it, Hanwha Life Esports has done it. Even Genji did it that one game. KT, they deserve a little break. They lost to Bro. It happens. Bro are a bunch of Giga Chads, that's fine. I think that in their remaining schedule, they have both Genji and DK left. And they will have amazing performances against those two teams. They will definitely beat DK in my mind. Genji is another, iffy one. But even if they beat one other opponent, they hit 9 wins, which historically, even to just make it into playoffs, all you need to do is get like 7 wins at times, 8 wins. So essentially, all they need to do is just beat one of Genji or DK, or they could beat DRX, which they are definitely a better team than, but maybe the Bro thing happens again. I definitely expect these guys to make it into playoffs, and I don't think it's going to be close. I think, actually, I would be most scared of KT if you are a team in playoffs, because they will just overperform against you.
And that is time, well timed there. I will say that I need to give these gentlemen some time to rebut, as we're just starting it again. That was a bit weird.
Max, turn your watch off.
This is actually very
Your Honor.
accurate judge
Drag it-
behavior. If you played,
Drag it down the thing
if
on
you
the
played
top, and
Phoenix,
then
right?
It might like
This
grab
is-
onto it and drag it like the notification at
This
the
is
bottom
exactly
of it.
what would happen
Yeah,
to
there you
the
go.
judge.
And then hit the top one. See the 2 buttons that came up.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I guess it worked.
Very judge-like behavior. Actually,
job, Your
really,
Honor.
really good job here from
Just,
Your Honor.
as long as we cut
Some
that,
boomer
that's fine. It only took me about 11 years. Okay, so now you gentlemen can have time to rebut. You have 30 seconds each. I will time it. What we're going to have to do is have one of you go 30 seconds, then immediately the next person starts. I don't want to give you time to think and consider what each other are saying. So we're going to need Chronicler. I will allow you to start this time around.
Wolf can
Next
go
time there's
first.
an opportunity to
I will
start.
do.
Wolf, you can start.
I can't believe you guys actually wrote notes. I'm not writing notes.
Okay. That's enough, KT.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay. Chronicler.
So I only have 30 seconds, right?
Quandonicler.
Well,
Yes, you
and-
have 30 seconds. Well, actually, you have
Quandonicler.
29 seconds because I can't be bothered resetting it. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I'd like to go into the arguments that Mr. KT here has given. First of all, being Genji, super fraudulent. Sada Nautilus was extremely broken on the patch. They were very good early adopters, but outside of that, not actually in terms of gameplay, ever able to match that. And I think that relying on such a Hail Mary is not going to be a very consistent way to make it into playoffs. Same thing for Hanwha Life. The Hanwha Life win was entirely due to the Shyvana incident, which I think we all know was the major reason, because it was still a free gamer when they had 2 games of Shyvana.
That's enough.
All right. Known quantity. KT Rolster. 50-50.
It's known that they're 50-50.
Known quantity. Everybody knows it, that they're the most unknown quantity in the LCK. Everybody knows it. We all know it. Everybody knows it. Basically just beat one team. Strong argument. BDD and Pyoshik reliance. BDDs look a little bit rough a lot this season. And I got 2 words for you. Ivern ban.
Damn, he didn't even need all the time. It was pretty clean. Not gonna lie to you. There's some argumentative energy here. I do need to go for a bit of a reset once again. Don't know how to.
Your Honor.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I just struggle with technology. I am an older gentleman.
You guys are taking notes. I have to take notes.
Yeah, you better. Well, you just said the whole time that you weren't taking notes.
I don't know. They're really serious, so now I have to take notes.
Wow.
Even if I'm not going to write anything meaningful.
KT's being really unpredictable.
Who could have known?
Okay. Kwangdong, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. That button.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor. I would like to talk about why Kwangdong are going to make playoffs. I think that first and foremost, everyone keeps talking about the Kwangdong mid-season collapse. I would like to draw attention to the fact we're no longer in mid-season. We are now coming up to the end of the season. There's a reason why the mid-season collapse only lasts through the middle. If we look at last playoffs, same thing happened. It was looking like it was dire in week 6, week 5, week 7, but push comes to shove, Kwangdong was 6th. They made it to playoffs without so much as a hitch. And I'd like to remind everyone who they were playing with back then. That was Taeun and Bull. The bar was not high, and I think Kwangdong has severely improved with the inclusion of Leaper. I think additionally, when it comes to Kwangdong, there is one man that we need to talk about consistently, and that's the fact that one of the best junglers in the LCK in a jungle meta is on this team. This is a must ban. You cannot give Cuz Nidalee. The moment you give him Nidalee, he will take over games, including against some of our top players. We have seen this man school every single jungler on the Rift. Additionally, when we look at the strength of schedule, Kwangdong has the opportunity to take out 2 of their direct competitors next week. And even if that doesn't work out, there's still the backup. Particularly the series against DRX, given the complete shambles that DRX is in right now, should be a complete freebie. But we've seen T1 be in very heavy flux. And particularly when it comes to the current meta, Tristana is still viable in the hands of a talented player. Bulldog has been playing this longer than everyone else. Dudu has fully awakened, as we've clearly seen, can now individually match some of the best top laners. And if we look at some of the top laners he's facing right now, player like Zeus, he's really struggling. Player like Perfect has shown inexperiences that I think my top side can heavily exploit. And with Ondil back in good form, I have utter faith that Kwangdong will make it to playoffs.
Oh boy, here we go again. Sorry, Your Honor.
You got it this time.
Sass, Your Honor.
That's some points off for KT. Let the record show.
Okay, they'll get their points back somehow.
If you keep interrupting.
Sorry.
I'm not even flipping a coin anymore. It's just tails. But no, it is now time for some rebuttal. And it is BNK's turn to go first. KT, you will be immediately afterwards. Do not make another insolent comment before making your rebuttal, please, because that will eat into the time. Is that okay? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. BNK, and go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Because Nidalee takes over games when they have winning lanes and winning prio, and I've seen that bottom lane. Talking about Leaper being a big step up, that's true, but I don't think he's close to depth, and I think Henna is probably more consistent than him right now. I'm also going to say Ondil is one of your strong points. Well, it's a little bit strange because he seems to disappear from time to time. Sometimes he's not on the roster. That might happen again. So that's not even something that I think you can really rely on. And Zeus being in the conversation as being a weak top laner is kind of a really weird argument to bring up when you're talking about Dudu being
So in spring, Kwangdong Freaks, they barely crossed the line. So that mid-season collapse was really, really bad. And then they got absolutely smashed in playoffs. It was, you know, if every other team below them wasn't as good, they wouldn't have made, or if they were a little bit better, they would have been able to not make it. KT was ahead of them in spring as well. Leaper, as Wolf said, was not exactly a strength. And also, they only look good today because they beat Nongshim, so I don't think that really matters. Weak.
That's my gavel. Okay. Little bit weak on the rebuttal there, KT, but you'll figure it out, I'm sure.
He's just mad because you insulted him. He's wielding
Your
his
Honor.
power.
Objection.
Objection.
I just wanted to say it.
Oh, can we all do we should all do our own objection? You know, like the voice clip from Phoenix Wright.
Yeah, we should actually do it so that
During
we can throw it in
maybe
there.
later on.
Yeah. And then you could even, like, while people are making their final arguments, what you need to do, instead of actually interrupting, you get your solo camera, right? And what you do is you make direct eye contact And then Ian can edit in an objection above your head if you want to.
That seems a little bit complicated. I think I'm just going to talk over people.
Truly the American way, Wolf.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, we've got two different schools of thought for the debate here, but I think that's either is fine. Either is fine. I'm going to just go back to commanding respect mode because we still have one more delegate, and that is B&K. So far, some pretty good arguments for both of these teams. I'm starting to feel like maybe something's coming together in my mind as to who I'm going to assume is going to be in the playoffs. But B&K, it is now your time. So 2 minutes on the clock. Please tell me why B&K are going to be in the playoffs.
I don't see any minutes there. Oh, never mind.
Thank you, Your Honor. 2 minutes to talk about this amazing team, B&K VRX. They brought in a new support. He's actually made the team stable. They're no longer just flipping games. Raptor unlocked. He's playing Lee Sin. He's taken over games in a big way. Champion pool back to his challenger style. That's looking very successful for them. Clear, living up to the expectations that we had for him, as well as Chronicler's love for him. When Chronicler said he was good, he was bad, by the way. But now that Chronicler's given up on him, he's
Objection,
good again.
Your Honor.
And so that's a strong point. And the main thing is Raptor and Closer's synergy mid and jungle. And I think that's what this team is now starting to draft around, and that's the reason why they're going to go to playoffs. Anything can be a pick comp if you play it the right way. Talia, you can play into a pick comp. Doesn't even have to have strong jungle mid synergy. If you have an Ashe arrow, you could set things up with what they've done before. You also have the opportunity to play Azir as a pick comp if you can catch somebody with the Emperor's Divide. We've seen Closer improve his Azir quite a bit. We're also seeing different compositions around the Ahri coming back. Very strong move for them. And it looked initially like potentially B&K was actually going to be a team that they're so predictable that you could actually ban Vi and just win against them. But they found so many other ways to set up picks. Their Gnar compositions are looking fantastic with Clear. He's looking really good on the pick. His Gnar bar times have been some of the best in the LCK. And B&K is a roster that doesn't really collapse. They only rise up. They get better. One of the best teams of all time. Everyone knows it. It's very clear. B&K, one of the best teams of all time. Yeah. They have a huge legacy as being the kids who never panic. That's right, the cool kids who never panic. And they won't panic in playoffs. They're going to get a pick comp. They're going to win it.
That'll do.
Connie were like 8 things. I have 3 things.
Off the rails at the end of that one.
I don't know. I had too much extra time. I didn't know what to do.
2 minutes is a lot. Like,
I think I know which president you were channeling in that particular part of the debate, and that's totally fine. We're all up to
Sleepy Wolf.
Yeah. Wasn't the assumption. Okay, and now it is rebuttal time. We're gonna let KT go first this time around. You haven't been first yet, right?
Nope.
Okay.
No, correct, Sam.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep. Facetiosity here. Okay, you've got 30 seconds, KT. Pay attention.
All right, so you talked about Duro being a consistent thing. He is actually, you said KT was an unknown quantity. Duro is the most unknown quantity. He is a super new player, and yes, he's looked good against weak teams, but when we actually come down to crunch time, I can see him easily collapsing under the pressure. Closer is, you mentioned him as well with Raptor, good synergy. That's also kind of new. Bit meta-dependent there. Also, B&K very well known for their late-season collapse, much like Quantum Freaks in the mid-season.
As we've learned today, there are several incontrovertible laws of nature in the LCK. And one of those laws is if you put your faith in B&K, they will break your heart. I know, because it happened to me multiple times. I still think about Croco, and when they got to that final game, and they couldn't get to Worlds, and guess what? When the chips are down, when everything comes down to it, B&K does not deliver. There is absolutely zero way this team won't somehow throw a massive lead and bungle the chances of playoffs.
It's weird every time Chronicler supports a team. Every time Chronicler supports a team, they seem to actually fail. So I mean, maybe
talking out of turn.
Well, actually, no. This is time for everyone to just have a conversation together. I'm going to absorb information as you guys try and go through some of your points. I don't know whether I should actually be involved in this talk. I'd prefer not to be. I want to be a fly on the wall.
We're going to be just talking over each other.
That is the whole point.
Yeah.
I'm not going to moderate. I am technically
Honor.
the moderator.
Your Honor,
moderator.
that's...
I know you
He's
probably
gonna
don't
eat
like it.
popcorn, I
That's
think.
fine. I'm gonna probably open my gavel and consume whatever's inside. That's what I was thinking about.
Could be anything.
No, I will try and mediate a little bit. However, I need you guys to remember that you're trying to convince me. You're not trying to make your fellow teammates look bad.
Damn.
Right.
That's Wolf's only strategy.
So I mean, I'm just saying that may not necessarily win you points unless it's a really good burn. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes on the clock this time. And I actually did it. Holy crap.
Well done.
And there we go.
Oh, and as
Discussion
began,
time.
I just want to say, Max, that you have KT as 5th on your end of season predictions.
Thanks
So
for that.
They're number 5 in your mind and in my mind, and it should be in everybody's mind that KT is making it 5th.
I would like to make clear that there are 2 playoff spots and not only the 5th spot matter. So
It just matters a bit
I'm
more.
happy that I don't think it does. It's about which 2 teams are making it, and there is still ample opportunity for KT to drop down to.
Well, they have a
below
buffer game
6th.
because your team has one less.
I think
win.
the assignment was to
with
decide
DRX
which team
is
was
that
going to
buffer
get
game.
5th. The assignment was to determine which team was going to get 5th. I don't think we're adding extra spots in here.
No, obviously that's the main priority, but we shouldn't forget that when everything's said and done, there's going to be 2 teams that make it to playoffs. So our job is to determine who's the weakest team.
Yeah, and it's going to be okay. Just to clarify, gavel down. That means that in the instance of this, it's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So 5th, as was KT's argument, is 1st.
Exactly.
As far as this argument is concerned, you don't get points for coming 2nd.
That's right, Chronicler. North 6th, North 7th.
Yeah,
Quantum
and you see
Freaks.
Quantum Freaks is currently in 3rd
If you want to
place.
be the best.
By
I mean,
that-
if
by-
you want to be
no.
2nd, that's fine.
No, but by definition, my team is currently behind the game, and I do think that they will make up that game by winning against DRX. DRX right now are in absolute shambles. Unfortunately, they don't seem to have a top laner.
one out of the 4 teams you
It's
have to
decent
face.
recovery,
one way or
but-
another.
DRX is one of the teams.
Yeah, that's
that you have to
correct.
play
And the
out
other
of
2
4.
teams are teams where Kwangdong did very well. Might I remind you that KT Kwangdong round 1?
Might I remind
I
you,
don't
Teddy
remember. Sorry.
versus Leaper? Maybe Teddy won't pick Zaya this time.
Yeah, but you still don't have
maybe.
but not only is that a maybe, but you also still don't have a top laner. As much as I love my challenger players, we've clearly seen that Frog, unfortunately, is no more up to the task than Rasco is. The reason why we keep talking about DRX is because I want to make clear that effectively Kwangdong is on the same score as the other 2. So all it comes down to is whether we can beat BNK, whether we can beat KT. I think KT, I'm not going to touch because it's 50-50 no matter what I say. I know you're on
Yeah, right in the middle at 5th.
So there's well, that's not actually true because if it's a 50-50, if
5.5,
Kwangdong,
which rounds up to 6.
No,
Remember
if
what they were in
Kwangdong
spring?
win,
5th.
Yeah,
What are they now? 5th.
If
7 and
Kwangdong
7.
wins, that means that they're most likely overtaking KT, right? But the main thing is BNK. This team is just not dependable. They found a very small meta style that works for them right now. But
Pot?
the moment we are
Kettle?
going to get... I think my team has more diversity in playstyle.
Bulldog is
I think
only one game
Chronicler's
to
hogging the
Tristana.
mic.
Bulldog is only 1 game to Tristana. He may be undefeated on the pick, but he can only play Tristana.
Yeah, you can
He's
easily
not good at
ban that.
Azir or Hui or Corki.
Remember Ivern ban, 2 words.
Yeah.
Tristana ban, 2
Bam,
words.
easy.
Got him. Bulldog
And-
doesn't have a champion pool.
All right, speaking of
You know
some
who has a
mid laners,
champion
you know
pool?
who's picking?
BDD.
You know who's picking Orianna when it makes absolutely no sense? That's
It
BDD.
looked so good.
Yeah, I'd also
he crushed them with
liked
it.
a
It was
lot of
He
amazing.
crushed Bro with it? I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think it looked really bad. It didn't
was-
make
Not
any
that
sense.
Orianna game, the one before. the other one.
I wasn't talking about the good Orianna.
There was
game.
one more thing. I heard KT earlier say and talk about how the fact that Deft, Deft is looking great,
I
looking
didn't say
better.
anything about Deft.
No, you did mention Deft at some point.
I'll mention Deft. He's
Did
not
I?
looking
Don't
so
re-
great.
I don't remember that.
I just want to
He
remind everyone.
talked about
I
Deft
just
in
want to
his
remind
rebuttal.
everyone that Deft today lost the 2v2 to Envy and Palu. Straight up, no jungle intervention.
Ashbrom is a really strong bot lane. Palu's looking
They
like
had
Deft
Ezreal
but Deft
Rakan.
didn't
Palu's
seem
looking
to
really
know
good
it. Deft
nowadays,
did not
okay?
seem to know how Ash worked, and it's weird because there's a lot of competitive games on Ash.
It's happy gaming. It happens to anyone, especially KT.
It might be some sad gaming when they're back in the
You
team
guys
house
were
when they
like,
don't make
oh yeah,
playoffs."
I don't think they can beat Genji. They don't have to beat Genji. They have 3 other games.
Yeah, I mean, I
KT.
think you guys are
They have
both.
DK. They're gonna crush them.
You
They
guys have both no idea what you're
DRX as
talking
well, I
about.
think.
You guys are clueless. Clear.
Wrong.
Only the Clear is the only player in this contention that I can trust the blind pick Gnar. And sometimes we don't like blind pick Gnar. Have you seen this guy win lane on Gnar? He crushes it. He gets solo kills. He gets turret plates. Safe lane to play through, but also can absorb pressure. I'm telling you guys, Clear, looking good. You're looking at Raptor, champion pool unlocked. He's going back to his challenger's roots, and he's playing with Closer. Closer actually gets to be a player when he's got a jungler.
There's only one team that I think other teams are scared of, and it's KT. It's not Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, but
And
KT
it's not
can also watch the
being
Quantum. I would like to remind everyone as we close the free speech, there is only one player, and that's the player in my top lane that has a champion named after him, which is Dusante, and we saw it again today.
Oh. I just want to clarify that Kwangdong was not trying to end free speech. Even though it sounded like that, that's not what he was actually trying to do. I would not allow that.
Does that sometimes.
Yeah. Because that's what this is all about in this fair debate. Okay, so now it is time for final speeches. This has all been ordered previously, and this is not based on my biases. And so first it's going to be KT.
Yeah.
You're going to have a minute
Yeah.
to tell me exactly why. And I've got things in my mind that haven't been mentioned yet for all teams. I'm going to be bearing them in mind as we head towards...
Barreling
them in mind. As we head towards me and my making of a final decision.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I need you to focus on what those things might be and really try to nail them in your final speeches, okay? That's what I want to see the focus as. All right. KT, your time starts now.
Barrel. Well, so he had a really rough game today against Bro. I'm just going to address it. I think that he was playing Genshin while he was playing League of Legends, or before and after probably, and he was pretty distracted. I think that when it comes to actually crunch time, he will focus. He'll put the phone away and he'll play League of Legends. He's really good at that. They had a rough day today. That happens. Also, KT very well known for bouncing back really strongly after one of these easy losses. Hirai is he's going to crack the whip, if you know what I mean, and he's going to get these guys in shape, and they're going to come back. And I think they might actually upset Genji here. Perfect, also a bit of a weak day. I think that he is, though, another one of those really young, great top laners, and I'm really impressed by him and his Rumble and stuff like that. His Gnar was good as well. So I think it's pretty obvious that KT's going to win, and yeah, nothing else to say.
That's fine. Well done, KT. I'm going to go ahead and reset this in a correct fashion. You're going to have 59 seconds. I apologize for that, Kwangdong Freaks, but that's just because I don't know how to use an iPad very well.
That's okay, Your Honor.
Thank you for your understanding. You can start talking, and then I'll give you a second, and I'll press the go button, okay? So it's on you.
So we've already talked a lot about the 5 members on each respective teams, talked a lot about what they offer. I think it's time to talk about the 6th man, and that is CVMax. I think that CVMax is very obviously, and for many a reason, a controversial coach. But I think it's important to note that he has also been part of some of the greatest talent developments that we have seen within competitive League of Legends. This was the man that was at the helm of some of the most successful challenger projects that we've ever seen. And I think that even though there have obviously been a lot of moments where it hasn't been enough, hasn't been able to actually make it happen to the end, he was the man that got this team back to playoffs last time around in spring. This time, I know Leaper rather doesn't need to be the end of the world. He just needs to be good enough. And I think right now, with the bot lane in the back in stable form, CVMax's drafting is one of the biggest advantages that he has over some of the random stuff that KT does or the predictability of BNK.
A little bit over time there.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Random.
That's 58. So we're gonna just okay. I'm gonna count you in there, BNK. We're gonna hear your final thoughts for 1 minute on the clock, and your time starts now.
So I've already talked a lot about the mid-jungle synergy, Clear's improvements, bottom lane having Duro now. They look a lot more stable. And I think that those are the main reasons why I think BNK is going to be the team that makes it into playoffs in that 5th place spot, ideally. But I want to address the CVMax issue, which has been a huge drafting issue for Kwangdong Freaks in not only the past, but also recently. So I think that's actually something that you brought up that reminded me that the drafting has been quite poor recently, and they've been running it back in Game 2, which means they're losing a lot of 2-0s, so that's not looking great. KT Rolster really need to get it together in terms of the debate here as well. Like, come on, Valdez. What? And I just want to say both of these debaters didn't even look at B&K's strength of schedule, which is by far the hardest because they play against D+, Hanwha, and T1. You guys didn't even do your research. I win.
I guess B&K got third.
That's why I said I wasn't going to tell you, because they play against DK, Hanwha, and T1. I looked up right before this and I was like, it is not going to happen. But you guys didn't even look at it.
But then you
we were talking about our teams.
You could have just not mentioned it.
Yeah,
we mentioned it in your final speech.
So I was honest and let him know that I knew about it.
He really gave me way too much credit.
Yeah.
But also, I take into account things that are said
before
I have my final assessment.
I just randomly told Valdez he did a bad job because I couldn't think of anything bad to say about KT Rolster in that moment.
Yeah, KT is the best choice. Yeah.
Just like,
True.
get it about this.
souls turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running
I couldn't have said it better myself. The Bros are here with the energy as the Giga Chads are out in force. They're up against D plus Kia tonight. And, you know, on paper, D plus Kia definitely the favored team, but you can never underestimate the Bros.
Yep, there he is. He is, he deserves the full screen. And I gotta say, we have seen many Bro versus D plus series where Bro are the massive underdogs and they get the upset. I don't think this is going to be one of those times, but it certainly could be, as D plus are fighting for 3rd place. They will secure it upon a victory of any score in this series. So a lot to play for them in terms of getting the best seeding moving into round 1.
Yeah, definitely a lot to play for both of these teams. Bro, they want to win and then have potentially a better record than DRX. Still possible. And that would mean they would not be in 10th, and it would be DRX instead, obviously. DK, as you mentioned, they want to get this win. That secures them 3rd place in the playoffs and gives them first selection. I feel like at this point, it's probably between KT and BNK/Quantum Freaks.
Yeah.
And I'd probably choose not KT if I were DK at this point.
I think it's a tough call, but we'll get a bit of an appetizer of that on the Saturday Showdown later on to see what that KTD plus matchup's going to look like. So Bro trying to... They don't have to finish strong. I mean, it's not... They don't have to, but they would like to finish strong.
It says right there they have to finish strong, Wolf.
I mean, it is in the rule book to actually play sportsmanlike games and try your best. Otherwise, you can be penalized. So,
yeah.
You know, like where strong is tough to say. But anyway, I'm memeing on this point of the match. But obviously, 3rd place for D+. Bro could get 9th. That is on the cards with DRX having some tough matches later on this week. Here's the strength of schedule that D+ have had here in round 2 leading up to this moment. Almost every single series, with the exception of DRX, has gone the distance.
Yeah, that includes Nongshim. That does include also strong teams like Gen G and Homolife Esports, right? So regardless of the reason or the matchup, they always seem to go the distance, as this matchup...
Everybody gets one.
It does go the distance. They have played against each other many times, but it's almost always gone Showmaker's way. The series matchup is 0-16.
Yeah,
and Fate has won 1 game.
Just the single game. So, Showmaker has had his number. He has been on the stronger rosters. Fate has been on some struggling rosters, unfortunately for him in his career. A lot of D+ fans showing up today. I believe Ghost is here as well. So he keeps coming by, has been supporting the team since his departure long ago. No more 2-1s what it's asking for this sign. Says he's had so many, he's full. He doesn't want to eat any more 2-1s.
This is something about Syndra's husband as well, which is Showmaker, obviously, because he always hovers it. A big fan in his own right. We'll see if he actually plays it tonight, as here are the Bros. Get your Giga Chads out, especially with a sub coming in. It's going to be Samver starting for game number 1. They've been starting with Envy for a lot of their matches recently.
Yeah, so Samver's back in. Give him some more additional play time here, as playoffs are not on the cards and could be a way to help develop him for next year if he is going to be staying with this roster. And, the roster itself has...
Okay, bro,
with the cash money, because they have a bank sponsor. I feel like the roster itself has been looking better when they played Envy and they figured out their synergy. However, we'll be trying to give him some additional play time. I think that's fair. I mean, it's the end of the season. Samver hasn't played as many games, so it's only fair. Maybe we'll see Envy in game 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. I think it might depend on how the first game goes. Here is D plus Kia. Very strong team in their own right. It does feel that, Genji's on their own tier, and then we got Homolife Esports behind them, and then DK coming a tier below them. But definitely, trying their best to experiment before they get into playoffs to give themselves the best chance to reach for the top.
And with Moham in the starting lineup again, this is no longer really an experiment, and it's D+ saying, this is our playoffs roster, take a look at it, we have upgraded. No one really fully understands the starfish emoji
But so apparently when Showmaker draws people on his live stream, he draws them as starfishes. So he's bad at drawing, so they all kind of look like starfishes. That's the meme, and that's where the emote comes from.
You do you, D+. Morgan has a higher kill participation at 14 as well as overall over Kingen. They've been playing through him a lot more, but I do not think he is the stronger top laner. Take a look at the CS difference at 14, gold difference at 14. The gold difference is like whatever because, you know, obviously the team has been losing a lot, but the CS difference shows a weak laning phase, and that is concerning when Kingen, in some people's minds, is a top 3 top laner right now here in the LCK. I think he's been more consistent than perfect. You know, behind players like Keen, like Doran. Otherwise, Zeus has had a rough season. Towards the end, I mean, obviously a good start, but
yeah,
it's going to be a rough one there in the top lane. I got to say, Valdez, I'm a little bit concerned about how that one's going to shake out.
Yeah, I think the draft might show us a lot as well. Kingen has been fantastic on the Aurora. Might need a look coming into this one. But from the blue side, maybe Bro feel priced into banning a lot of stuff against Lucid, at least the Vi, and the Maokai, which has been coming up more and more. Lucid getting better and better at that pick. It's going to be an interesting drafting phase. I feel like DK definitely one of the more difficult teams to draft against, you know, regardless of strength of the team, but just in terms of the weirdness of their picks and the wide champion pools that their players have.
For D+, I think you have 2 tasks here. One is to defeat Bro, right, and continue to show the synergy that you've shown with Moham. The shot calling has been better. Is the Gold King himself. We're taking this a step further. And I think your other task is to show less strategy moving into playoffs, as Ghost is here, as mentioned, and he's saying...
So if Moham plays Alistair, he's Muhammad Ali. That's what that sign said. Good one, Ghost.
All right, Ghost. Ghost has been streaming a lot. I've seen him on appearing on a lot of other streamers' platforms like Chimjangman, and is definitely making himself into kind of the X-Pro. He's following the X-Pro streamer meta a little bit.
Yeah.
And, well, Envy won't be starting, but big Envy fan here, and a No-Fae fan. Left side there. Anyway, back to the point here for D+. Show as little strategy as possible. If you got something special, you're going to be playing on the next patch, for example, or something that you figured out, like we saw, you know, we already saw KT pull out the Smolder mid, stuff like that. Don't show that here. Just play standard as just Kellen back there, by the way.
Coach Kellen. He's still here. I mean, I'm sure that if the Moham experiment does not quite pan out, Kellen will be right back in that seat, and it's a team, right? So he's going to be helping out Moham. Moham's going to be helping him out, and that's only going to make that role stronger, maybe add some competitiveness, maybe bring some fire into Kellen and Moham.
I think if you are a D+ fan, though, you're probably hoping we're not going to be making any more last-minute swaps here at the end of the season, and that D+ have solidified that this is what they want to do in playoffs. I think there's a time and a place for Kellen, but right now they have decided that Moham's voice is more valuable, and Kellen's somewhat inconsistent performances were enough to push them over the edge and pull Moham up, as we see an Ezreal ban for aiming, and on blue side, nonetheless, as well as an Aurora blue side ban here. So
what's next? A Maokai blue side ban?
Or a Rumble blue side ban?
Uh-oh. Please no.
D+ are like, wait, what do you guys, we don't have anything left to ban. No, I mean, the Ezreal ban obviously is warranted for aiming. We know Samber...
Oh.
What actually happened in real life?
Giga Chad. I feel like Vi was the ban, and then you're just threatening Rumble, and you force the ban, and then you get not Renekton, because it's already banned. I mean, you get a strong...
You could have gotten Aurora that you didn't ban also because you're on blue side? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ezreal ban is fine, but the other ones are eyebrow raisers. As D+ are like, what's left here? Is Yone ban maybe for Fate? Senna? Okay.
And now, I mean, you kind of have to pick Vi, right?
I think so.
Unless you're just going to go for base Corki.
Whatever.
I wonder if Showmaker will just play Lucian here, or if he's got something else in mind. Again,
Zeri Vi.
Show less.
Block it. But he's the Showmaker, Wolf. He can't show less.
That's true.
It's literally his name. He makes the show.
I hear that, people used to say no more, right? But apparently the kids now are saying say less. In this case, I'm saying show less. I mean, this is fine. It's a strong pick. You put Lucian on Lee Sin. No one's going to be like, oh, I see D+ have some strats prepared, playing two of the most iconic picks here. And you can go for the Lee Sin when you lock the LeBlanc. You can also go for Vi, which was left open. I forgot that one wasn't banned because they didn't ban it. They didn't lock it.
That's why I was losing my mind.
Yeah.
Like, the LeBlanc as well, a very common ban against DK, even from the red side. But they just said, you know what? Play whatever you want.
Well, I feel like Showmaker is aiming for POG early on this one.
Aiming, you say?
Well, we'll see what aiming does lock in, as there's still a lot available for him.
He's going to lock in Zeri.
He certainly could lock it in, like, right here, especially because they're going to go ahead and show the MF. It wouldn't be shocking to me if we saw Leona here instead, however, just because it's so strong into Misfortune. But
I like
Zeri
that, but
seems probably like what he's going to do.
Aiming might not like that. Jhin has been a very common pick into MF.
Yes, he does hover that.
He said Zeri.
I think he said Zeri. I think we know he's going to pick Zeri.
He said it twice.
Yeah.
He's playing Zeri. It's just the way it's going to go.
But Showmaker has to hover Syndra. That's part of his trademark. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Do you ever see Effort not hover Nasus? Come on.
That's true, yeah. And then Morgan actually picked it. Remember that?
It's just part of the iconic D+ Kia. Showmaker, their franchise player. Okay, well, let's see what gets banned here, because obviously what you lose is that Leona pick, as Bro should ban it. Rel is obviously going to be what the Misfortune plays with most commonly, because it's just so easy to set up combos. So that one's gone. Should be traded for Leona.
Leona.
It's okay. You can ban Recon too, but you do need to ban the Leona, I would say. It's also pretty good into Lilia. Vi is also pretty good into Lilia.
Yeah.
So I do have concerns if they don't ban it, but I'm sure they will, Valdez.
Surely they are just waiting, you know. The bros always like to keep it intense, you know, exciting, maybe down to the last wire.
Kennen ban? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's one of those pretty blindable top picks here that you feel good about. Maybe Morgan will end up with a Gnar instead in this case. Cassante, I feel like, is a huge mistake with the Gnar available. If they ban Gnar instead of Leona, then maybe he could pick Cassante if it's not taken from him, which it very likely would be. Just ban Leona, it's easy. Paulo's like, nah, I got you. We lock that Leona ban. Or, with Rel banned, they ban the Alistar instead. But if they ban that, then he can't become Muhammad Ali. So there you go. Denied.
Denied the Muhammad Ali. Wow. He's really paying attention to Ghost's jokes.
What do you know?
You know, Wolf, sometimes I'm really astounded by your fantastic analysis. This time, I'm not, because it
seemed pretty obvious.
We saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah.
And it seems like the bros, they're just going to play their game, okay? That's focused on their game. They just want to go with what's been working in practice, let's say that.
There's the Gnar I was talking about for Morgan. So that part seemed pretty obvious, and they'll at least lock that one in and make the wise choice there. What is Palu playing? Okay, so this is a Leona counter. It's still not going to stop Leona from solar flaring you during bullet time, but that makes me feel better about it, because they were like, oh, they're obviously going to pick it. I have this prepared. So that makes me feel, like,
yeah, there was some
plan. There was a plan.
Yeah.
There was a plan,
Sure. It's better than having no plan and then being like, ooh, oops, there's Leona.
So the GP here is a somewhat common response to the Gnar these days, especially with Kennen banned. So nice counter pick here to give Kingen in the top lane. This comp scales pretty well because you have GP and Zeri, and Showmaker you know, if you're in an even game state or behind, sometimes it can be tricky to get value out of LeBlanc, especially if you can't take the mid turret down. This is a Showmaker Mejai's champion, though, where he often just gets the Soul Stealer because he gets a lot of kills early and takes over the game. So you're going to have to mitigate some of that. I do think in terms of team fights, there's a lot of good setup here. You have the Sleep from the Lilia. You have the Keeper's Verdict to win the numbers game. Managing Narbars can be tricky, but if you have it in the right place and you can set up for that bullet time, sure, this pro draft feels like it comes together. But there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of problems on the other side that you will have to deal with. But he is the face. If you Google Pro Lever, this guy comes out, man. Like I'm pretty sure
he's there. Yeah, that's actually the face. You know, on the global side, we have the Giga Chad, obviously. On the Korean side, we've got this guy. Well, not this guy, but the guy before. This is the D plus Kia fan who was there in the Dom 1 gaming days, showing off all the tickets and the jacket.
He's got like the 2019 or 2020 Dom 1 jersey, it looks like there. He's an old school fan. He's got all the tickets, and he's here to watch his team get third place. We'll see if they can do it. This draft looks pretty tough to deal with for Bro.
Yeah, Exodia on the side of D plus Kia. Let's see how it goes in game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, here we go. Game number 1. We're sitting on the DK side of the arena. Lots of fans coming down for DK to try to secure their third place spot for playoffs here in summer. And they're in a really good spot to do so. I would say, you know, based on this matchup and based on this draft in game 1, probably going to get it done. But we'll have to wait and see how the series does play out.
Yeah. No Electrocute. Showmaker went Ignite. So, I told you it's a Mejai's game.
Yeah. Well,
he didn't go Mejai's last time when I was casting with Atlas when he had the LeBlanc. He wasn't able to get enough kills. I was very sad about it. But this time he'll do it for me, right?
Yeah.
He'll give us the show.
He will.
He is the Showmaker.
And then he's going to draw Fate as a Starfish.
He will do it on his stream later, but he will metaphorically do it in-game.
Yeah.
He has done it 32 times, Valdez.
Yes.
Fate was a real person once, but otherwise 32 Starfishes.
Yeah.
But you know what Starfishes do? They regenerate.
They do, yeah. They always come back, and that's kind of what Fate did. Right?
I think, also, not to cut across you, but just to protect myself, I think the plural of Starfish is just Starfish.
I think you're right, yeah.
Anyways, go on. Oh, go on. I don't know, Valdez.
The plural of fish is fish, right? Not fishies.
Yeah.
I wish it were fishies, though. That would be a lot cuter.
I mean, I think you can say fishes when you're referring to different types of fish, right? Like, if you say, like, oh, there are multiple types of fishes, like bass.
No, you would say there are multiple types of fish.
But right? You can say both in that case. But if there were, like, a school of fish, right? You don't say a school of fishes. I think.
No, yeah, you don't. I don't.
I mean, I think you can say fishes for other types of fish, though.
You know, they say don't do math on stream, but they never said don't do grammar on stream.
Yeah.
So we're in the clear. We can do whatever we want, actually.
I can be wrong. It's not like I speak for a living.
We don't have a lot of opportunity to talk about fishes. Nami's not really in the meta at the moment as well.
And she's also a mermaid, so only part fish.
Yeah.
Certainly not multiple fish.
That's true. Palu's level 2.
He's coming up.
Now, this is LeBlanc, so... I mean, this is still worthwhile.
Valuable,
You're going to push Showmaker back. You're going to give Fate a little bit of room. You're going to give him a good back and make this lane a little bit more bearable.
Yeah, it's going to give him the free bag that you mentioned. See how much gold he has here, 320. He can purchase anything relevant. Just going to grab the tier, which is what I expected. Okay, he gets the refillable in as well. So that ends up being a pretty nice back for him. We'll stave off some of that electrocute pressure. As the Dark Seal is in the inventory. That's the first that's the first part of the recipe for the Mejai Soul Stealer.
Yeah. Didn't used to be that way, but it is nowadays. And you can build up those stacks early on. We do see that, you know, we saw this actually in the first series of the day where we had Homolife Esports with their support, with their jungle, hanging around mid, just putting on a lot of pressure, trying to make life for closers. Yone really difficult in that case, and we're seeing a bit of that pressure in this game as well.
Showmaker just going to keep this wave close to his turret. Play respectfully for now. Wanted to, with this Ignite, have some extra pressure as Lucid shows up.
Not even going to have to flash for this one, but Fate does just kind of run away. The issue with this is that Fate TP'd into lane, and now he's chunked out.
And he's kind of frozen as well. Like, the lane is not in a state where he can actually go up there and try to get that farm right now. Is Kingen could be in trouble? Nah.
Yeah. Definitely a nice amount of harass, but Kingen knows he's safe, and he'll be able to TP back when he wants to.
Fate, as that refillable, is actually not forced to back here, but he's not happy, to tell you that. But Paulo is just kind of his bodyguard right now. I was aiming him on even in the bottom lane. Hyper proc close by there. Good laning phase here for Morgan so far into this GP, up 10 CS.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good for him. Sheen picked up by Kingen, who's going to TP back up to that lane. Palu is able to roam a lot just because the MF pretty self-sustainable, especially into the two of them, as long as she doesn't get caught out too much. Moham also roaming a bit. Kingen comes back and he's totally fine, but down 9 CS.
Yeah, wasn't able to stop the back of Morgan there, but won't be too impactful. Lucid is getting closer to level 6, and he can make a much larger impact. Obviously, Youngjae 3-6, really tough for him to get much done unless there's like a dive coming through or something like that. Showmaker does not have TP. There's just a little bit of farm here. But once the Vi hits 6, the impact that he's already made will kind of start to, you know, balloon if he gets some gank opportunities, as he is looking for Morgan right now.
Yeah, bit of pressure, but that's Meganar, and he's going to go in onto Lucid, who is just going to be taken down. Lucid not respecting the Meganar, goes in, gets punished. Palu comes up as well, and that's going to be first blood for the Giga Chats.
I mean, this is a great start for Bro, to be totally honest. I mean, Fate was under a lot of pressure, but wasn't forced to flash. Ends up maintaining CS parity with Showmaker. Top side, the Gnar is winning the matchup, gets the Mega, they bait him. Speaking of baiting,
yeah, Palu just going to go in there. They threw the bowling ball in, and they said, well, they're probably not in that brush. But they were, and Palu died. So DK were able to trade a kill back pretty early on here.
Still 3 grubs, though, and a bit of Scuttle Gold going over. Level 6 gets hit for Youngjae here. Lucid will have his shortly. But that's a lot of gold into Bro's pockets here. Gold stays even. The kill did go over to Paulo as well on the top side, so not as great as it could have been had it been Morgan. There's another opportunity here. Youngjae with level 6 now. It's Paulo though, not Youngjae who's coming over. So never mind.
Yeah. Poppy, in this case, kind of just looking at the enemies, not able to do too much.
Sometimes she chucks a buckler.
Yeah. That is what you would do with a buckler. Rather than like throwing it or keeping it, you know, you would chuck it. Right?
Yeah, or like holding it up to defend yourself. Forget that. That's not what shields are for. You throw them at people.
Yeah, no, you chuck them, right?
Right, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't throw them, you chuck them. Yes. That's the way it is for Palu. That's his life. We haven't really seen Moham find too much success outside of the kill onto Palu, but this is how this all started.
Yeah, so Morgan has his Gnar set, and Lucid just kind of goes in on him anyways. The Hyper Proc comes through. This is actually super well played by Morgan. Then he just flashes for the Gnar into the wall. And then Kingen, of course, nothing more he can do in this situation. Avoids the house at least. Cannon barrages to no avail. And then there's no vision in the Banana Brush. So what do? Bowling ball misses, so they clearly wouldn't. They're not there, right?
Bowling ball cleared it out. They're diving mid as Fate's in a lot of trouble. He is ticking down, and down he will go to Showmaker, who already has 4 stacks and is dancing his clone in front of Youngjae and Palu. Lucid, meanwhile, not having the most fun time in the early game. He does not have flash, and there is a Poppy on him, but no steadfast presence. The bowling ball is going to miss. There goes the buckler, chucked into Lucid. And in goes Palu, but he can't quite get the kill. Moham, though, might have to pay for it. Does flash away. And a very long chase, but everybody gets away.
Yeah, it looks like that will remain the case, although aiming is caught here, but they're not going to commit the sleep onto him, so he was just going to be able to slide away. Very, very difficult to lock down, but that does mean Samver should be able to get some plate gold here in this bottom lane, as well as deny some additional farm. So it's not going to give him a CS lead, but it does feel nice. I believe he did pick up said plate. Don't think that was picked up earlier, so some solo plate gold to the MF. Feeling pretty good. Gold still even. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
I wouldn't put myself up there in the upper echelon of bro-leavers within the global talent here at the LCK. And in this case, no, I'm not a bro-leaver, unfortunately. We have a lot of them, though. They do exist. There are dozens of them in the Twitch chat as we speak. So that's good. They've got their bro-leavers just in case.
Yeah, maybe the bro-leavers can count off in the chat to see exactly how many we have. I'm
yeah.
Sure they can go from 1 to the maximum amount of dozens that you could have, which could be thousands, really, if you really start to add it up.
Absolutely.
This is how this pick happened. Lucid over the wall, flashes to get into ult range. Showmaker goes in. Ignite is just enough damage. That'll be his second kill. And his third and fourth stacks of Dark Seal, like you pointed out. Lucid with the long escape that, yeah, thankfully we won't be showing all of on screen here. And then this play, nice clear out of the minions here by Samver. So we are going to have the whole...
Yeah, I'm like, how far does the replay go?
I thought maybe something more interesting happened with Samver clearing the minions, but no, he ulted them and then Lucid walked away.
Yeah. And
That's
then he
okay.
didn't have it later because it was on cooldown.
That's true.
Yep.
We're brewing. I got a peppermint tea.
You got a peppermint tea?
Yeah.
I'm just brewing with water again. I haven't been a very exciting brew with the bro kind of guy nowadays.
Counter to Leona.
Yep. It does do that. Unfortunately, Samver not having a great time here. Almost even killed underneath his own turret. Probably just going to flash away as he doesn't have presence. He doesn't have his W for the LeBlanc, so he's like, well, I just got to get away from him. He's too strong.
Lucid's going to get this Dragon, which is going to be some additional stats here for Showmaker.
Hextech Soul.
Ooh, Hextech Soul plus the Infernal to Showmaker with the Luden's Companion he already has. Kingen is just going to be like, all right, well, I still have a health bar.
Yeah. Lord Morgan keeping it together in the top lane. Very far ahead.
Yeah, he's the only one who actually has really a semblance of an advantage here. He is as ahead as aiming is in the bottom lane, so that kind of neutralizes, right? Hey, look, if you look at the difference here, he's actually 300 to 400 ahead of the advantage that that aiming has. So good on you, Morgan's got a lot of plate gold. Went demolish.
Yeah.
To demolish said plates.
He's been doing great. I do feel like if this were solo queue, Kingen would already be soft inting with Lucid going top and just dying to the enemy top laner, but that's fine. That was, set up very well by Morgan, and he made the play. The Lord is on top once again, and he's not giving the GP a very fun time. A lot of fighting over this banana brush, even though the Drake just went down.
True. Showmaker wants that ward gold, and he's gonna have it.
Yes, he needs more gold, honestly.
He does need more gold. Have enough. We were kind of on track for the Magi Soul Stealer. Still think it's viable, but he's not ahead enough. Fate is still significantly behind, but Showmaker got value out of his Ignite once. We'll see if he can do it again, as Bro still relatively even on gold, only 800 down at this point in time. Their composition doesn't scale as well, but does have a lot of compositional win cons in team fights. How could he know there was an alcove there?
Yeah. We've seen some fun alcove gaming recently. Sneaky Kennen hiding there to get XP. We saw just yesterday. But this time they're just backing next to each other. Very friendly. And yeah, generally Showmaker does get the Luden's gun into the Soul Stealer, as Moham's just kind of out here trying to ward, and he might die. As over the wall comes the Meganar, the wall-up will hit him as well as the house, and that is just a very straight-up kill onto Moham.
Yeah, Morgan is in trouble now, however. I think he should be okay. He has Flash.
Yeah, also Lucid is not going to be getting in there. The team is still trying to chase on this one, but Lucid was just clearing a ward after he missed his vault over the wall.
Unfortunately, Morgan's not forced to Flash, and I mean, that's another kill going over to Bro here, who will also pick up this Rift Herald.
All right, Palu gonna knock 2 away, and the rest of the team is pretty committed to this one. Moham's already through the gate. Palu pretty low as Moham will go down, but it's another kill that does go over to Moham, actually, but another stack into the hands of Showmaker. But this Rift Herald was taken down by the side of Bro. Did they get the eye? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think they were unable to secure that one. I think D+ forcing them away, just no secure on that one. And they're pretty squishy on this Lilia, so denied the eye, you know, like with a denied with E-Y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You also said viable before.
I know.
I didn't want to say anything, but, you know, with a What was that? What did I just see?
All right.
You're dead.
I'm a pro lever now, Valdez.
Look at him.
I've seen it all. I've seen missed vaults over the wall. I've seen some flashes to then get hit by the continuously rolling ball at the same trajectory. As said ball, I feel like I've seen everything now. I've seen Morgan crushing Kingen in the lane when Kingen had counter pick. I mean, GP doesn't default win, but has been doing pretty well recently. As Moham has had a bit of a rough one. No vision here. Is completely caught out. Morgan's able to crush over the wall, and over here.
Okay, they're trying to kill first mate Fate, and he will be going down. Another kill into the hands of Showmaker, as that is the one thing that hasn't really changed, right? Aiming's been getting gold. He's the gold king. Showmaker is putting on a show on the LeBlanc, and even though the rest of the map is on fire, it doesn't quite matter, does it?
No. He is, maybe the Luden's companion is a water gun in this analogy. You can put the fires out.
Yeah.
We'll see how that kind of started off, because we went into it a little bit late there, but definitely just a numbers advantage for D+ on the bottom side of the map. We're going back to this one.
Oh, no.
어때? 봐볼래?
Let's go
what do you think? Let's go for it. He doesn't comment on the flash.
Well, Moham's dead again, by the way.
Yeah.
We do have a Hextech Drake that now is going to go into the hands of Bro. I do feel like a lot of DK/Showmaker teams really struggle when they are the big favorite, because things just get a little bit too messy.
They really do. And again, Bro have taken this team out many times. They took them out to go to playoffs. I think it was in 2022 summer. And big upset when they played against them in playoffs, and unfortunately for them did not win said playoffs match, but it was a very cool rematch. Bro, still 1,000 gold behind here nearly, but getting some big wins across the board. And this Gnar is going to be actually, you know, potentially even a side lane threat here if Showmaker has to be in the other lane, because when he's in this lane, like, he can handle Morgan. The GP not so much. Not at this point, maybe later on. So I think everyone's too scared to go into replay now because we missed the 2 things from the replays, but like, will we do some replay analysis? Okay, here we are. Hex Flash into...
So it's actually Lucid who baits him in.
Yeah. But also left the Leona up because we got the counter. That's right, Poppy into Leona. Actually, you know what? Edgar was big-brained the second time.
Get countered.
Yeah. It's pretty good for objective control. It's good into Vi. It's good into Leona.
Good into LeBlanc.
Good into LeBlanc. Not, you know.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
when she goes in, rather than when she goes out, which is just a... What is that, actually? Just a relocation? I don't even think it's a blink, right?
It's a dash.
No, not when she goes in, when she goes out.
Oh, when she goes out, yeah, it's just a teleport, I think.
Yeah. And that is where the big red stripe is. As we've said many times, Showmaker very much doing well in this first game. They did give him LeBlanc for free. but he hasn't had a lot of, generally it's LeBlanc Vi, it's the duo, the mid jungle, but we haven't really seen much of that outside of the one dive. And
yeah, it's been mostly just Vi trying to impact other lanes and being relatively unsuccessful, and Showmaker doing a lot of things on his own. And they did have that dive bottom side that for some reason we never really got a second look at, but either way, just a numbers advantage like we were discussing earlier down there. Showmaker is under threat here, but he is LeBlanc and has his ultimate, so I don't think they can really catch him. Well, not a fourth time.
Not again! This time, Lucid will go in, and Palu is, well, he's level 6. The rest of the team just left him to die, and now the TP comes in for Mininar. There's no Drake here or anything, so we're just fighting between the two supports. Just posturing, I guess.
Yeah, Kingen is just chilling in the top lane, doesn't care. He's going to get some additional alone time with said lane. Clears away for free. And Lucid will not be caught. Lack of vision there for Bro, and they knew Showmaker was nearby. See if Morgan can do something here. He has half a Narbar, but doesn't get the slow.
Yeah, good defensive barrels from Kingen. Disengage barrels.
You just hate everything that allows people to disengage, don't you?
If it's a player's good play, I actually applaud it. But if it's just on the map randomly and only used for disengage 95% of the time, generally not a fan. As Morgan is going to be forced to flash, actually gets hit by the engage barrel this time. As aiming is going in, he really wants to get this one down, but now he's just going to be slept, as will the GP. Here comes Lucid again, but this is looking good for the Bros as the ult comes down. Kingen is on the run, and Lucid is just being ticked down here by Youngjae, who is super fast. We got a TP coming in as well. Fate looking to collect up on the top side, and these two are just pretty much dead. Down will go Kingen, and down will go Lucid.
Showmaker's just not here. Doesn't commit a TP to the play. They don't match. That will be Bro expending some big tools, but absolutely worth it. They can start Baron at 21 minutes now. Showmaker is not in position. Bomb is relatively nearby, but alone can't get anything done. These death timers are just too long. I think this one is just straight up gone. There's the TP from Showmaker. Let's see if he can carry this one. 2v5.
Oh, he's almost got aiming with him as well. Palu gonna charge away from the chains, and here comes aiming. That's one kill, and everybody's up against the wall. They're all going down. The Baron is going to be secured by first mate Fate, but that's all he's going to be able to do. As nice blast going to get away from that one. Youngjae going in, but he's being chased down by the Zeri. Very fast here is the Lilia, but eventually does just get chased down. So many kills are collected by DK by the end of it all.
Yeah, 4 now for Showmaker, 4 for the Zeri. And I'm gonna have to say it's a near certification on that play. I think it's a little bit too late in the game to certify it as a Zeri moment. We're gonna go all the way back to this play here onto Morgan, which ended up baiting D+ pretty deep, and teleport does come through. In live though, Moham going in.
I guess we're just killing Palu once again, as he is in a really rough spot here. The only question is who's going to get the kill. It's going to be Kingen after the flash. Here comes Showmaker. Once more stacks. He already has 10, so he's going to need to build a Magi's if he actually wants to stack something from here.
Yeah, he has a broken arm guard in his inventory, so he might have his eyes on the Zonias, but Showmaker, let's keep the fans entertained. Not the disengaged hourglass about this.
Show begin.
Morgan and crew are here. He's got a Narbar. This looks like soul point for Bro, and they will take it. D+ not able to actually come over here for a contest, too low on the health bars. Everybody regrouping from that last exchange, and now Kingen forced away. Baron power play still in the negatives, but they're going to siege up this mid turret.
Yeah, they should be able to get this mid-tier 1, especially because Showmaker is really just embracing the side lane LeBlanc and only going when they really need.
Yeah, have you noticed Showmaker's kind of showing up like Gandalf at the end of Two Towers, like where he's just like, team fights happen, allow me to show up and clean it up. In this case, he does kind of show up first with Moham, as aiming does have Hex Gates, which is something you kind of pointed out how quickly he was able to join this fight, because I thought this was looking pretty doomed. Showmaker gets zoned out here, but aiming big extendo beam, gets over the wall, picks up that first kill. Moham is stunning people down, and Fate is just barely able to secure this one, and Hexgate out is over here.
Uh-oh, Palu once again, just free food, gonna be taken down. That's his 6th death on the Poppy. They just keep finding him, and he's like, no, it's fine, I got Keeper's Verdict, I've got, you know, Steadfast Presence, I'm Poppy.
Half of the
Dies,
half of the deaths across both teams are the supports. It's not been their greatest day. It was Moham who was getting picked on early, now it's more on the Palu side. As these teams are ruthless. I mean, it's a pick comp for D+, so it does make sense that if you do get caught and you don't have Steadfast Presence, or you only have one Steadfast Presence, that you will get picked a lot in this game. But well, he needs to group up a little bit more with his squad. Is now just catching minions here.
He's farming.
He's farming bottom lane Poppy support.
Yeah.
Without Senna. He's up 1 CS over Mom, so he's got that in the stats for perfect.
Winning. That's good.
This game doesn't warrant serious discussion.
No.
And he did build the Zhonya as Showmaker, so the next logical step
is the Magi's.
Yes, not a Cosmic Drive or anything. No Void Staff. You know, he's not going to build...
How about a Death Cap?
No, I don't know. That's what you build after the Magi's. Magi's more flashy. The Death Cap is so expensive. In today's economy... I mean, look, Showmaker's not made of money, okay, Valdez?
True, yeah. I think you should go Magi's as well. The sleep is going to come down onto him and Lucid. Moham's just kind of here. He's like, hey, guys, I thought we were fighting. And chasing down Showmaker is Youngjae. Showmaker goes back in, goes into the Zhonyas, but he is absolutely dead. 900 gold picked up by the jungler of Bro. Meanwhile, Kingan was just kind of pushing. Didn't drop a cannon barrage, didn't bother to. And that's going to be the wave clear coming out once again. Samber very good at doing exactly that.
Yeah, I don't know if the cannon barrage would have really saved Showmaker there. Well-timed W coming out from Youngjae as the Zhonyas expires, and it will take him out there. So shutdown goes through. Magi's stocks going down as well. So over here, Fate. Let's see if he's actually going to get caught, playing relatively respectfully, but wants that cannon. And yeah, that's the end of that story. Let's go back to this topside play. So Showmaker fishing here for a pick doesn't actually connect the chain. So the second one was going to connect here onto Youngjae, but he actually gets pushed away. It slept and then W'd and goes under the turret here. Youngjae is like, wow, you went back in on this.
And just he had to dodge the bowling ball, yeah. But like, you pointed it out, like the Mimic chains that come out is like, well, now you're dead. Yeah. As Kingan, he's got his cannon barrage now, but man, Youngjae's doing insane amounts of damage right now. Kingan, very nice flash, by the way. Very showy in that one, able to get away from Morgan. Meanwhile, his team able to pick up tier 1 and mid.
So Bro keep getting kills, right? I mean, the kill score is close. The problem is aiming is almost on 4 items. He's not dying. Showmaker did die one time. But I don't know if it's going to happen the second. And these two champions have a lot of money. The carries on the side of Bro, a little bit low eco at the moment. And that is what I'm most concerned about here for Bro. Even though they've kept the kill score even, it makes it look like this is a very tight game. It's closer than you might expect. It's still a 2,000 gold lead here for D+, and where that money is on 2 carries. The GP significantly behind, but I don't know what Gnar is necessarily going to be able to do to make up for the interim, because Kingan will eventually also be a very late game carry here. So they need to win some fights now. Like winning this soul fight, that is absolutely the way you could take this game into your hands as Bro.
Well, the poke that's coming out from this comp now that the GP is, it's not really online, but he's got a couple of items, and even just that coupled with Showmaker might just be enough to push them away before the fight even begins.
Just keep getting that barrel poke like you say. Morgan has his Gnar set.
Oh, even the poke from the Extendo Beam, as now that barrel will be denied. But Palu once again in a really rough spot. Lucid also on the flank here.
And Morgan doesn't have his Gnar anymore. This is super frustrating for Brion here, as aiming's just starting this one up.
Oh, we got Showmaker on the flank. He's outside of the bush. He's just going to show himself to Fate, who does take an insane amount of damage. There goes Kingan flying, as it might just be a straight-up flip, as Youngjae not going to get it. Lucid does pick it up, and immediately Youngjae dies. Showmaker gets in the backline. It's 3 kills for DK just like that, plus the dragon.
Yeah, that's the denial of the soul that they needed. I think if D+ end up giving that soul over, this composition for Bro has so much more in the tank, but it ends up going over to Lucid. Not a controlled fight there. Baron comes up, and it will be taken here by D+. Morgan doesn't have the ability to, I think, alone contest. They know this is likely going on, but they're just a little bit too slow on the rotation. They don't have vision, and Showmaker is lurking.
Oh, Palu, no, not again. Oh, okay, that steadfast presence lasts for a bit longer than Showmaker was expecting.
And he is celestially opposed to dying, so that will definitely hold on to a little bit more survival from him. As look at Lucid's angle here. He was flanking for a really long time, and as Bro lose control of the neutral, he's also in a position where he can't be keepers verdicted out because they don't know exactly where he is. Just comes over here and wins the smite fight. Then Moham re-engages. Once Samver is down, the fight is done. And I mean, Bro just don't have the tools without Gnar to set up and win these fights. There were a flanking Vi plus a flanking Showmaker on this LeBlanc. So frustrating to deal with.
Yeah. Don't forget Moham. Sitting in the banana brush. Yeah. Always a threat. They're like, hey, we can't really enter that brush. We really need to get presence there, but they just couldn't because it was Moham aiming just there the whole time as Showmaker just going to be maybe 100 to 0 here as he hops back, and he's not hopping anywhere else. Downey will be taken as, you know, Showmaker will play with his food. He always will.
Yeah, it might be selling the Dark Seal for a death cap.
It's just so expensive, Wolf. In this economy?
I mean, you know, we are getting, like, Showmaker is probably like, you know, look, I'm going to get a raise of a few inner turrets across the team. I've got some extra eco. I'm not getting that many kills right now, but I suppose when you do think about the long-term investment of the percentage-based ability power of the death cap, I mean, it is a solid investment. You can convince Syndra that, like, the purchase is reasonable here. He's got that Showmaker look of, I done goofed a little bit on his face right now.
Yep.
As we'll watch this again. You mentioned it, steadfast presence on the initial part of the distortion is kind of a problem. And in this case, if you just go face first into it, you do end up getting punished. So Morgan will have to flash afterwards, but still a nice pick. Shutdown gold, I believe, was secured there. And it's still D+'s game to lose, but I mean, there are some convincing arguments for Bro when Showmaker's playing like that.
Yeah.
They pay no attention to the Gold King in the bottom of your screen. Totally winnable.
Absolutely. There is definitely no Flame Horizon in this game. Do not look at the CS.
No.
Yep. Hide it. Good.
Yeah. Item value is relative. It's relative. It's relative. You know, who needs swords? She doesn't even use a sword. She's champion with finger guns and stuff. Yeah. Look at that. That's not a sword she's using.
Yeah. Also, it's not Aurora, so you don't just get to press R and be useful. I mean, even as MF in this game.
So let's think of the ways in which Bro can win.
Okay.
There's a dragon fight upcoming in 70 seconds. Perhaps Showmaker goes in again like that, gets picked. Or Moham is caught or tries to go in onto a Poppy. He dies. Kingen gets caught with a sleep.
I think what's going to happen is Showmaker's going to try to... He's going to try to aggressively poke into Mega Gnar. And Morgan is going to ult him into Palu, who is then going to knock him into the wall. And then he's going to get slept by Youngjae. And then by that time, he's probably dead. So then Bro can win from there.
So let's see if Bro are going to group for Dragon also. Let's see if they show up. You know, they say half of life is showing up. And that's relatively true of securing dragons as well. If you show up, it's not a 50-50 necessarily, but at least you have the chance of taking that fight. They are on soul points, so they can give this one over to D+, and perhaps they think that this MF is going to be stronger later. And that is somewhat true.
Yeah, you know, generally as the players, they all get global gold, it's called, right? You tick in a little bit of gold along the way. Even if you're not farming, everybody will be stronger later on.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's not full build. And if he's able to just survive long enough to get more money, he will.
Okay, so Moham's here for some reason. Kingen is also going to get ulted as he throws down the Cannon Barrage. This is a very messy fight, but now aiming just going to be ulted away. And Showmaker TP'd into this one. I'd be like, yeah, let's bring it.
This is somewhat in between both of our theories about how D+ can lose this game.
Yeah, okay.
You know, Kingen gets caught there. Moam a bit out of his depth there, let's say, a bit too far forward. It wasn't the greatest sleep from Youngjae, but hey, made D+ feel like maybe they can keep going a little bit deeper. Morgan catches Kingen. That's one step of many that they will need to take, but it's a small victory here. LDR done here for the side of Samber in the bottom lane. As the sleep comes down only onto Moham, so like, all right, focus this guy down. Morgan's like, no, look over here. I've got a better target. Let's take out the GP. Moham actually will survive. As a result of it, Showmaker comes over here and will have to promptly leave. Used his teleport, so also losing the TP there. So it's a trade of teleports.
If aiming flash the Keeper's Verdict, I think 3 of them die.
Probably. He is full build, by the way.
But
He doesn't get stronger.
Yeah, instead he just, well, he could build a Zephyr.
True.
I've seen him do that before. You know, instead of doing the flash play and maybe taking down an objective or something, there was no Baron at that time. He saves it for the Baron fight and says, you know what, there's a better time to use it.
I mean, it's 100% aiming POG if D+ win. As just the most honorable member of D+, who didn't make any mistakes this game.
Kingen is really trying to barrel his way into the lead, but it's not really working out for him.
He got the Mega Gnar activation, you know, by standing near Morgan, and then now it's gone. Well played.
Oh! A 3-man sleep! And it's Zonya's, and it's only Youngjae. They almost got Moham, though. That was, okay. Good effort, Palu.
That was almost like that famous international tournament sleep that happened around the same part of the map, where there wasn't any follow-up. This one less egregious, but still not ideal. That's a big ultimate down for this next objective fight, but they're winning the health bar trade until that.
Yeah.
Now they're not.
That's the thing. The poke in the late game from LeBlanc and GP is just so hard to deal with. And even though this game has been an absolute just, I don't even know what to call it, a circus of sorts. And
Clown Fiesta.
Yeah, that's a good one. We should use that from now on.
It's a pretty good term.
Definitely never heard that before.
Yeah, no, like we haven't used it in a while because it hasn't always been fitting, but I think this is the game.
Yeah. And even though it is, you could just do that and then take Baron instead.
Yeah. No IE for Kingen in this game. He's just going a little bit more safety. Consider how much he's been bullied. I think the shield bow makes sense. We'll eventually get that LDR, and that's going to be the big spike that
you think
looking for. Do we finish it, though?
Do you think aiming will double Flame Horizon? That's the question I have for you.
Nah, I don't think there's enough game left for it. But
they are bro and brewing, though.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, we're going to 7 Elemental Drakes, and that's in 90 seconds.
Yeah.
He's backed, so
if DK
finds Zephyr.
DK, they use the rest of their Baron to go for the Drake, and they lose the flip. But they don't lose the game, so the game continues. Samber keeps getting denied CS, and aiming gets more. But the game extends for another 10, 12 minutes because they have to go to Elder.
Does aiming take Wolves when he's full build?
Yes. He built the Zephyr.
Yep, he did. And he took Wolves anyways.
He needs Elixir
Gold.
Gold.
He needed the lifesteal as well, you know?
Yeah,
a little bit of lifesteal.
What he really needs is to double Flame Horizon Samber. As we take a look at the core item purchases that we've had in this one. Showmaker has agreed that he will be part of the poke war.
Look at the flank here from Lucid while Kingen is ending the game. There's not a whole lot of options here for Bro. They need to be decisive, or else they're going to just lose this one. Kingen's going to TP, or rather, be TP'd on. Morgan comes down.
Yeah, that's Mega Gnar. 30 seconds before the dragon spawns. And there's one ward near the dragon. And that's about it for Bro.
It's gone now.
Yes. I didn't want to mention it.
But there was one there. And now we just have to send it, Valdez. Yeah. Put the stamp on it, write the address. No return address. We are sending it. We're putting it right in the mailbox. And I think, Bro, you cannot give Hextech Soul to this LeBlanc composition that has a full build Zeri on it, but they're just going to send it to the top lane. That's where they put the address in.
Giga Chad, give Hextech Soul. It's fine. No, they're going very late game. I can see the angles. And the angle is slightly towards the top lane and then backing.
Yeah, Galileo's telescope of old is nothing on what Valdez is looking through right now to see the angles. He's got a microscope attached to it. It's got an infrared scanner. It's got one of those like siphon filters.
I can also see the future with it, actually.
Yes.
It does have, we do have the technology.
So aiming, he doesn't really need to farm anymore. I believe he's probably got an elixir purchased after this back. And we'll see if he still wants to double Flame Horizon for...
He is the Gold King, so he deserves all the gold.
It does look like he's on track to potentially pick up the last one of the season.
Yeah, that was my understanding. He receives the gold, as we're going to ult first Mate Fate and Eustace dead. So, nice little pick. You know, that's I think that's like the second time we've seen Vi and LeBlanc put their abilities together. That was really nice.
Yeah.
Alongside of the GP.
All right, D+, eyes on the prize.
They've been really focused in this game, but now they've been the most focused.
Let's see them take out that inhibitor and see if they can collapse Showmaker on the flank.
Boham is he's being bullied by Morgan. He's just going to throw a Solar Flare into him and walk away. Morgan level 18 to Boham's 12. Boham's still very low on levels.
Eclipse is pretty crazy. Celestial opposition. And they're wearing down, bro, but they will not be defeated just yet. They are farming it up.
One of the best base defenses I have ever seen.
Well, one of the greatest of all time, Valdez. The immaculate clearing of minions with this Leandries on the Lilia.
Amazing.
It is just something else, isn't it?
Oh, I thought it was going to be a replay of the wave clear. That would be a replay of Fate dying, which you would think would have been enough for them to potentially end the game, but their comp is somewhat pick-based, and they can get the kill, but then we'll need to line those up, and without that ultimate, maybe not be able to get a second kill or push the issue further. Let the minions do the job for now. 1 minute until this Baron spawns. And Bro are just brewing in the base.
Yes.
They sent it to the top lane earlier, but it turns out they've got one more stamp, and maybe it's going to be sent on the Elder.
One more package to send.
Yeah, and Corky's package was removed, but Bro still have theirs.
Yep. And, you know, based on the way this game has gone, I think DK are going to give them a chance at it. I think we will have an Elder fight. Aiming needs more golds. So, you know, so only so much time left up for Aiming to get more golds. And it's not going to extend beam anyone there.
Is that the whole purpose of this game going this long? Is just to make sure Aiming gets it no matter what?
Yes.
I didn't really think about it that way directly until now, but I'm like, you know what? If you wanted to, like, this would be how you'd play it out. Yeah, you wouldn't follow up here where you don't have vision. You wouldn't go in deep. You know, you might accidentally wipe the team with a full build Zeri. He is going to swap items. GA. Wise choice.
What do you sell? Shiv?
Yes.
I guess?
I think it was, yeah. So he's making use of his gold. He's only 49 CS away from the double Flame Horizon.
Yeah. And, you know, that's just on the horizon. We do see Lucid going in. The ult flash, and down will go Samber! He didn't exist before, but now he really doesn't exist. Leonte also going to have to flash away. And, well, DK, they finally agree. We're going to stop playing with our food. Aiming, flashing on top of the enemy team. And they will eventually just clean up the rest of Bro. Bro, a immaculate defense. Just beautiful stuff from them. But at the end of the day, DK just too powerful. And Aiming will do 8,000 damage and not die a single time in the game and pick up the POG and the Gold King this week. Congratulations, as DK will take down the Nexus for game number 1.
Damage to champions, a big fat goose egg under Samver on that last fight. I think that really says it all. D+, playing with their food a lot in this one. I feel like this is not going to be one of the games that the coaching staff is going to be pointing to for anyone who's voting for Moham for playoffs. Probably we'll be looking at some of the other series we've seen from D+ leading up until this moment. However, they get it done in the end. It was a fast and loose draft. They had the LeBlanc, Vi composition with Ignite
LeBlanc for Showmaker. He got ahead early, was shut down twice, but ultimately still had a pretty huge impact in the game. And for Bro, honestly, I thought the game would have ended a lot earlier, but a great game from Morgan. And Youngjae did kind of come online, come into his own later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Youngjae's Lilia, jokes aside, was actually quite strong. But it just wasn't enough to get across the line. See a big difference in damage from the jungle, but it's not what Vi is there for. And eventually, Lucid did figure that out as well. He's like, oh yeah, I could just ult people. And eventually the team came around together to do exactly that. So DK takes them a while, but they do take down the Nexus in game number 1. We're going to take a break and have the space to break down that wonderful first game, and we'll be right back.
오케이. 야, 나 이제 이번에 갖고 와. 나 이번에 갖고 와. 야, 볼래. 레오나 나. 비포. 야, 릴리아. 갈만해 하라며. 갈만해. 커피 노공. 가야 되고. 갈게. 하나 가입 빼자. 나 몸 됐어. 코르키. 잡았. 야, 나를. 나.
Chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, a sight you won't believe. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This storm inside me. I'm never quitting. I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. And golly gee, do we have a game to break down for you today. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler and Orcs once again. And there were a lot of things that were electric about that game. One of them being a Poppy, which took Electrocute. That was a whole lot of fun. Gentlemen, take us through the draft.
I liked the Violet Blanc. That was cool. I definitely think that banning Rumble on blue side is not a choice we should make. It's a choice we can make, but not a choice we should make. I do really think that Rumble is still, even after everything and as you know, come and gone, he's the best top laner by a large margin. I just think we should be able to play that. But I like this from DK. I think looking at this draft, I really like what they have here. They have the Leona into the MF, which we've talked about a lot. Showmaker and Lucid on what I'd argue are the two best champs. King in the counter matchup and Zerion aiming. So doesn't this just look perfect?
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, the only thing I'd say is that the MF Poppy matchup can be a little rough for a Zeri Leona. But other than that, this looks like a really advantageous draft, I'd say, for D+. And with the expectation of the view of these teams coming into this, you'd think this would just be a straightforward game. But Brion had something to say about that.
Oh, heck yeah, they did. They picked Electrocute Poppy. They went nuts. The early game, it looked pretty good for them, but things started to go wrong around the mid-game.
Yeah, this is where we went from what looked like a pretty surefire and very clean and solid DK game. I want you to pay attention. Look at that ring of turrets. That's fully standing. Those turrets are feeling great. Oh, top turret is a bit weak, but everything's looking peachy. And then very quickly, they make one bad overextension, going way too early on what is, at that point, still a Mega Gnar. And they get punished. And this is where we go, oh my god. Are the Believers doing it? Is the blue shell active?
And there's a couple of people who are a little low, but if you lose one, maybe
fine.
2 people taking the back, it's
and
okay.
So this is just Bro's going to win the game, right?
Yeah, it's looking good. Right?
Guys? Guys,
Oh.
wise. Oh, that's a fed showman. Oh, that's fed aiming.
Oh.
Ohm's going in. They get Baron. It's fine. It's fine. They all die. This was a slugfest, everyone, and it didn't really get better one way or another after this. It felt like DK was winning for like 85% of this game.
Yeah.
But it didn't. It also simultaneously did not at any point feel like DK was definitely winning the game because they got down. They were down like 2 dragons.
Yeah, I mean, Bro was vibing, but D+ was winning. But Bro was vibing, but unfortunately D+ was winning. And they got to the point they were at soul point. They were at Hextech soul point.
To 1 dragon on the other side as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately they didn't manage to convert into it. In fact, D+ got the Hextech soul.
Yeah,
and I think part of the issue was, once you get to the late game, obviously D+, if they'd steamed ahead in the early game, would have been fantastic. But once you get to the late game, this GP, it's not even a fight. He just tells them to get lost. We get the zoning MF just to say, please leave us alone, and that's Baron. They didn't even have to fight for it. They just had Kingen basically one-shot their front line.
And then after, there was also Lucid at the basically 50-50 flips to deny the soul in a previous fight. Even after that, which was a 25-minute Baron, which they then used to get a lot of... It still took DK like 22 more or 20 extra minutes to close out the game.
Yeah, and Kingen also had the worst flash of the season and 2 game-winning fights in the same game. It was definitely a journey. We went on a journey. Do you know where it culminated? It culminated in this POG. Let's have a look at who picks it up for this game. It's going to be Showmaker. 800 POG points for the man. 8, 2, and 7. He was the showmaking, playmaking maker in this one.
Yeah, there are obviously some moments that will be skipped from these highlights that we do need to talk about, where he went into the Poppy, but a large part of this game came from him on the LeBlanc being a continuous nuisance, and I think LeBlanc in particular, you need to be aggressive. There's so much agency, but you have to utilize that, and he did that really well.
I feel like this is D+, particularly looking the best when they have mid-jungle playing these duos like the Vi LeBlanc, when Lucid and Showmaker are on the same page. They just have this tendency to completely take over games, and you saw them making plays in the side lane, at the end of the game just diving on the MF, nothing really that could be done. And I much prefer this to when they've stuck him on they've gone Corki, Maokai, things like that. I want to see this Showmaker, and whenever we do, it's a treat.
It absolutely is. Moves up to 800 points, equals second, alongside some pretty good people there as well. Of course, VNcast back on track with the aiming votes, and thankfully,
Based Media,
we just trend away from the boom boom damage, and instead it is just going to be the Showmaker votes. I love this. I feel like media has gotten this idea of maybe Zeri votes aren't necessarily always the way.
I was waiting. I think the Lucid vote makes sense in terms of how important the Vi is. I don't think Lucid had a great game. I was seeing if someone's brave enough to go for a Kingen vote. I feel like there was an angle there. But he did also.
And then your excuse could be that, I thought Bro won and Morgan was definitely POG. And that is certainly an angle that you could go for. I tell you what, I wasn't expecting that much out of this series, but that first game was a banger. It was a slugfest. We're having a look at DK really trying to figure out what went wrong and right in that game. And I think, there's a lot of tape there.
It really comes down to a couple of key picks to try to make inside, I think, that then allowed Brion to come back into the game, right? Looking at 20 minutes up until that point, I think it was a very clean, 90% clean, and then after that it kind of devolved.
Yeah, also Lucid going topside when he was level 5 and Morgan was level 6. And also Kingen, just the lane matchup, we've seen GPs in a Gnar do really well.
Kingen included.
Yeah, this time, Morgan's just built different, so maybe that's why.
I think that sometimes you need to take the lordliness into effect as well, and understand that perhaps Morgan is just a different beast. And his Gnar has always been pretty good as well. But now it is time for us to see whether he'll get Gnar again. We're going to dive into game number 2. We'll have Valdez and Wolf take it away.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Showmaker going to join the likes of Peanut, BDD, and Canyon up there at 800 points in fantastic company alongside of 3 media. Well done.
I do feel like, remember that moment where we had the gold graphs come up and I was like, no, don't look at the items, don't look at the advantages that aiming has. I feel like media and some of our voters really took that to heart. They didn't look at aiming, they didn't look at his perfect KDA, they didn't look at the farming, the full build, the damage he did in those team fights. They were just like, nah. Showmaker all the way. Yeah. I think Showmaker had a good game for the most part.
He was a part of more action, right? I feel like gaming did a lot of farming and then just had a really clean game. So
sometimes I do like Esports Farm Simulator 2024 myself.
He won that game.
Yeah.
I mean, Esports Farm Simulator. I mean, he was also on the winning team, I suppose.
It's one of my favorite categories on Twitch to check out.
Yeah.
And Aiming does stream it from time to time. Let's go into game 2. Once again, bro, on blue side. Let's see if we see some different bans here, because I think that was the part that we liked the least. The draft didn't really matter as much as we thought it would. I think when it comes down to how the game actually turned out, the Ezreal part is fine. Aurora Rumble,
not fine.
Maybe let D+ ban those champions. And then ban Showmaker's oh, that's not a LeBlanc. Or, oh man, even Youngjae's upset that they banned the Aurora.
Same bans for DK, not a big surprise. I think you're very happy with the way the draft panned out in game 1, so why would you change anything? And there's the Rumble ban on blue again.
All right, well, let's see what this final ban is going to be. It'd be funny if they just banned Poppy or something.
Maybe. I mean, they banned Senna last time. I feel like that's kind of a ban that you could change.
It's just so puzzling that like D+ are left in this situation. They could ban Ashe. I feel like that makes sense here. They will ban Senna again. It's just a very unusual set of bans from Bro. So you're like, why? They banned all the things we're supposed to ban. So I guess we'll ban Senna. Corki first pick again.
Yeah, I could have said the same thing I said in game 1, which is you have to pick the Vi here, right?
Yeah.
But I knew they were going to pick Corki, so I didn't bother.
Yeah, and then LeBlanc, Vi could be picked up here for D+ again. And we could just run it back and maybe have a cleaner game in the second variation. Or take the Lilia away.
I don't really see the point in this other than if Lucid wants practice on Lilia.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just a scrim for D+ at this point.
I mean, Youngjae was very good on the Lilia, so it's a denial pick, 100%. But Youngjae could just play Vi. Vi and Corki isn't really the greatest mid-jungle, but it's still a strong pick, and maybe you can work with the top lane or the bot lane.
Zeri is going to remain the same. Looks like Showmaker might be looking for a Lucian pick or something like that here in the mid lane, as Viego is going to come through here. Not a lot of great synergy there. Much better with this Cannon pick that's being shown for Morgan that he will lock in. And in response, we could still see GP, could see Gnar, could see Nasus. Probably not going to see Nasus in the top lane, but it would be fun. Morgan is the only one who's tried that in this matchup.
I wouldn't put it past DK to do that just for fun. There's a lot of talking from Kingin, and outside of the flash and getting behind in the lane, I think its CP was good. Like, he knew how to play it very aggressively in the late game once he got to a place where he had items.
Yeah, the barrel placement and the chip damage, his ultimates were in team fights very good. First half of the game, if you just ignore that part, it does seem like a very valuable pick, and that's kind of how GP goes. Usually it's not that far behind in the early game, but definitely much more relevant in the late game. So the parts of the game that are very relevant for GP, Kingin was hitting those boxes. The Poppy will be banned this time, unironically. So that's a good choice to make. And we'll see the Leona ban this time. They're learning.
Yeah. Especially if they're planning on picking MF.
Which I think they will.
It's an opportunity for DK if they really wanted to say, hey, Samber, what else can you play? You could just chuck a MF ban, just like you chucked the Buckler in game 1.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty wise ban considering the Leona's already out, but they'll take the Jhin away again.
They're going to play it themselves. Never mind. There is a Zeri in the game. Zeri could be mid, though.
Yeah, it could be mid.
And then maybe you just pick up the MF.
I mean, it does seem like a good angle here. Can really keep the draft fluid because you are on red side here as D+. See what this ban is going to be. Showmaker still hasn't tipped his hand just yet. He could still just end up playing Draven or Lucian into this Corki pick in the mid lane.
Yeah.
LeBlanc is also still open, not as strong with Lilia, of course, but he's going to keep it a secret.
Yeah, and with the Alistar ban again, they just say, well, we'll just pick the Rel. I mean, you took away Leona, so if Alistar is off the cards, we don't get Muhammad Ali like Ghost wanted from the crowd with his really clever sign.
Yeah.
But we will get Morellian Amakan. Sorry.
It's okay.
But Moham's Rel.
All right.
Varus is going to be coming out here.
Varus Nautilus, the classic. Strong into Zeri, unless that gets flexed in the mid right now, and we have a Smolder bot lane. Or, what's more likely, is the Smolder is going mid for Showmaker, and we have two incredibly strong scaling AD solo laners. As Rel with the Smolder is not very inspiring. It's okay, just play Caston, Showmaker. It's fine, man. We all know you want to do it. Oh, right, the Smearl.
Smearl!
The classic.
Yeah.
It's an old aiming favorite. We saw him play it a bit back in the old days. And into the Varus, the Wind Wall or Wind Spin is very strong. Can be decent in a Corki as well, but it's more about the ultimate and the Wombo combo potential with the Rel. Lilia can help set it up. Showmaker's going to be playing Zeri into Corki, which initially seemed like it was a pretty risky pick when we were looking at some of the first players who were picking it up, like Bulldog. But it's actually looking more like a winning matchup these days as more and more mid laners have practiced this pick and know how to just push the wave into Corki and not interact with him during Gatling Gun and just clear those waves out and make it very difficult for him to actually punish you or damage you, especially with the nerf to Corki's health. Does feel better.
This fan wants the games to go on for a very long time and potentially go for the 2-1 in favor of Bro, but that's not what the DK fans signed up for, especially when their players said, we'll give you a 2-0 by the end of the season. Certainly expecting it to be this one, but who knows? Maybe OK Savings Bank Brion have happened upon the correct draft this time.
Definitely looking a little bit better this time around. Showmaker on Zeri, aiming, pulling out the Samira. A little bit of happy gaming, potentially, again, for D+.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of smiles on their side. The top of the rip for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
And here we go. Game number 2 on the way. And already Bro are heading up towards the top lane with their Varus and their Nautilus and their Corki and their Kennen. Everybody getting in on the action.
Kingen doesn't know about anything but the Kennen. Morgan shows they're not going to commit any further, and we'll be heading back towards the bottom lane. I think D+ have an idea that this is happening. See them come over here and check out the red buff, drop a ward. Mom's going to back just to keep the flexibility of where he's going to go and cancel the back if they get information. He doesn't get it yet. I'm just going to walk down to the bottom lane. Kingen playing very respectfully back in the brush behind turret. As we'll see ward scan. Will actually unfortunately miss the ward that Moham set up below the red buff. And I'll head back to lane. Both junglers going to be pathing bottom. I mean, this is not the most prolific draft that we have seen in the LCK, but it is exciting to see Varus attempt it again. Varus Nautilus, an old favorite, an old Challengers special. We saw the little on-hit Varus with Nautilus a lot in Challengers last year.
Yeah, Bull was he was a big fan.
He certainly was.
To say the least. And it's very strong, but you know, when we see new stuff, we see new iterations as well. And I think with the Rel coming in, the opportunity showed itself for aiming to go ahead and pick up the Samira, which we haven't seen in a long time. But Yeah, it's been exactly 371 days since we've seen Samira, and it was Guma in a loss to Aiming. Actually.
On Varus. So
on Varus.
Now Aiming is, you remember
in
that.
playoffs.
It was definitely a telltale. Aiming will remember this. And
Yeah.
now he's going to show you how to beat the Varus as the Samira on the other side.
Yeah.
To prove that it wasn't a bad matchup, but actually, he's like, I can do what Guma cannot.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. Jury's still out on that one, as a hook will connect.
That was a very nice hook, actually. Hits Aiming, who was, for the most part, standing behind Moham. And Samira very early on can't really trade at all with a Varus, who is just going to have better trading patterns and even higher range. So you just kind of sit back, especially because you have Rel. And it's not a lane that inspires a lot of confidence in terms of, winning and pushing and getting ahead in that sense. But
yeah,
definitely very powerful in its own right.
Varus has been changed a lot. His passive's been kind of nerfed and then slightly buffed. His attack damage also tweaked, and then the tweak is removed. And it feels like we're going back and forth like bunker build time on this champ. But the big thing is he doesn't have lethal tempo anymore. So, with lethality Varus being a little bit weaker and, the lethal tempo being gone, Halo Blade's feeling like it's in an awkward state for him right now. I do feel like that makes it feel like a less solved champion as it keeps getting changed nonstop. And there's so many other picks in the meta right now that are so strong, so relevant, and have a clear defined role, like Ezreal, Zeri, in terms of their scaling. Varus' role isn't as defined, so it's a little bit tougher to pick him in drafts consistently. Saw Guma attempt this yesterday. I'll be seeing Samber doing it with Press the Attack here as well in this second game. Morgan?
I mean, he's definitely getting in there. If that shuriken hits, there is a world where he could put pressure and maybe even look for the kill, but Kingen does dodge it and will back now. He will respect, even with Lucid up on the top side of the map. Just going to go for a safe back, look for a buy, and try not to die.
Yep. Should be able to catch all of these minions. This lane is still going pretty well. Early back for Samber allows him to get the steel tip bow. A nice little pickup here early on in the lane for some additional damage. The faster you can get an item like that, the more value you're going to get out of that extra on-hit damage. Another good hook.
Yeah, another one comes through. Palu, he's angry after game one. It's like, you saw me, I had to play the Poppy with Electrocute. Now, I will come back, reborn as a Nautilus.
Just like Bro have to finish strong, he had to play Poppy with Electrocute.
He had no choice. It was the only way.
-1 ranged minion here for Fate, but will hit his level 6. He's having a pretty good lane so far into Showmaker's Zeri. We've often seen the Zeri, like I said before, really win this matchup pretty convincingly. Now Showmaker has level 6. Not really at the angle for an all-in just yet, with Fate having full health off the TP. But maybe, if he gets some assistance from Lucid. Tough to do anything as Lilia pre-6, though, especially in a matchup like this, where you don't have any setup. Nice dodge of the Phosphorus Bomb.
I feel like Lilia's pre-6, if they're going to do anything, it's going to be like a top dive. I think we saw Canyon do it, right? Or was it against Genji? Maybe Pyosik was doing it, playing the Lilia, just diving top, getting damage in. Speaking of which, Lucid is top, as that's going to be the flash already utilized by Morgan, and he just knows he's pretty much dead. He's going to try to go into the alcove, but yeah, he will get the stun down onto Lilia, but it's still going to be a kill. First blood does go over to Lucid. Here comes Palu and Youngjae, flash on in, but now it's a 3v2. Do they have the damage as well, as Fade is going to come on up, but not quite enough to get it done. And now Showmaker is going to join. A big Zeri ultimate onto 3, and he's got a long lane up here as well. The stun going to miss. And do they have the damage to get on this one? As the Rel goes in, Moham going to set this up, and down will go Palu as well. It's a double kill for Showmaker Zeri.
Yep, pretty happy to certify that one at 650. The earlier the kills come through early for a Zeri, then the better your chances are of really snowballing this pick, especially into a champion like the Corki when it's not in the bottom 2v2, a lot more agency. Less CC to worry about. In the case of the Corki, basically no CC to worry about. Morgan flashes here to try to get out of the cannon barrage, but it's still slowed. And I think that's a big problem here for his ability to actually live long enough for the rest of his team to come up when he sets up the stuns. If he was able to maybe go down there with Moham not coming up, like if Moham wasn't here, maybe he could set something up for Paulo and Youngjae. And yeah, you have a Nautilus into the Zeri, but he doesn't have ult. And Showmaker is just like, oh, a skirmish for my Zeri, level 6, some bounce damage. Yeah, never underestimate early Zeri's power. Moham also plays this so well after the hook comes through. And that's 2 kills for D+ in this early game out of a desperate attempt to turn a gank there for from Lucid into a positive spin, let's say.
Yeah, I think just trying to be a little bit too proactive, and it kind of caught them. I think that they should have known that Showmaker would follow up to the top side, and we always talk about this, but when skirmishes get a bit risky, Zeri will always come out on top, as Moham, in a bit of trouble, is going to get hit by the combo of the Varus and the Nautilus, as finally Youngjae will press his ult button and take down Moham. A little while for him to do that, but gets the job done regardless. And so a kill is traded over to Bro.
Yeah, pretty successful. Good to get that onto the Viego. Feels really nice with how well he can also start to become a carry jungler in these types of scenarios. Bit of a mistake there, the side of Moham playing that far forward, but just didn't expect the group. Just taking a look at Showmaker laning here, but it's Moham clearing a ward. Youngjae's coming over. They don't have vision of the Viego. It's just chain CC. I mean, it's pretty simple. Paulo hits the hook. Samber hits the chains of corruption. Youngjae is able to heartbreak or break his heart. Man, I had a huge opportunity there. Totally dropped the ball. I broke his heart, yeah.
I thought it was perfect, yeah.
Kingan's having a tough time again, alone.
Yeah. It's just GP things, you know, he's behind on CS, but he's probably at least even in gold or somewhat close. He's eating an orange, he's eating some damage from the range minions to keep it close to the turret.
He's putting it below 0 degrees Celsius by freezing the lane.
Yeah.
Right here in front of his turret. And he's got a refillable, he has oranges. Just eat that minion damage, put that wave right where he wants it, which is right here in front of his turret. So it's more difficult for Morgan to actually get any further advantage. There's a nice barrel chain. Looked like maybe he was going to drop that one for a second, but does hit it.
Yeah. He hit a couple of barrels. I mean, GP's always in this weird state in his lanes where it could be going really rough, and then all of a sudden you hit a couple of barrels and a Q, and all of a sudden you're in control, right? So it kind of just comes down to how well you can line up your skill shots and will your opponent deny them. Generally a pretty fun lane actually to play, I'd say.
Yeah, GP loves his Sheen back as well. Once he has that, he's a lot more relevant. Youngjae is surfing this bottom lane. Again, will be seen by this control ward. Lucid is also here. That should be the end of any aggression. At least be able to clear this vision out. And Paulo does hit level 6. So some respect does need to be shown here for the Nautilus ultimate. Unfortunately, with Corki behind the 8-ball in the mid lane, it should be the faster group here for D+. They really want to set a trap. It's very proactive, but I think also very much a pipe dream.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that they really want to make a case to take down this Chemtech Drake, but I just don't see it. But perhaps they see something that we don't. Palu going up top. They have a TP coming in. They want to fight for this big time as Lucid nearby. He will get the smite down, but the follow-up with a 3-man knockup comes in, and the cannon over the top. That's 2 kills over to the side of Bro. And they do collapse in and kind of even up the gold here.
Yeah. Going to be a TP top here from Fade as well, since the teleport was committed by Morgan to set up for the slicing Maelstrom.
Uh-oh. Well, it's just a free kill, aiming one at it. Got stolen by Showmaker, who now has 3 kills.
Yeah. You know, I think it's pretty good for either of them to get it, but considering that the Zeri is the scaling pick in this situation, I mean, I guess you could make an argument for, well, he already had 2 kills. He's already going to be relatively freely scaling. Maybe the Samira, who's a little bit more relevant in the early mid, should have had that one. But I think either way, you're pretty happy to grab a kill on a backing support. And Morgan, It was that teleport flank. I think that was the thing that Morgan and Bro knew that we didn't know about fighting over that dragon. A lot of contest around the jungle right now, so I'm not sure if we're about to jump in that replay or not to discuss how the fight did play out, but it's really Paulo and Morgan who used their ults together to win that fight. Here we go. So Paulo on the flank here does rejoin as the teleport comes through, and Fate's also coming through as they're trying to tunnel to get the dragon. Now they are successful in securing said dragon, but it means that Lucid is just way too far forward here. The Slicing Maelstrom is also going to cut Moham off. But unfortunately, we do have a little bit of a greedy back on the edge of this ward, and aiming's like, hold the phone.
Skip it. Don't show it.
That's right. It was a Bro win. Nothing else to see here.
Bro came out on top at the end of the day. And, I mean, I like that. That's better than just kind of sitting back and, you know, just trading dragons, as a lot of teams will do. Bro trying to fight for more, trying to really utilize their team fight comp with the Kennen, especially in the resets from the Viego. We've seen this before. We see it here for Bro. They're trying to use it. I won't be unhappy with that.
Yeah, and when Fate can TP top to catch the gold there, doesn't feel too bad when you have to commit a teleport for a fight like that, especially if you win it so decisively. If Paulo doesn't die, it feels even better. Yeah, as we're just kind of 3v3 in the bottom lane. King in.
Here we go. The barrels are going to land, and now the Slicing Maelstrom utilized has to try to get out of this one. Does Morgan, but the flash is in. One more Q could do it, and Kingen will shoot him down. Takes down Morgan in a 1v1.
Orange is pretty strong. Having a gun feels pretty good. He's like, wait, he's a melee champion. I'm safe, right? Not when he parlays you to death. And he ends up taking you down there. Kingen does trade his flash for the Kennons. And already, what was a pretty rough start to the lane has really turned around. Now he's got his Merc Treads online as well. So the GP is rushing towards Relevance. We're still a ways away from his big spikes, but see how this starts off is just decides to use the barrel chain here instead of clearing the minions.
He says, I think I got him.
And I got him. And he barely has enough, or barely is able to close the gap there to get that final Q. Bro's starting up this Herald without a ton of control. Showmaker on the flank top side.
Yeah, they also don't have Slicing Maelstrom here, as they're going to get the hook on a Moham, but immediately he's just going to turn and fight. DK are like, hey, if you want to fight right now, sure, let's go. We're ready to throw down. And the Swift Herald is just being toyed with, but it's just going to go the way of Lucid. Paulo goes in. He's very angry about that, but now he's just going to die. As now the Rel will get the engage on it, and aiming is spinning around a million times a second. As finally we do have Morgan going in with the Slicing Maelstrom, but it's not quite enough damage. It's just a little bit lackluster at the very end. Some resets will come through for Young Jay, but he will be taken out as well. Another double kill for Showmaker. And man, DK, they said, you want to fight? Let's go.
Another scaling Zeri early. 5 kills for Showmaker. They pick up the eye, what was not able to be picked up in game 1. Don't even need it to take out this mid turret with a decisive teamfight win that comes with the Herald. And so 2 turrets off the play before the eye is even dropped on the ground. And this setup here for Bro is just too rickety. You don't actually have control over this zone at all without the Kennen ultimate. And Paulo is hoping maybe he can lock somebody down. Hex Flash is in here, gets the grab and gets the ult. But the fight was never going to be you picking Lucid in this case. I think he was just super desperate there. And yes, the Slicing Maelstrom eventually does come off of cooldown, but you can't opt into contesting a Herald without that tool. If you have it, D+ can't make this play. They can't actually collapse in and get control because you can just zone them away. But if you don't have it and D+ are aware of that timer, they can absolutely, with their very mobile comp. Fast Lilia, fast Zeri, spinning, aiming, as you mentioned.
He was spinning.
He was spinning.
A lot.
And he was winning.
Yes.
And he was spinning in order to win. So
it did work out that way, yes.
Yeah. Spin to win.
Infernal Soul on the cards here. DK, once again, they say, okay, you want to fight? We have Showmaker with 2 items. He's 5-0. Do you really want to fight at this point as Bro? You don't have your spike for the Corki.
Yeah, and maybe Lucid goes, while you're thinking about it, I may drop a Herald in the bottom lane just to kind of speed along your thought process on that one. As Kingen does have this wave stacked up, Lucid waiting for his opportunity. There's the Herald. That'll tank the turret.
Yeah. He also can barrage the top lane. So he's just getting CS. He's going to go into the Rift Herald and smash into the turret. And Morgan just going to throw a Slicing Maelstrom in there, just desperate to try to survive. But the burn will come in. It's both GP and Lilia burns. And he just disappears, disintegrates into thin air.
Showmaker catches the wave up here. The top barrage did happen, as you mentioned, to help him out. So no cross map for Bro. So a turret, a dragon, and a farming Showmaker. 3 for 3, all 3 parts of the map that D+ were looking for there. They have 3 turrets in the bank. And we're soon to have aiming on 2 items. He is backing now. So 2 item, Zeri. 2 items, Samira. I think he's got enough. Nope, not quite. Just a pickaxe. Will be coming online fairly soon. Yeah, it's a much cleaner game than the last one.
Yeah. I mean, DK, they like to have their fun, but this time they spent a lot of time in the coach's booth, and I think that Zeppa probably just sat them down and was like, hey, you know, you guys won, but there's a lot of stuff we can improve on if we want to make this a bit cleaner. And they have done exactly that. Showmaker has a good idea that he is being dove. He's going to spot it as well.
No minions yet. Yeah, it's coming over, though. Morgan's ult is also coming up. They're going to have to TP.
Yeah, TP comes in. The hook is going to miss. Showmaker is going to get ulted. Heartbreaker, but he's just living under the turret. Finally gets taken down by a shuriken. And now the turn does come in. Samber also super low, but they do trade onto Kingen as well. And it's a crazy, wacky dive. But it's okay for now for the side of Bro. Aiming, looking for the turnarounds here. As Youngtae will not be getting that one there. Lucid also around and trying to get this fight going. And trying to open up the space for aiming as Lucid is incredibly low. In goes aiming. Now he's going to hit that S rank and finally will get the spin onto Youngjae. And it looks like Morgan as well will be run down. The mobility of both the Lilia and the Samira just a bit too much at the end of the day.
And they had to use all their tools to actually dive Showmaker, so there's no way to peel for the Samira anymore. Great hook.
Well, yeah, Lucid just kind of running on in, and he is not going to be punished for it. This Lilia is just so slippery, you can't lock her down, even with the Nautilus. Very frustrating for Bro. And with the Baron spawning, they're just going to, well, do it.
Yep. And, I mean, he had to use his Hourglass earlier, but he's just so slippery, like you say. Even though the hook is fantastic and he wasn't aware of it, they did have Moam nearby. And now Showmaker's back. And they're going to take Baron on spawn here. And this 6,000 gold lead is going to become 7.5 off of the Baron cap alone. And there's no outers to take, so we're getting deeper into the gold here as Morgan gets ulted by Showmaker.
Yeah. Takes a wee bit of damage, but Morgan has got some mobility himself. Will just zip away.
So there's no wave here, and they are like, we're just going to do it because this is too much time for reinforcements to come over if we wait for the wave, which I think is the right call. Showmaker is able to live so long, though, that they end up getting the first kill here. Morgan's Slicing Maelstrom is fantastic, and they're able to turn this into a big trade-up. The problem is that aiming shows up here. Then he also doesn't just run into all of Bro here. He waits for Lucid to come up, wants to set up his S rank. It's going to take time, right? So he's willing to sacrifice the turret, but he knows that they're on the wrong side of the map here. Can't really get out. It's not the best sleep we've ever seen off of a Lilia, but he can't lock Lucid down because he's too fast. And that just means that aiming actually ends up splitting this team in half. There's more that goes on there than what we just showed, but the crux really was the time buy from Showmaker, and then aiming's patience there as they rotate back in. And the lack of tools when he ults is the biggest problem. Silly game again a little bit.
Yeah, it's not as crazy as game one, but it's still silly in its own right. I think the Samira kind of adds a little cherry on top. A lot of circles, a lot of spinning rather when you look at the Lilia and the Samira together. As now, Youngjae, who's ganking who here? He's going to look for Lucid. And the sleep will come in. Lucid gets it onto a couple of guys. Youngjae is going to buffer out of that one. Here comes Morgan, but he is going to be ulted and killed. So, good
nice
effort.
flank.
Yeah. But that's about it. No more sleeps will come in, but a lot of damage from the Lilia. Now setting up the Samira. Nice ult here from Palu to deny that. But they have damage in heaps from the side of DK as Showmaker comes in on the flank. And Youngjae, he just abandoned ship.
Oh, you picked the Nautilus to ult the Zeri! And once again, CC is used on one target, and then the other target ends up cleaning the fight. This time it's not Aiming who cleans up house, but Showmaker. And with the Baron for 40 more seconds, this might be one of our faster games this season. They've got a cannon minion here, and they are ripping these Nexus turrets apart.
Yeah, I mean, with the last bits of the Baron, it should be enough, but Boham is going to take the turret, and the death timers are very low, so DK just going to back out of here, play it safe. Shuriken hits Kingen, who is level 15 in this game, alongside a Lucid, actually, which is kind of crazy as the jungler. As we zoom out, you know, there's Ward, but they're not going to do anything crazy, and DK just continue to get farther ahead.
This is a 31 kill game. You know, just putting it out there. As watch this ultimate coming through, only really catching the Nautilus, and then Morgan's on the flank. They turn on him and blow him up. Actually, the chain CC is so strong, he actually can't even slicing Maelstrom. And then Paulo is just like, all right, if we don't turn this, I think we might just get wiped as Showmaker slides over. They end up dropping everything into Aiming. He gets the knockup, so actually the cleanse is relatively low value here. But then Showmaker is still there, right? Like, you used everything to lock Aiming down, but your team is half running away, half trying to stay in the fight. And it's just a messy one. Obviously, the wallets are quite heavy at this point. Like, I don't really need to explain the difference in stats between these carries.
Please read out the gold numbers for us.
41.6 to 53.2.
Thank you. DK is very far. So now that is very obvious, Youngjae is going to die, and well, DK, they give themselves another opportunity to boost their KDA, and they will get it. It should be a clean ace, although Lucid going to be boomed to smithereens. So will Aiming, actually. Crazy amounts of damage coming out from Fate and Morgan, especially without the exhaust. Well, he poked him. That wasn't enough.
Yeah, we'll need the CC to stop the teleport, but you know, he's back at home being like, I don't know if I'm really helping. I don't know if this is actually really going to be enough to actually save the game. May buy some time, but that's about it.
Yeah, he's not able to clear the wave, and I think that is just going to do it. They go in onto Fate. They want 4 kills. There are a couple of guys alive, but if you just hit the Nexus, the game will end as Kingen is having his fun, but it does not matter. GG, DK will take the 2-0 and secure 3rd place in playoffs.
Great series for D+. I think the first part, a little bit sillier than the latter part of the second half, but I think that they are succeeding in two parts, right? Beating Bro, guaranteeing 3rd place, but also not really showcasing any strategy or weakness moving to playoffs. I will say, Boam looking a little bit out of sorts today, a little bit exposed in terms of his coordination. Maybe he's also just having fun.
Oh, Kingen. I love the stare down.
Yeah. He said O2, so he's referring to Bro. Giving him the L as well. Damn. No, it's just for Lucid. That's what he does. That's his trademark. Showmaker gets a huge reaction for his as well.
Yeah. Wasn't quite the starfish celebration I was hoping for, but it's okay. Aiming does his patented peace sign. And it's, you know, all things considered, Boham is feeling, you know, I'm here to represent the org.
Yeah.
Doing my best. He had some rough times, but he got better in game 2, I have to say. I think his positioning is getting better game by game.
No doubt. I do think there's still some synergy to be built, but I think you got to stick with this roster for playoffs, because if you swap back to Kellen, then you've got to start all over again. And again, Kellen's been very middling, very inconsistent, so I always want a champion when teams are willing to make bold choices to reach for greatness rather than settling to say, well, these are our weaknesses. I guess we're just going to deal with it. D+ had fantastic challengers roster for so long that was underutilized, and now they're utilizing it.
Yeah.
Both in hiring Lucid for this year, but also in utilizing Moham moving into playoffs, I think.
And also getting Thanatos. Wait,
yeah, they didn't.
Never mind.
They didn't do that part. That was the part we were.
Yeah.
A lot of people were calling for. I was more interested in them using Lucid last season, which they didn't do, but they used this season.
Yeah. Seemed like, you know, he needed a little extra time. Even when he came into the LCK, he wasn't 100%, but now he's definitely 100%. Had a fun game 1, I'll say, but his game 2 was extremely strong, and it's kind of the Lucid we know and love nowadays. DK is just a very strong team. We knew this was a very one-sided matchup.
Yeah.
And, you know, they get the 2-0 in one way or another.
Yeah, D+ seemed to have the superstar to absorb the blue shell. I do think that this is what a lot of this week is going to look like for matchups that don't have playoff implications, don't have standings implications. This one technically did in that it was D+ competing for 3rd place lock, as well as Bro trying to deny themselves 10th. But, you know, it felt like some happy gaming. It felt like a D+ Bro Week 9 game, and that's where we're at.
That is exactly where we're at. This is the last fight when DK were like 13k gold ahead. And they still lost 2 members. The rest of the team was like, we just pushed end, right? What? What? Why is he so strong?
Gaming is just like going on about, he's like, man, Kennen is real strong, by the way.
Yeah. You know, it did deny aiming some chances to farm at the very end.
Yeah.
As the Gold King.
I think he took it personally.
Yeah. Lucid's like, please just end the game. Hit the tower, hit the Nexus.
All right, down it goes.
Moham as well getting in there.
The last tower, so to speak, in Korean you call the Nexus tower just to keep the comms clean on focusing Nexus turrets into the Nexus itself. Pretty even damage split here
but
across the board.
Lord Morgan, #1 on the damage charts. He's going to go in there after Soloku came and be like, I did my part. My team wasn't there. Morgan did have a lot of ults onto people that were just diving his team, and the Kennen did get some value, but it wasn't enough to get them the win.
No, sadly not for the Bros. Still sitting right now at the last place position. But D+ secured 3rd. They will have the top seed for round 1.
Yeah, and the Giga Chance had a good time, which is always only what they're looking for. So guys, we're done here on the cast. Let's throw it over to the space to break down this series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This was faster. This was definitely a faster one. DK actually managing to close it out. Oftentimes, it is a 3-game series. Bro joined DRX in the 2 teams that have been 2-0'd by DK so far this round robin. And gentlemen, we had a circle comp that, chronically, you pointed out to me. I was very, very happy about it. I am a fan of circles. Let's talk about the draft.
Circle comp, a couple of big things, and I want to highlight again, DK have said in interviews that they're still trying out stuff. They want to figure out what's good for playoffs, which is kind of funny because playoffs patch will be substantially different. We're playing on 0.16, which does include some nerfs, but Lucid prioritizing the Lille here is one big thing for me because I think his AP junglers have looked by far the weakest ever since he kind of cleaned up his Maokai act. And that in one thing is good. I think he had a really solid game as well. And on the flip side, obviously, the Samira to come out, which usually it takes Ferris like weeks to be in the meta again before the counter picks come out. And now it happened in like the 2nd draft.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bold one. I honestly feel like, you know, draft wasn't really the major issue on either side. Yeah.
Wow.
Perhaps it was more a gameplay factor in this one.
You know what? Let's just bring down the draft then. If you don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry.
I do think this was the best Viego setup we've seen in a while. Like with Ferris Nautilus, that was great. That was the only part for
I also
Brion.
thought the Lord had a really good game on Kennen. Unfortunately, a little bit elo hell for Morgan.
I heard he was
today.
very strong, though.
Yes.
He did get parlayed that one time.
He did get parlayed that one time, but then he killed 2 people when he shouldn't have, according to D+. Let's have a look at our first highlight, though. Ox, take us through it.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Morgan burns his E to try and push the wave in. He wants to join in with the Grubs. Gets hit by the Bowling Ball as well. So he's pretty much doomed at this point. Does ult to try and buy some time. Goes down. And then this is where we see the side of Bro being like, hey, our mid laner is going to be here first. That means we can go aggressive. The problem is the enemy mid laner is still coming, and they end up overcommitting to the fight now. Showmaker turns up with the ultimate, has a nice sidestep on this stun, and it's a couple of seconds, and they realize they ain't getting out. They try to turn it, and it just becomes a disaster.
If they had Viego ult here, like, I think going for that is the right call. If you get a kill and Viego gets reset, you can win the game right there. But particularly against Lilia, it's important to know that if she has passive stags, you need exactly this situation, which is you need to 100 to 0. That's like the one thing that she's weak against. We see that ends up working out. The problem here is that while this is happening, King is just off in the side lane, and the dragon still goes over to DK as Lucid hit the smite, and they don't really get too much. And that alone would have been an okay trade, but then disaster strikes.
Oh, Polo.
Yeah.
He's in a rush to recall. Obviously, you didn't expect there to be a ward there. A bit unfortunate. And it kind of shows that there were moments, when Bro looked like there was hope, but few and far between.
Yeah, it was a little bit of like they were trying to go for the same thing as game number 1, where they were actually trading quite evenly throughout the early stages of the game. It's why we had such a slugfest, why it did go for a lot longer than this one did, because that sort of led to this next fight, which was at exactly the wrong time for the Bros if they wanted to stay in the game.
It was 15 minutes in, and it felt like the game was kind of over. The problem here is look at this positioning of the fight. You cannot, against a circle comp, try to get through a choke point. That's not a thing. That's the whole point of the circles. The circles deny you access.
And unfortunately, the circle from Morgan comes in a bit too late. And it's just easy cleanup at this point.
One circle against 5.
And the thing is, that previous fight, we saw Showmaker get some kills. He got kills in this Herald fight. Fed Zeri, game over.
Yep, and was even able to come in and snipe that kill onto Polo as well. That got him his killing spree. And then from that point onwards, I mean, that fight was actually played very, very well by Showmaker. We've had a few of these Zeri mids be experimented with a lot of mid lane players so far. Some ups, some downs, and it looks like Showmaker looking pretty good.
They're just vibing, and they slide in and just die.
Yeah. Chovy was, I think, the best. I know he ended up with a 9-3 KDA, but he definitely took some liberties. And if he wasn't on Genji, that wouldn't have worked. I gotta say, though, here for DK, I think we are seeing again, as we take a look, this team is not clean. Like, this is average.
They take a while, generally, and that was like their fastest game, it feels, for the entire season, was that last one.
This team is guaranteed 3rd place in the LCK. 3rd place. I just want you to think about what that means. A team that is already locked into 3rd place at this point, right? Still have matches to play. There's still opponents. Doesn't matter. They're locked in 3rd, and they are 2 minutes above the average. It's deeply hilarious to me.
Yeah. And that doesn't actually include today's series, by the way, but I think that today's series would actually average out to almost exactly that number. From my just quick maths here.
The
first one was like 43.
Yeah, it was quite long.
Yeah.
They're very consistently DK. I think that's what we've learned from them. They just they can't help it. It's in their genes, in their bones.
Maybe it's just teams with K's in the name tend to struggle with consistency or something like that.
Oh no, they're consistent. They're consistently taking their time.
Like KT.
Teams with K in the name, because they always have that. Let's have a look at our POG here for this second game for DK. It will be Showmaker once again. 900 points for the man, 2 on the day, and did just a lot of the cleanup and was pretty pivotal here for DK.
And at 900, starts to get around the conversation from chasing that number 1 spot.
Yeah.
Potential for that to happen. I think this was a big one. The sidestep and the stun coming in, roaming up to assist in that team fight. But just a very consistent Zeri performance, cleaning up kills as you do on the champion, but for the most part felt pretty untouchable.
And as we have seen, I think that DK, even though they have the other mode, which is aim and go kill, if he does have his Zeri,
aim and go farm.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Those two are tied together. To me, DK look consistently the best when the mid jungle works, and I think King obviously had a better game. But for me, the 1-2 between Showmaker and Lucid needs to look good. And you see, if that doesn't happen, you get game number 1, where Showmaker individually play well, but Lucid was a bit iffy. If they both operate, like, this team just rolls you over. And I think that we see Lucid vote, we see the Moan votes, actually, I think, are the most interesting ones.
Yeah,
he was in the right place at the right time very often.
If you're wondering, by the way, when Media does stuff we didn't do, that's when we're like, Media, come on. But when they do the same thing as us, then it's based Media. If you're wondering, this is definitely based Media. Good job.
Yeah. I'm really glad that you clarified that one, Orcs. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having the conversation. As yes, we were pretty aligned over on the western side, I guess. Plus VNcast on Showmaker picking that one up.
I like the King of Votes. That was a bit of a redemption game.
Yeah, I
His
like
game one was it had unfortunately one of the funniest flashes of the split.
Yeah,
which is not where you ideally want to go.
It was the "you deserve this one" flash. That's what it was.
Yeah, and then here. He had that parley that you can turn it into a cutscene. You know, like him fighting against Morgan, and then Morgan's like, "I'm out, guys, I'm out." And then all of a sudden you hear the sad soundtrack starting, and you're like, "No, no," because they actually checked, and it was like he barely had enough damage. It was the grasp specifically that pushed him over the edge because he had like 270 health and a good amount of armor, and yeah, parley alone wouldn't have done enough. Very sad.
Yep, but it was a cool guys don't look at explosions. We absolutely love those, as he did just kind of walk away afterwards. Kingen having a really good one. I think DK looking good on the eve of their matchup that's coming up, the Saturday showdown against KT. Oh man, hopefully Showmaker is going to get asked about that one as we throw it over to Ji-sun for the POG interview.
네, 오늘의 두 번째 매치죠. OK저축은행 브리온과
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG of the night Showmaker on the side of D plus Kia.
선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the win.
네, 쇼메이커 선수 오늘
Showmaker with
경기
today's
승리를
victory,
하면서
D plus Kia secured third place in the regular season, and you also earned a solo POG. Now that you are standing on the second place on the POG standing as well, how do you feel? I am so glad that DK managed to secure third place with this win today, and happy to pick up double POG as well. In the previous interview, players mentioned that they all want to give the fans a 2-0 win. How does it feel to finally achieve it? I felt so bad because we were sending them home so late. So we always wanted to give them a 2-0, but finally we made it.
기분 좋으실 것 같습니다. 오늘 경기 또 이렇게 승리를 하면서 1세트
So today, in the first game, Bros first picked Corky, and with a smile on your face, you immediately locked in LeBlanc. So I want to know what was happening when you were going with that pick. Because LeBlanc most likely gets target banned, so I was not expecting it to be let through. So I was like, maybe they're just gonna B1 LeBlanc, and then they did not. So we just picked LeBlanc with a lot of confidence. In game one, there was a moment where the opponents were able to find two picks and then try to go for a Baron, but the damage carries on the side of D plus Kia managed to successfully kind of resist this. I mean, they did in the end take the Baron, but still, it was a teamfight victory for DK. So they already used a lot of their skills and abilities, and still, even though we were behind in numbers, we still had aiming and myself, who was already scaled a lot. So it was a bit of a risky situation, but we went for the play and we were able to kind of pull off the execution we needed. And after winning the first game, I heard you guys spent a long time for the feedback in the coach's booth. What was the main focus? So there were a lot of unexpected plays coming from the opponents in game number one, so we wanted to look back at it and talk about it. And was that expected in game two? Yeah, I guess so. And the drafting was pretty similar to game number one. But game two, we had Lilia and Zeri into Corky. What was the reasoning behind them? So, because we won the first game, we could stick to the exact same picks, but also we wanted to try out some new strategy as well. Then how was your first mid-Zeri game? Very fun, you know, Zeri, the champion, is very fun to play. Much better than LeBlanc that I play every single day. Then is it gonna be your new bias over Syndra? There is no way. And then, as a last pick on D plus Kia, we had Samira locked in after 371 days. What was the team strategy behind that? She has a really good synergy with Rao, and aiming also said Samira is looking really good, and you have to listen to him right now, you know. Because of his opinion, we thought it's gonna be an effective pick, and we went for it. And then we have this annoying maker, the global emote that represents D plus Kia over here. Tell us about this starfish. It kind of symbolizes you, right? Do I look like that? I mean, yeah, that's cute, you know. Very cute. I hope you guys all buy it.
좋습니다. 또 이렇게 컬러풀해지니까 또 귀여움이 한층 배가 되는 것 같습니다.
Very cute. Starfish that, you know, kind of represents D plus Kia and Showmaker. And D plus Kia, your final match of the regular season is the Saturday Showdown against KT Roaster. It is going to be another banger, right? We always end up having a very long, exhausting one up against KT Roaster, but now that we just got a 2-0 win today, I hope we can get another 2-0 in that match. Lastly, anything you want to say to the fans? With this win, we have secured the third place spot in the LCK regular season, but we want to make sure that we can keep moving forward throughout the playoffs. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Showmaker as per usual. And D+, now locked in third place in the playoffs. You know, as Bro, unfortunately, we're not going to be changing position.
I don't think Bro can make playoffs from here. I don't think it's possible.
Oh,
I haven't checked the maths, but I'm not sure they can make it from here.
Calm down, Digon. I think that this win for DK, it was a bit messy, but ends up being at a really pivotal point. I think locking in third is really big because whoever ends up making it, even if it is BNK, who I think right now are stronger, but have less likely to make it because they have to beat T1, I think that they are looking a lot safer than the alternatives of T1 and KT. Because if that ends up being the round 1 match, like that Telecom war,
it almost is guaranteed, isn't it?
Yeah, well, unless DK does something silly and picks like KT.
I think as well, though, D+, you know, if there's probably going to be a choice between KT and it's either BNK Freaks or Quantum Freaks, they're really hoping it's Quantum Freaks because with how close the recent series was against BNK Freaks, it feels dangerous either way, and there's no double elimination for that round.
Yeah, and I think that BNK are probably looking back at that series being like, man, if only we had have been able to get over the line at the very end there because it was extraordinarily close. Tomorrow, we've got DRX taking on Kwangdong Freaks. That is a huge one for playoff implications for Kwangdong, especially. We'll see whether DRX can put up a fight there. Maybe send Rascal off with a victory finally this season. That would be absolutely amazing. And then Nongshim look to topple the Titans in Gen G on the eve of their matchup against Humble Life Esports at the end of the week. It is a big one, but that is going to be it for us this evening. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
디플러스기야 밑바닥에서 다시 올라왔습니다. 아니 2위 잡고 연패 그 다음에 1위 잡고 다시 승리로 돌아온 이게 팬들을 극한의 하락과 상승으로 몰아넣는 짜릿한 승리를 만들어냈단 말이에요.
일단 팀을 잡긴 했는데 또 다음 경기 위험하다고 생각해가지고
고성이와 오리건 마지막 경기도 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠다.
우리만 잘하면 못 이길 팀 없다고 생각해서 꼭 이기자.
오늘 꽉 가자.